projects, your programs in an environment that's high trust environment. Indeed, if you come to Tampere, you can see people trusting local government and the things that it typically does. Now let's move to Rotterdam, not because that's the dark child, but there are some parts of town where there's a lot of people, that will be very ready to push back on anything innovative. Niels, how do you deal with this? How are you going to commit yourself to making this a truly inclusive affair?
Well, first of all, also in relation to your previous question, I can assure everybody that things will go wrong. This is a journey, an exploration, where we don't know where it's going to take us. So things will go wrong and things will go down the drain. But I think the big difference is that we are going to be completely transparent about it. This is what we're trying to achieve. This is what happened during our trip over there, and this is where it went wrong, and this is what we learned. And communicating that to the citizens is, I think, the key value in that. Making them understand it's a complex transition, what your intentions are and what you learned. And I think people will understand, because Cityverse as a concept is quite abstract. And I think the most kickback we get is, oh, you're trying to get a real-life Sims version going on in the city. And maybe on some degree it is. And it's as a concept where we can relate to them. But we can be honest and transparent of what we're going to do, what we have learned, and having engaged on the concept, which is actually quite difficult. Most people think, oh, it's too technical, you're the professional, deal with it. But we actually really want the citizens' perspective on things. And we have some low-level pilots going on, and you see actually that Cityverse can actually help bridging the digital divide in the system by using new technology, where most activities on the digital divide are just people learning the skills to use the current tools, but not embracing new technologies in how it can empower us to bridge the gap. And we are experimenting that way. We are sharing those views, and that's the the most positive thing of the entire Cityverse exploration is the citizen engagement, because most citizens in the Netherlands just distrust central government. So we have a really big bridge to guide. And the expression in Dutch, trust comes by foot and leads by horse. It takes a lot of energy to build up that trust, and it's easily lost. And I think that's the key notion that we are integrating ourselves with, that we need to work on that trust.
Arturo, would you want to build on this? What is your experience with the average citizen in Valencia? And with regard to the urban innovation agendas of the recent past, and now moving ahead into the Cityverse, how will you address the challenge of getting people on board?
So we've defined a very simple strategy. We start with the notion of software eating the world. Everything that can be digitalized will be digitalized. And if we see cities as systems, cities are going to become a digital system. So from that perspective, first we have the smart city as the first layer of the platform, which is the operating system. Then, as you know, we created our sandbox. And we see the sandbox as an API, where we connect innovation for open third-party players to the city. And we engage the citizens as well to decide and validate what kind of innovations we want to implement in the city. And on top of that operating system API, we bring the Cityverse, which is the interface where citizens are going to interact with everything. Not only citizens, but also civil servants, decision makers, companies. Everyone is going to be interacting through that. And the good part about it, the promise that AI is bringing, is that AI is going to allow language models, natural language models, to be the interface to interact with everything. So the promise is that it's going to be easier for everyone, especially the citizens, to engage with the whole system. And also with the civil servants, because in the past, the problem with the smart cities that you mentioned before, they were too complex. So you do the pilot, you buy the tool, you implement it. Who is going to use it? People who's been working in the municipality for 30 years, maybe? Are they going to use a very complex ERP, a smart city platform? Maybe not. But if we create an interface run by AI, where you can just talk, ask, write, things are going to get easier and faster. And that's how we think we can engage the citizens in a good way, and again, with trust and transparency.
It's a point that is very well understood. The language element, you touched both on it in terms of it not being an exclusive one, a language that can be understood however, whatever way it's being generated. So that supports trust for sure. But let's focus a little bit more on that trust component. Yesterday we had a session about Rotterdam's open urban platform, right in one of the outdoor stages here. And one of the key components that we discussed for a very long time was trust. How do you arrive at that level of trust? And it has been stated that competence generates trust, and incompetence generates lack of trust. So what does early competence in the Cityverse look like? Who wants to go first?
Well, noblesse oblige from the other side.
Brave man.
I think for us, our journey was that also, it began with soul searching. What are we really good at? And the Open Urban Platform is a public-private partnership where we learned from the private companies, they don't trust government to build technical platforms. Because track record of government on technical platforms is absolutely worse. But they do look to government to enshrine public values, and they don't trust themselves with that. And it took a lot of soul searching on both sides of the land. And if you're good from the technical side, we're going to trust you to deliver that, and you have to trust us that we deliver on the public values. And that was the basic starting point from our journey. And then when you build up that platform, you come on a lot of points where you really have to constrain yourself and not meddling with the business on the other side of the line. And being from government agency, we love to meddle in projects and love to steer the development of a technical platform because we all think it should be done our way. So it took a lot of sitting on your own hands and keeping your mouth shut and trust the professional. And I think that's the key lesson we learned. You have to trust the professionality of the other side of the table and really collaborate, even when it gets difficult. And then you have to be really close to each other. I think that's the main lesson we learned. Be very clear on what both sides, of all parties included, bring to the table and address each other on the professionality on that, and then just stay put.
Teppo, do you also want to...
Yeah, I would... go a little bit, think about the values question, which is very, very important, that you have to create a system which enhances the values that are important for us as a city, for our citizens, and also make sure that all the other stakeholders, the companies, are in with the same values. We need legal frameworks for that, that's for sure. We need other types of frameworks which can be developed, like we develop in AI ethical standards for the city and all the parties operating with the city. But I would take one thing more, which is sort of to make it a little bit more challenging, but also something which I enjoy doing a lot. And that is that if you look at one of the big challenges that we face is we hear at least a lot, we cannot do it because it's GDPR, it's AI Act, it's all the regulation around it, it forbids us to do this. And we are saying that's not true. We would like to challenge the current interpretation of many things around the GDPR and AI Act. And actually, we have our national government agreeing to this challenging mode. So we're trying to do now things with the Cityverse where we are using this, again, with the element of trust, with the element of values and create the frameworks there, but not to be too rigid on things which we thought were set to stone because of some interpretations of some existing legislation. And we are sure that with the current Commission in EU, we can also make that challenge successful. And we can take away some of the red tapes that have been hindering the development. Now, we as a city, as a public sector, we value the rules and what safety they bring. We also must be really aware of the negative effects of extensive regulation. So it goes back to the values, goes back to the trust.
And it also really now talks to private sector, because you want to have a larger group of stakeholders on board to develop this, and let's focus on this because it's an important question. We have one of the largest events happening in all of Europe right here, right now. VDS is one of the most proven events in Europe right now, and Arturo, may I congratulate you and your team for the incredible effort of this event. I think everyone has been impressed. Maybe actually a little bit of applause for the organizers of VDS.
I'm only representing the city. The organizers are Startup Valencia.
On behalf of all of the people, thank you for saying that. No, the important thing here is we have so many entrepreneurs here at this event, so many startups, so many scale-ups, so many people with brilliant ideas, people that are risk takers. What can we expect from them? What is your call out to them when it comes to building that cityverse? Because you have said it's urgent, it has to happen now. So then what is the sense of urgency in your call out to them? Would you want to go first?
Yes, this is one of the first editions of the VDS that we see a lot of startups focusing on GovTech, and which is very good because they start to understand that the cities and the governments and everything that is public administration is very critical, is very important, and is good business too. So we need them to understand that, to be able to work in a proper way from a private-public cooperation. And we need to engage with them. And we can't even pretend to set up the rules. The rules are changing every week. And we, as city representatives, we need to be aware of the citizens, which are our customers. And we need to understand, and we need to make these entrepreneurs understand that we are not the customers are the citizens, and we have to work together to innovate for improving the lives of the citizens together. And the challenge here is interoperability, regulations, and how can we be fast enough to keep up with the pace of technology, which is faster and faster and faster. And we need corporations. We need to cooperate between the cities because it's going to make everything much easier. And we need the startups. We need a lot of startups coming through our sandbox as an API and helping us developing the system.
Very good. Depo, you lead in a city that a lot of people know, but they know it not because it was always on their radar. The city of Tampere is one of the most successful cities in the happiest country in the world. And the success part is in due part also due to you. But you built a remarkably successful ecosystem of players, smart city type of companies, startups, scale-ups joining into the exercise. You have been running a very coherent affair for the past, 9 years in your city. And with that, the city of Tampere has become a darling at the European Commission level. I dare to say it because I think it's true. And you get asked for everything in Europe. What has been your magic in bringing those startups on board, building that ecosystem, and how do you expect to translate this to this next Cityverse chapter?
Now, first of all, the importance of startups has always been very high for us, and we are inviting startups. We are inviting startups from all around the world to come and present to us their ideas. What we do then, we actually try to find a place for them in the ecosystem, find a place with other players, even the other startups, scale-ups, or even the big companies, to find a way how to really promote their thing. And we, as a city, probably we are one of the, in Finland we are the boldest city. I don't know in the world. In Finland we are the boldest city. We do bold things. Some people say we are crazy, and we sometimes are crazy. We do things that nobody else would do. We want to go where no one has gone before. And that's the sort of a theme that we would like us as a city operate as a startup. So we have been using the mantra fail fast also for us. So we start something, it doesn't work, let's stop it and do something else. And we do it together with companies, we do it together with startups, so we get a very good reputation amongst the business community because of that, because of the way we work together. Again, the same openness, the same language, the same interests, so we don't have any sort of a conflicts between the business community and the city or the university in our region. I think that is one of the secrets that we have. And of course, the innovation is one of the key elements, and innovation doesn't come without startups.
Over to Rotterdam again. You've got a fast-growing startup base in Rotterdam. Rotterdam's growing very, very fast. One of the new kids on the block when it comes to startups. You are one of the most advanced cities when it comes to digital twinning, the open urban platform, cityverse development. In fact, you even nominated the first chief Cityverse officer to a city in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, Rotterdam has a chief Cityverse officer, which is remarkable. So you are really, really fast tracking all of this. How do you connect the dots on the developments at City Hall, nominating an officer like that, having this Cityverse development, and your entrepreneurial base and all of the startups and scale-ups in your city? How do you do that?
Well, I think it took us a long time to build up the Open Urban platform and shaping our vision on that and creating a platform where open standards and interoperability are the key aspects of our platform. And creating that platform really drove us forward in seeing now we have the technology in place, we have the ecosystem developing, but what does it mean on a societal level? And how will this change the social fabric of the city? It drove us forward to start the Cityverse project and developing that side of it. And actually that program gave us the notion that we should create a position as a Chief Cityverse Officer with a clear mandate, so it's clear in the entire city, not just in the municipality itself, but also in the entire ecosystem around it, that we take this seriously. There's someone you can talk to who has a mandate, who has a clear vision on that, instead of all those single points of contact you have in the entire organization. We are trying to bring them together and really leverage the advantage of having a clear focal point in the organization and building up that ecosystem. To be fair, I think Rotterdam is on the rise as a startup community. I think we can engage with them even more. We are driving our vision forward. We are looking to those partners. But I think for the next 2 years, our efforts really should be in really developing the startup community.
So we're going to go over to you again, Arturo, and these three cities, ladies and gentlemen, these cities are not accidentally on stage. They are working together. In fact, there's a collaboration between the cities. And one of the things that these cities have decided on is that they're going to work on what you could call Cityverse tinged living labs, where we're going to invite startups, entrepreneurs in there. Valencia, you are really advanced in building your next program, and it's going to be Cityverse tinged. Can you just provide us with a bit of a preview as to what you expect to be happening in 2026 as that unfolds?
Well, I think for Valencia and the rest of the cities, we have a huge opportunity both for the city and the citizens first, and also for the startups and corporates, because there is a lot to be done. We have to create a new operating system and a new interface for the city. And that's the opportunity, and that's the good news. Bad news is that it's not going to be fast to see the results, because this is one of these things that happens first in the back end and then in the front end. So for us and for our mayors and the higher ups, it's not as easy to prove that we are doing things. So that's the challenge. And we need to convince and we need to work together to see that this is necessary, this is critical, because if we don't do it, it will be too late. So that's what's going to happen in the next year, that we are going to have a startup setting up the first layers. And we need to be smart to also create use cases that are seen by the citizens and the higher ups to realize that this makes sense. But most of it is going to be in the back end. And we need to be clever with the narratives to be able to keep doing this until we create the whole thing.
So we have 1 minute left. We have one question, quick answers. 2 years ago, let's say that the organizers of VDS were so audacious to invite all of us back on stage and say, we're going to rerun, we have videotaped, we have digitally recorded, I should say, your performance in 2025. It's now 2027. What have you done 2 years on? What is being accomplished in 2 years from now? Depo, you first.
So we have a lot of use cases that are already in use. So we have been developing ways of really bringing the Cityverse live to our citizens.
We have implemented a use case citywide, and we have built our ecosystem to the other cities and municipalities around us. So really leveling up from our own city to the entire area and district around us.
Fantastic. Final word to you, Arturo.
Digital twin connected to all the services of the City Council, accessible to all the citizens that are going to be able to interact in many ways.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arturo from Valencia, Niels from Rotterdam, Teppo from Tampere. Give them an applause.
Well, thank you guys. Vas, I love how passionate you moderate. I really love it. I think it gave us a lot of energy. So thank you guys. Okay, so let's move from smart cities to AI, right? AI is a topic that everybody talks about. There's a lot of hype about it. But we're going to be talking about, well, how can we think about AI as something that is not just a hype, but actually something that could become a foundational layer of our next digital economy. So our next discussion is going to focus on how do we invest beyond the hype, right? And how do we see AI as the new infrastructure? What's actually worth investing in terms of our time, in terms of our money, and how do we create something that's actually of value? I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. Joining us today will be Sam Esrati, who is the CEO of Tech Barbecue and venture partner at Identity VC. Also joining us will be Christian Teichmann, CEO of Burda Principal Investments, and the discussion is going to be moderated by Hunter Bergschneider, CFO of the Global Ultrasound Institute. So please put your hands together for these guys and enjoy. The stage is all yours.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Buenos días, bienvenidos. We're welcome to another session on AI. We're seeing tons of hype here, and as the title suggests, we're going to do our best to go beyond the hype and speak about real long-term value and how we can all achieve it. Thank you so much to our panelists here today. Thank you especially to Christian for sponsoring the conference. You'll notice his logo on all of our lanyards. My name is Hunter Bergschneider. I'm the CFO of the Global Ultrasound Institute. We are a AI-enabled health tech company in the clinical services industry. It's a global company. We're based in the US. We have operations in the Philippines, Africa, and Europe. And we're raising a seed round next year. I'm also the founder of Mountain Cutter, which aims to provide late-stage talent to early-stage startups. I'll let the panelists introduce themselves, and we'll turn it over to Christian first.
Thank you so much for the introduction, also to VDS for having us. I'm Christian Teichmann, the CEO of Burda Principal Investments. We have started 10 years ago, have built an international sort of growth equity platform with offices in Munich, Berlin, Singapore, and London. And we are also very active here in Valencia. We have also invested here in companies in Valencia. So yeah, it's great to be back.
Thanks for hosting us again. The second day of VDS is fantastic. Excuse me. CEO of Tech Barbecue. We are basically a community and event based in Copenhagen, similar to VDS. But my kind of full-time job has been with a couple of venture funds and primarily now with venture capital based in Germany called Identity Venture. And we've been investing in LGBTQ plus founders, the only one in Europe. And we're doing series pre-seed to Series A.
Wonderful. So let's start with the basics. What actually is AI as infrastructure? What does that mean to you all? Are we talking about software, agents, CapEx, something else?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, there are many definitions out there, right? So one is clearly, when you think about sort of AI infrastructure, it's obviously the AI tech stack, and that starts, with hardware and compute power, and then obviously, it goes up to the chip layer, and then into large language models, foundation models, and then the fine tuning, the middle layer, and then the fine tuning, and the applications and agents on top. But I think when it comes to infrastructure, and I think this is super important, we should not forget that tech sovereignty and the AI infrastructure is also deeply linked and closely linked to energy, right? I think that is something we need to be aware of, in particular here in Europe, that this is very closely linked, and I think we have a couple of sort of competitive disadvantages we have to overcome. But I'm very positive we will be able to do so.
I see AI infrastructure at 3 levels, 3 layers, and one is definitely kind of the actual foundation, which is cloud and utility and so forth, and we have the middle layer, which is enabling infrastructure, enabling what's happening in the top tier level, which is the foundation, and that means like APs and so forth. And the last one is the social infrastructure, talent, governance, and what is actually kind of on the governmental level and how we see we can impact the actual foundation.
So this is a complex space. Obviously, there's a lot of nuance here. There's a lot of different layers. The Global Ultrasound Institute is doing something even a little bit different, where we're trying to build the infrastructure in health systems to bridge the hardware sonograms, the ultrasound machines, with our software cloud, and we have an AI that can understand everything that's going on with any sonogram in real time. So there's a patient medical record infrastructure with real-time diagnostics that we're trying to build out. Christian, you mentioned competitive disadvantage in Europe. I'm curious if you want to speak a little bit more about that, and Sam, also curious for your thoughts here. What actually is going on in Europe in the space? What's going on globally, and how is Europe at a disadvantage, and what can the founders in this room?
That's a good question. So what I meant by that is, when OpenAI was training their ChatGPT model back in 2022, they had access to 14 times more compute power than we have in entire Europe together. Right? So this is something we need to be aware of. It's not that they were the smarter people, or they did something super special. I think we had a lot of great teams here in Europe as well, but they couldn't scale as fast as OpenAI because of that infrastructure disadvantage, right? And that's something we need to work on. And there are many ways to overcome that. And I think there's one other thing that we should not forget, is this is not a first mover thing, right? So when you think about sort of the computer age, or the computer journey, then also the mobile journey. I mean, at the beginning we had Nokia and Siemens, and no one is talking about Nokia and Siemens today when it comes to mobile phones, right? So this is something we have to be Europe. We just have to focus on Europe, and basically build our stuff over time. There will be power management systems that will reduce the energy and the cooling requirements for chips, etc. So I think there is it's just a matter of time that Europe will catch up. And I think the other thought I have here is that we need more Airbus ideas, right? What I mean by that is, when Europe is joining forces, and Airbus is a good example. Airbus is now by far the largest aircraft manufacturer worldwide. They sold almost twice as much, aircrafts than Boeing. So if we join forces in Europe, then I think we can be, very competitive.
Adding to that, I think you may know, but in 24 to 2025. 31 times, in the US, there was 31 times more consumption in power because of AI. And I believe in Europe, we don't have that infrastructure right now, and hopefully we get there eventually, but this consumption, it has been rapidly going up and up, because data centers and coupled with OpenAI solutions, it's gigantic. And of course, cooling system, we are not ready for that infrastructure. And there's another disadvantage here. We spoke in the backstage. It's cloud services, and I think we're going to get there eventually, where we would be challenged by US because of the cloud services. Imagine the next. I think there is an AI bubble. I'm sure in the conversation we're going to get there, but there is also geopolitical and tariff bubbles right now, which it would actually would work in our disadvantage eventually.
So we're in a global environment. It's hyper competitive. Seems like there's a security issue here. You're both investors. I'm curious about your deal flow. Are you seeing compelling startups and scale-ups cross your desk that have solutions to these challenges?
Yeah, we see quite a lot in power management and battery management. As I said, I think this is a big topic to get the heat out of the chips. That's important. But then we see also opportunities across the stack, right? But I think the biggest challenge for us as investors right now is to find out what is just a feature and what is a real business, right? That has a reason to exist in the next 2 to 3 years, 5 years, because obviously many things shoot up and then plateau or even disappear because they are just a feature and they should be a feature of something else, but they are not a sustainable business. I think that is the biggest challenge I think right now in the age we are living in.
We see a lot of good companies right now, but as you said, like the real purpose is not clear right now. I think everybody's using the hashtag AI for the companies, and it's very diverse where to use AI, and like we are all confused in different versions of AI world. But like what everybody would love to see these days is the defensibility of the company. What are they going to really challenge, and diversity of perspective. Where do they really going to apply the solution they're looking at? And also, to be honest, it has become more challenging for investors to identify good companies because everybody is doing this buzz at the same time, but good companies are challenged by governments and policies as well. Because tackling with the infrastructure, you need policymakers to change. The policies are influenced by kind of power providers, infrastructure providers, and so forth. So there are amazing good companies, but bottom line, they will get to be challenged by policies and governments and institutions to address the real issue.
That's really interesting. So how do you cut through the hype? What's your approach? How do you evaluate deals, and what can founders do to differentiate themselves in the marketplace?
I think the key thing we are focusing on is right now are two things. One is the quality of the team. I think this is super important, and the other thing is to work with that team on the differentiation of that company that really matters, right? So is this just ultimately a Me Too thing, or a something that is just existing there? Or is this something that has a reason to exist in the next 5 to 10 years? And that there are for us when we look at those companies, AI companies, it's two things. One is you have to basically integrate deeper into the stack, and then the other thing, the other dimension that we are very convinced about is that this company must be able to create a network, so that this is that you basically can you cannot be substituted by another company or another product in no time. And I think this network or networked product in the end of the day, and the depth in the integration, the depth in the tech stack, I think is super important.
I think network part is very interesting. Dependency to other solutions, actually, what I've seen more and more these days. They're using a product to be attached to the other one. I think as we see that product or that software or the solution they're providing be as detached as possible to other solutions, that becomes more interesting. And in my opinion, these days, I'm really interested to look at boring solutions, but resilience and long-term effect of that resilience. That is actually interesting for us and for me especially to see what they're really doing and what they're challenging, basically.
Super interesting. Let's talk about long-term or short-term. This is a really nascent but rapidly advancing space. How do you think about a path to cash flow break even? How do you think about an exit strategy? How do you evaluate those opportunities in this very complex landscape?
Christian, actually, I would love you to bring up that conversation you had recently with the banker. I think that was a really good in-depth conversation. If you can give us a...
So I met a senior banker of a big global investment bank just 2 days ago at a dinner. And he was saying, so we were speaking about sort of the IPO market as an exit, for venture capital businesses in general. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges we have as an asset class, that it has become much harder to exit businesses and return capital to investors. And I spoke with him about sort of the IPO window and when it's opening again. And he said the problem is that the cash or the available capital in funds of public investors is not growing. So in the end of the day, you would have to shift money away from already listed businesses into newly listed businesses. And that obviously makes it quite hard to fill a book, because people would have to reallocate money either from already listed businesses, or they would have to reallocate money from private capital into public capital. So this is going to be a longer process. That's not something that changes overnight. But there's one other thought, when it comes to cash and cash break even, and the way to look at cash profiles of these AI companies. There's just one thought I want to leave you with is, everyone is talking about the massive cash burn that OpenAI has with 115 billion, I think until 2028 or 2029, what they said. But when you think about this, when you look at it in an isolated way, you are shocked and say, how can this actually, be sustainable? But you have to look at it, in the ecosystem. And I think that is something the Americans have been always super good in, is basically create these networks, right? So when you look at the triangle between NVIDIA, Microsoft, OpenAI, and then also, Oracle that comes into play, that ecosystem is printing money. Right, so OpenAI is actually, yes, they are burning 115 billion, but this entire ecosystem together is creating, has a massive, revenue growth at a very high margin, right? So an NVIDIA is actually, for them, it's not that difficult to invest 100 billion into OpenAI, because the development of OpenAI is creating so much revenue for them elsewhere. And I think that's the way to look at it. And I think that's also the way, we have to think about what we can learn, from the Americans here in Europe, that we, need to think in networks much more than I think we do so far.
Going back to kind of that triangle, NVIDIA alone, they invested around 57 companies in 2025, and they can easily write checks 100+ million. And that capital in efficiency in the space AI has reflected to Europe as well. They started coming and investing more and more in European companies. And Europe cannot basically cope with those numbers. Writing those large checks, sadly, is very, very difficult for a lot of VCs and companies in Europe, right? But going back to IPOs, we recently had a good IPO, Klarna, Sweden-based company, and they IPO'd. And we have so many interesting companies, and companies like Synthesia, Victor, and Lovable, and so forth. They started being so vocal about they don't want to IPO in Europe. I think role models actually need to play a role here. Just say, you know what, let's trust the system and let's IPO in Europe, basically, when the time comes. But they're very vocal. They don't want to trust Europe, stock market. And that actually has a ripple effect. And the startup will start thinking ahead, like, I don't want to start, the process of IPO in Europe, basically. And IPO in the US, other countries might be the priority for a lot of companies right now.
So thank you so much. So very briefly here, we're running out of time. Are we in a bubble? And if so, do you have any advice for the founders and investors in the room?
I think there's a lot of talk about a bubble. I think we just have to, I think there won't be a bubble if we build, I come back to what I said earlier, if we build companies that have a reason to exist, that have a differentiation that matters, then I think you have a very, very sustainable and healthy ecosystem. And then clearly things that doesn't have a strategic moat, no clear differentiation, they raise, money at a very high, valuation, then eventually obviously disappear, right? So I think it's also, it comes down to all of us here in the room, really, investors, founders, everyone. I think it's in our hands whether this is going to be a bubble or not.
It's a yes and no, in my opinion, to be honest, because we should start looking ahead and look at the influence of AI in the long run. And as you may have seen, our parents, the older generation, they're adapting to AI. In a dot-com boom, that process was far longer. And so many people, they didn't have access to internet, and they still don't, right? And I think adaptation of AI has been really fast. And hence, it may remain a bubble, but different version of bubble. I think humanizing AI, it would remain the biggest challenge. And it will continue being the bubble, because an ethic part of the AI, I think, would remain a government, social challenge for years to come. How to differentiate what's true and what's not. In terms of what the founders should focus, again, it's money follows hype, and there's a hard investment right now. Tackle things which it would influence the infrastructure and deep tech, because that's in my opinion, that's an area a lot of founders, a lot of companies haven't managed to crack. Part of it's influenced by policies. Of course, governments need to help, but I think deep tech is an area we need to look at more deeper.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much for being here. I'm leading a workshop later today on how European founders can raise VC capital in the US. Hope to see you there. And have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to continue the conversation with AI, with our little panel discussion, fireside chat here. We're going to have the CEO and founder of Lucia here, and also Pablo Gil, who is the co-founder and co-CEO of Prop Hero. And so they're going to be talking about how they are rewriting the rules with AI, what they've learned about this. We're going to be diving into this discussion in just a moment. I do want to say that we were supposed to have David Sendon Garcia here as the moderator, but he is stuck in traffic, so I'm going to be taking over. And then as soon as David gets here, we will change seats. So in case you get confused why I don't look like David, I am not having to transform myself with AI into a woman. I am Munia, and David is going to come in a minute. Okay, so let's put our hands together for Álvaro Martínez, CEO of Lucia, and the co-founder and co-CEO of Prop Hero, Pablo Gil. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
So before we begin, what I would like to do is I didn't introduce your companies because I thought, you know what, why don't you do this yourself? So you're the CEO and founder of Lucia. I actually downloaded Lucia on my app the other week. It's pretty cool, but tell us more about what Lucia is all about.
Yep. So Lucia is the leading AI assistant for especially young people in LATAM. We have one of the most downloads apps in the world. Like this year, we have over 70 million downloads, which make us, I don't know, 2, 3 top in the region, in the top 20 worldwide. And what we try to do in Lucia is to try to bring, and this will be probably the topic of today's presentation, but try to bring AI to that 80% of people in LATAM that doesn't sit behind a desk every day, and trying to improve their life and trying to make them not fall behind in this AI revolution.
Thank you. And you, Pablo?
Yeah, so I'm Pablo Gil, co-CEO and co-founder of Prop Hero, which is a platform that allows its clients to buy, to create wealth, property wealth, internationally, diversified. And it's a company we started 4 years ago. We are now operating in 4 countries, Australia, Spain, Indonesia, and Ireland. Our vision is to create property wealth similarly to how ETFs work, where you can just invest through a click in your app and just have a global diversified portfolio of properties.
So the topic of today's conversation is obviously how founders rewriting the rules with AI and data. And so I'd like to just begin by understanding what that actually means for you and your company. So if you could maybe give like an elevator pitch style answer to what does that mean for you, for each of your companies? Do you want to start maybe, Alvaro?
Yep. So the way I see AI and data and how it's actually changing the industry is it gives you freedom. Like if you take Lucia, and if you were to see Lucia in 2022, you would think that Lucia is the best AI assistant in the world for legal, for real estate, for teaching, for education, something that would have cost hundreds of millions for big companies to put together and to make it work. It is now extremely accessible and extremely easy to develop and abstract a lot of complexity. If we step back and think about the implications that that has for all the founders, is the fact that you have that freedom to build, you have that freedom to actually put together products and projects that otherwise would have been impossible and only big incumbents could afford. So AI for me is that freedom, is the freedom to go back to build.
Just following on what you said about complexity, so how do you think AI has helped you to shift that complexity? What's been the biggest shift that you've been able to achieve with AI in this space, would you say?
So the complexity, if you think about AI as a generalist technology, like similar to electricity or computers, most people don't really need to understand how electricity is generated or computers work. They don't know what a transistor is. They don't really need to. So a general purpose technology like generative AI in this case, basically what it helps you is to create that level of abstraction necessary to provide products that can be used in many different use cases. As I mentioned, for us, it's mostly education, it's companionship, it's starting to be transactions now, people buying through Lucia. All those things can be done because this technology abstracts you from the complexity. And now you can start serving many more use cases with a simpler development.
Mm. Let's hear from you. What does data or rewriting the rules with AI and data mean for you?
Yeah, so we all know how AI is transforming every industry right now. For us, I would mention like twofold. Like on one hand, it's about speed. We are able to launch and to test many MVPs much faster rather than waiting for the tech department to just develop those many features. So on one hand, we have speed, and then on the other hand, we are able to find places to invest. So our clients invest through PropHero in properties in areas outside, let's say, Madrid or Barcelona, like main capital cities. And we are able to go to those areas ahead of the market, because we can predict what are the areas that are going to increase more in value or are going to perform better. And obviously, 3 years ago when we started in Spain, it was a vision. It was like the first believers trusted us on these models. And now we measure how much we've outperformed the market, and that's all through data. So our data models are predictive data models, like allow us to find those areas ahead of the market. And we measure it, and for a fact, like if Spain has grown 7% on real estate last year, PropHero areas have grown by 10%, and PropHero properties by 14%. So this is something that we are able to do thanks to data and AI.
Mm. I'd like to talk a little bit more about Lucia, right? So obviously you built something that requires trust, right? In order for adoption to work, customers need to trust your product. And so what do you think makes people trust your product and keep using AI over other competitors?
A couple of things. One, and I mentioned this already, we obsess over abstracting complexity from the user. They always say that when you start a company, you have to have some sort of insight. Now, we started in 2023, and every time I pitch to someone, we were always saying technology is going to get commoditized, therefore that's not where I should focus. I should focus on product and distribution. And that worked out very well. And what that means for us is that even though we could do a lot of things with AI, and almost the number of possibilities is infinite at this point, we needed to choose properly how and what to put in front of the users. Because we are not doing AI for sophisticated users, we are not doing AI for prosumers, we are doing AI for everyone else. And that everyone else, what needs to, or what has in their mind as a mental model for what an AI assistant is, like if I were doing this pitch in 2023, I would have to explain you what an AI assistant is. 2025, you kind of understand it, but many people still in the world don't understand that. So what we needed to do is what we call, hey, let's make it in your face. Let's make it extremely, extremely clear that this is what you can do with Lucia. Because at that point, when people started using Lucia, they were like, an AI assistant is Siri, or an AI assistant is Alexa, and those are crappy products, and I'm asking you for the weather, and you're not able to give me the weather, but they are able to give me the weather. However, they were not able to understand the fact that I could solve their mathematical problems, I could help them in organize events, I could help them with shopping. All those things were completely new for them. So our job was to break those mental models and educate users and make it extremely, extremely accessible. And that has been the obsession from the very beginning. That's number one. Number two of the assumption is that brand and connection with the user was going to be very important. So we devoted from the very beginning a lot of time to, hey, how do we present Lucia? How do we make it more relatable? How do we make people to feel like they have some sort of connection, not speaking about friendship, but connection in the same way you have it with Nike, with a well-known brand. So while everyone else in the space were very cool brands and mostly very tech logos, we wanted to create that connection with the user. So you have an idea of how important this was for us. When we were around 15 people in the company, we are 38 right now. 4 of those 13 people were actually brand people. We put a lot of effort on how to connect with users.
I think this is also an important question for you, building trust with your customers, especially if AI is involved, right? If you're thinking about investing in property, it's quite a serious endeavor, right? So what is it that you're doing? How are you building trust with your customers? What's some of the feedback that you're getting?
Yeah, I think I resonate a lot with Alvaro. So on one hand, as I was mentioning before, it's about outperforming the market. I mean, when you've shown that you have a good investment product, clients repeat. But then secondly, and I think even most importantly, is simplicity. So I don't know how many of you will have invested in property and have experienced how painful it is. So you have to deal with notaries, you have to deal with renovations, you have to deal with tenants, property managers. So how to make it simple? Like most of the people end up investing once, and that's all for me. I mean, I'm done. So Prop Hero has allowed our clients to make it very simple, and to eventually our vision is to be able to manage your property wealth through a click. Similarly to how Amazon did it in the days, and how many packages of Amazon do we receive per week at home. So our vision, by making it simple and being able to manage your property wealth through a click, we believe clients will transact more and will allow them to continue to optimize and grow their property wealth. So I think it's all about simplicity, making it very, like just buying in a click. But again, we're in the real estate industry, which is like kind of in the medieval age. So it's quite an endeavor we have there.
I have another. Yeah, you wanted to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. As I have another follow-up question. You talk a lot about simplicity, right? And so I think if we think about entrepreneurship and really, innovating, creating something innovative, right, that actually produces revenue, let's say it that way, we need to be creating solutions that are also technically ambitious, right, to differentiate ourselves from our competitors. So how do we do that? How do we keep that balance between keeping it simple for our users, but also ensuring that we are technically ambitious, that we do things maybe that our competitors don't do? Either of you.
I think it's not contradictory or not even a trade-off. If you think about very good consumer products, like I will bet with most people in this room that they are not able to name all the Samsung phones that today they are in the market. I don't know how many models, different price points they have. And then you have Apple, which have, as of today or this year, three types of phones. And they're giving you very beautiful, distinguishable products that are simple and that simply work for you. Like, I think complexity doesn't mean differentiation in many ways, and simplicity together with brand can create that differentiation. And that's a bit of the bet that we've done. As of this year, ChatGPT with GPT-5, now you don't need to theoretically select the type of model that you want to talk to, whether it's a reasoning model, which takes more time and gives you better answers, or is simply NLM, which gives you faster but worse responses. We started doing that 2 years ago. Like, users don't really care about the model. Like, we've proven it, we put it in front of the user, we test it, and they prove that. And I think that simplicity, that accessibility is what creates differentiation, not having to enter into very technical or very complex product that users won't understand.
I mean, I completely agree. Like, for me, I would even summarize it in focus. Like, one of the things we spend more time on is on making sure, okay, we're, like, a sentence we keep saying in our company is stop starting, start finishing, right? Like, it's one of the issues we always come up as new startups is the amount of things that you would like to do. And as founders, we're passionate about creating things, doing more things. And then you realize when you just focus on one thing and execute that one thing and do it perfectly. So, and the same happens with clients. When you're offering them, like, you go to a restaurant, you have like 30 different pages for a menu, you end up getting lost and asking the waiter, hey, what should I ask for? What should I order? And so for us, that's the way we think. When our clients come to us, they know they want to put their money to work. And they want to do it through property. So we're going to show them the property that suits them for their purpose. So again, it's about being pragmatic and just focusing on one thing, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, yes.
But that's the biggest work we do.
You're smiling.
No, it's especially, he's completely right, because we love to play as founders, and like, when you have something as, like, one of the things I miss from the very beginning of Lucia is actually that ability or that time to build, because it was everything, it was easier. Like, I would send code to production, I would try this new thing, and now I have to have actually 60 million users or whatever the number is, and that remains simple when you have so many users, and when sometimes, this is especially true for consumer, when sometimes a very small amount of users can be extremely noisy, and if you remove one feature just to simplify because it hasn't worked, you launch it, it doesn't work, we remove it, then you have suddenly a spike on bad reviews, and that screw up like the downloads for that week. It's like, you need to be careful on how to handle those two things when it's fun to play, when it's fun to build things, but you need to, like, remain simple.
It's a delicate little plant, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk a little bit about funding, right? Consumer AI is obviously a very appealing field. It's evolving rapidly, and what we're seeing is that funding tends to kind of gravitate more towards healthcare and enterprise application in terms of AI. So how do you see this part of the market evolving within Europe and within Spain? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think here we'll have two very, very different views, like, because Alvaro, like, is more capital intensive, but like, obviously our view has been since the beginning to make a sustainable business that doesn't require the funding of VCs or external money. This doesn't mean that we don't take it, but it has to be like a sustainable business, and that's been our focus since the beginning. We are EBITDA, free cash flow positive, like, and that's how we want to continue to grow. And this doesn't mean we're not being ambitious. Like, we're growing at 2.5x year on year, growing into different countries, investing in technology, but always from a very sustainable point of view. And the reason being is because we've seen so many times, like, VCs changing what's their hype. Now the hype is AI. 2 years ago it was B2B SaaS, then it was whatever, like, and then suddenly things change. And as founders, or at least my view is to focus on what the business needs and not what the VCs need. No, again, it's very fine. It's very easy to say, but obviously you need to also balance with what your investors and your board wants you to deliver. So that's the biggest challenge we face sometimes. Like, okay, should I listen to the VCs only, or should I listen to the business?
What are your thoughts?
As Pablo said, I'm completely different place on that one. I'm way more capital intensive than Pablo. We raised to date around 46 million, which sounds a lot, and it's actually a lot. is little for the industry. We've been lucky enough to outcompete people with 1.3 billion in funding, Inflection AI or Character AI with almost 100 millions, just because we spend the money in what our thesis was, which is distribution, as I mentioned before. Now, having said that, responding to your question, Sonia, on like how to raise money, given that most is going to enterprise, which is true, I think we very soon came to realize that the investment thesis of VCs in Europe and Spain are not very aligned with that capital needs that consumer requires. That's not necessarily bad. It's a different view of how to manage your portfolio, how to manage your different bets. So from the very beginning, we were lucky enough to raise money from San Francisco, and we kept raising money out there. We managed to close investors like Khosla Ventures, Sequoia, A-Star, so big brands that were willing to take that, I know, kind of a binary bet on whether this works or not. That is something that I have struggled to find in Europe. Again, that's not necessarily bad. It's a different way to put your thesis and put your money into work, but that has been our reality from the beginning. Like, we couldn't raise money in Europe. Most of our investors are American or Latin American in this case.
We only have a couple more minutes left, and we have to be really strict with timing today, because yesterday we went over, so I was told, okay, keep it strict. Yep. So I have one more question for both of you. I think that if we think about this all, there's a lot of competition, right? So there is competition, there's this need to do something that's unique, that's appealing to our users. So what would you say, for you, Pablo, what do you think makes you guys stand out? And what is one lesson that you have learned about scaling tech in a sector like real estate?
Yeah, so I think the holistic approach towards not just property buying or doing renovation or doing property management, like in the PropTech scene, you have a lot of players in each one of the verticals, but our approach has always been towards what is the real pain of the client. It's not just property buying, because once you buy the property, then you have to manage it, then you have to renovate it, whatever. It's about taking care of their property wealth managers. That's how we position ourselves. So having that holistic approach and always knowing what we are good at and what we are not good at, working with partners. Now, I always mention our beloved Juan Roch from Mercadona, who works with those partners and has allowed them to scale. And this is the same way we operate. We work with local partners in each of the destinations where we invest, and we allow them to grow through tech, through processes, through operations, but always knowing that they are the experts on property management, on renovations, on whatever. I wouldn't try to do the verticals in-house.
So thinking holistically, knowing what you can and can't do, so that requires a certain level of humbleness, I think, and honesty. Last kind of 30 seconds from you. So what is it that you think makes you guys stand out, and how do you, what are some of the lessons that you've learned in terms of staying competitive in this space?
10 seconds. So I think it's about being able to embrace the pain. So we're working over a technology base that is moving extremely quickly, which means that everyone that is not 24/7, 7 days a week, thinking about AI is going to fall behind. Because they're going to fall behind, they're going to leave you a space to maneuver and play. And that's painful and it's complicated, but it's a huge opportunity that I don't know how many times we're going to have in front of us.
Thank you. I would love to continue the conversation, but I was told, be strict with time, so I'm being strict with time. Thank you so much, Álvaro. Thank you so much, Pablo.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Alrighty, let's continue the conversation to talk about the future of work and challenge. We're going to be talking a little bit more, or hearing and learning more about what neuroscience reveals about exceptional teams, right? All of us have probably heard the term A-team. Have you guys heard of that? Let's go get our A-team together, right? And so, how do you create an A-team? Like, it requires to have a lot of people who are A players, right? Top players, people who deliver more, they deliver faster, they deliver better. They bring energy, they bring accountability, they bring focus, and they lift everybody up around them. But what makes them different? That's the question that the founder and Chief Talent Activation Officer of Brain Compass is going to be talking about. Now, what do? Well, they're a company that actually help professionals and leaders unlock their full potential through neuroscience-based assessment. Please put your hands together for Wouter Vandenberg.
Good morning, everyone. Super excited to be here. My name is Wouter, and I'm a neuroscientist by training. And I've spent the last 12 to 15 years trying to find out what it is that an A player is different than any average player in the organization, and how you make a combination of A players into a high-performance team. And today I want to share with you the insights that I've gathered over the collection of 85,000 people globally, scanning scale-up companies, finding out in which growth stages of your company you have to find and activate what kind of talent to get the most out of your potential, out of the potential of your people. So today I want to talk to you about the A-player brain. I want to talk to you about what neuroscience reveals about creating exceptional teams. And if you forget everything I say today, I'm going to be a bit sad. But at least please remember this. If you want to grow your company, you have to grow your people. Right? It's the people that make the difference. It's finding the product market fit and then activating the potential of the organization, activating your operating model, and activating the people to be the best version of themselves so you can yield sort of those exceptional talent from the marketplace. And before we continue, let me make the case for A players for anyone who's in doubt. So what's the A player impact and how do we define 8 players? 8 players outperform the rest of the organization with a factor of 16. Right? So it's not just about being a little bit better. It's not about 100K more margin. It's not about, a few percentages more. It's about 2 or 3 account managers carrying the entire revenue model. It's about 2 or 3 top developers who are actually carrying the entire product. It's about 1 or 2 people in the operations that make sure that your delivery and your execution goes flawlessly and your customers have a fantastic experience. So I want to sort of get you into that mindset shift about what being an A player actually means, and that's getting the most out of yourself, not just by a little bit, but by being a completely different version of you. And this is where neuroscience comes in. The good thing about being an A player, though, is that there's a spillover effect. So it's not about you and your performance. It's also that when you work with an A player, that boosts your own performance with up to 15%. And if you have a toxic employee, obviously none of you would have that as your colleagues, I would assume. But working with a toxic employee will lower team performance by up to 30%. Right? So you get what you tolerate. If mediocrity is what you tolerate, you will get mediocre teams. And if you strive and if you have the ambition for an A-player organization, being the front runner in developing A players, activating A players, finding them in the talent market is extremely important. So how do they do it, right? So how do A players build that impact and have that lasting legacy, you could say, on how companies scale and how companies grow? Maybe I should start with how they don't do it, right? So what's the biggest mistake? And I want to sort of introduce to you the eggshell effect. I don't know if you heard about it. It's a little story. I have a 5.5-year-old son, and he's pretty spoiled. He has a very sweet mother. So he was given scrambled eggs every morning for breakfast. And that was his favorite breakfast. And he was eating scrambled eggs every day. Until one time, I decided to make the scrambled eggs, and I broke the eggs, and I left a little piece of the eggshell in the egg when I baked it. And I don't know, who has kids in the room? So what do you think a 3.5-year-old will do when he finds a little bit of eggshell in his scrambled eggs? He will start throwing everything on the floor, and up until this day, this guy doesn't eat scrambled eggs anymore. And that's how the brain works. right? Emotional things, they have emotional salience and they become important to you and they become a model for how the world works for the rest of your life. And when we interviewed all those leaders about what they thought were the A players in the organizations, they came up with eggshell arguments. It has to be somebody with this kind of CV, that looks like this, that has this kind of background and this kind of experience. And that's all because once in their life, they hired this particular woman or man that sort of was successful. And they overgeneralized that one specific characteristic and now try to find that in everyone else that they try to work with. And this is not a data-driven approach, it's a very subjective approach, it's also not a very inclusive approach, obviously, and it's also a very wrong approach. Because what you think is defining the success in your organization is usually an eggshell effect principle. So step away from what you think defines success and get into a more data-driven approach on what talent actually means and how they make their impact. So that's what I did. I collected about 85, 90,000 data points from 85 to 90,000 A players around the world. I put them under brain scanners to track their brain activity. We did hormonal analysis to find out maybe there's differences in testosterone or cortisol. We did genetic testing. Maybe, you know, by nature they have something that other of the people in the organizations don't. And I put that all in a model, and maybe you remember when I was called on stage, so I'm owner and founder of Brain Compass, and we sell assessment tooling. So I would love to stand here in front of you and say, we found the model. Unfortunately, when I started my PhD on this topic, this is sort of how I felt. I created a model of all these variables, biological performance data, we put it in the system, and then all of a sudden, you know, the whole model would break. We found new variables, retried it again, built a new model, and then basically tried it again. So I almost quit. Then we tried again, my professor called and he said, Wouter, let's try it again. We have a new model and still doesn't work. So I beg you, don't trust anyone who steps on this stage and tells you that they know what the specific characteristics of the A player are. There is no golden checklist for success. There are no gurus that actually know. One of my favorite quotes, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? So people would start your company if they knew better. But we don't. There is no one-dimensional A player model. And that has to do with a lot of things, and I want to share with you two of our main observations. And that's, one is, when you're very small, you can carry your organization by yourself. Or one superstar can carry the organization by him or herself. So Michael Jordan was able to carry his team into 5 seasonal titles by himself. And basically the trick was, you know, get the ball from your opponent, give the ball to Michael Jordan, and then you would win. And this is how founders in the early stages of their organization feel, and this is how, let's say, that first commercial talent or that first commercial director and a big hire that you have actually carries your entire revenue. But we also know that that doesn't scale. So there's many ways to look at how companies and organizations grow, but what we do know for sure is that you transform inside to outside, and that there's different challenges along the lifetime cycle of your organization. And there's no way that being the same person, having the same team, and making sure that you operate through the same model will actually carry you through all those stages at once. So it's not about finding that one-dimensional A player. It's not about just rehiring that version all over and over and over again. It's the constant renegotiation of who you want to be as a founder and who your people need to be to become those A players. And then I'm not talking anymore about just a few people that outperform the rest, but then I'm talking about creating A players at every level of the organization. Whether it's the back office, it's customer service, it's your developers, you get the most out of your people in every spot. And then you boost your entire organization to the next level. So it's not about finding those stars. It's about basically elevating the lower level. It's about making sure that the lower threshold of what you could be gets higher. And therefore, by doing that, you increase the potential of actually becoming successful. And that has to do with the following, and that's that there are no solutions, only trade-offs. It's not that you have one person that will solve it all. It is that you have to constantly battle between choosing one good thing over another good thing, and usually one bad thing over another bad thing. So I've been listening to a lot of talks today and also yesterday, and what I hear is that you need to have focus as an entrepreneur. But I also hear that you need to pivot at the right moment. You have to be transparent as a leader, but you also have to stand before and in front of your people if things get tough. So it's not about doing one thing over and over again, it's about holding two truths at the same time and then deciding on, in the moment, what is it that you feel is going to bring you the most success. So what's your strategic bet on making those choices? And that's where neuroscience comes in, because if you understand how you make those choices, you'll also find out that your own bias is holding you back. Because the one thing that your brain wants to do is to keep you in the comfort zone of your automatic behavior. Because that's safe, and at least until now you didn't die. But your brain is not here to make you happy, your brain is not here to make you successful. But then, if we know that, then how do we get from good to great, right? How do we go from surviving to thriving, or from, being an average player to becoming an A player? And that means that you, as a leader, as a founder, as an investor, growing companies, it's not about finding the right talent at all. It's about activating the talent that you have available. It's about getting the most out of the potential of your people. It's about finding out what makes them tick, and finding out how that aligns with the purpose and the impact that you want to have with your company. Insights from neuroscience show, and I think it's a staggering amount of data that we process every day. Obviously, these are just numbers. We could debate all day if it's 35,001 decisions or not. But I would say that you have to remember that the brain processes a lot of information. And if you would do that all consciously, what would happen? If you would have to actively think about 35,000 things a day, you would go crazy, right? You wouldn't even get out of bed, I assume, because there's so many things that you need to think about. So the brain has a solution. It will solve it on autopilot, right? It will solve most of the challenges, most of the questions. It will process most of the data based on how you've learned to live your life, which has a genetic predisposition, your firmware, your factory default settings, and over the rest of your life, you add experience to that all create this, if this, then that system. That basically means that if I see this, I'm going to do that. If I feel this, this is going to be my response. And this is what we call the comfort zone. And stepping outside of that comfort zone actually triggers a stress response, which is cortisol. You might have heard about it. And that's going to make you anxious, and it's going to make you insecure. But being that new version of you, or helping other people being the new version of them, means that you have to reroute how these neural pathways are connected. It's all about neuroplasticity. It's all about changing how you think the world works. And I bet you, we won't have time to go into that exercise, but when you have a little bit of time, I bet you can find things that you knew were true for sure. And after a little bit of information, you found out that that was actually not true at all. There are big choices in your life that you've made assuming something that turned out not to be true. A simple way to experience this for yourself is meeting my two friends. So who knows these? Because otherwise I maybe have to share a little bit about them in the background. Yeah. So these are Boo Boo and Kiki. So one is called Boo Boo and one is called Kiki. And now obviously the question is exactly, so who thinks that this is Boo Boo? 5-ish? Who thinks that this is Kiki? So research shows that 95 to 98% of the people believe that this is Kiki. So those 5 who thought this were Boo Boo, you stay behind after the session a little bit. We need to talk about some issues. So why is this Kiki? It's pointy, it's sharpy. Do you think that's a good reason? It sounds smart. But it's actually not helping your decision making, right? It's just your assumption, your feeling that you are now justifying with smart words. And if you are smart, you'll find a business case, you'll find an Excel spreadsheet, you'll find an AI algorithm that will constantly reinforce what you already believe to be true. And that's how the brain works. It makes an automatic response, and then it justifies it using the cortex and tells you stories that keep you jailed, you could say, in that automatic system. And the superpower that we see in A players, the underlying what we would call meta skill that A players actually have, is to see this, press the pause button, and say, so what are we actually defining? What are we actually maximizing for when you ask me the question, who's Kiki and Bubu? So they don't immediately respond. They have the self-awareness, the self-reflection, and in some cases the self-management skills to say, okay, I don't need to act my feelings. My emotions are not a call to action, but my emotions are a call for reflection. I need to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. And if it's successful, I'll do more of it, so I'll scale my talent. And if it's not successful, I'll change. I'll update my mechanism, I'll update myself, I'll update my neural networks to behave differently next time. And that's what we would call the adaptability or the agility that we need in an age where nothing is certain except for change. That means that you have to be a great storyteller to yourself, so to say. So you see data and you sort of say, what's the story that I need? What's the story that will make me successful? Which is sort of the opposite of this guy, because this guy is telling the wrong stories, which don't work that well.
Thank you very much for this, for giving me this.
It's a player who...
also, my wife and my girlfriend, I mean my wife, yeah, sorry to say, I'm so sorry, my wife, Lizzle, I love you so much. Aya, I love you so much from my heart. Ne? So, must keep on supporting me. And thanks for to come to the game.
So you have to get in charge of the stories that you're telling yourself. So you have to say, Wouter, Kiki, Bubu, what are we deciding against? What are we maximizing for? What are we looking for as the key metrics of success? And if you're able to do that, you'll be able to navigate uncertainty, you will be able to navigate chaos, you will be able to say on day one, we're gonna go left, and on day two, I thought about it again, but I think we should go right. So you'll keep the ambidexterity that is needed to navigate a rapidly changing world. Okay, so how do you do it? So for those who wanted more practical tips, let me give you the 3-minute version of how we make A players, right? How we activate them. There's 3 things that you need to do. You need to define the vision of success. It's your company, it's your vision, it's your strategic bet. So you have to say what puzzle they are going to have to be solving. So very clear on your first instructions. Tight, loose, tight. Tight on the instructions, loose on how they do it, tight on the follow-up on are you still in line with what we're here supposed to do. And that means by defining a vision of success, you have to realize that if they don't understand what you want them to maximize for, that's the biggest performance killer there is. And you do it by organizing the work, not the people. So don't think about the people in your company, think about the work that needs to be done, and then find the people to do it. You need to agree on input, not on output. I don't like KPIs at all, because they don't create a shared responsibility on how we get to our targets. So you as a leader also need to help them understand what they need to do, and finally, what they need to do on a behavioral level. Right? So you have to be clear on what is expected, and they can sign up for it or not. And not is also an option, but it's your company, it's your vision. You have to align on their growth ambition, because if they say yes, you have to find out, so what's the ambition of the company and what's the ambition of the A player and where does it overlap? What's the shared ambition? How can I help you grow? Because A players and talent will choose to work for the leader that fuels their ambition. You can only buy so much talent, but if they know they will grow with you, and they will become the best version of themselves, that's when they will join your company. You do that by helping them understand the potential. You do that by helping them understand who they could be. And you do that by being a launchpad leader that helps them get that talent out into their outer game in how they show up. Life is not about finding yourself, it is about creating yourself. Here's a practical tip on how you could do it. There's many, this is my favorites. You give them a talent impact statement and you ask them, who do you want to be? What do you need to be doing for that? What's the impact that you have by doing what? And then you help them define the cost price they're willing to pay. What are you willing to sacrifice to be the person that you want to be in the future? And then you'll make it practical in a few next steps. And this is part of your performance management system. And finally is you have to personalize your leadership strategy. So realize that you don't treat talent like you want to be treated. You treat talent like they want to be treated. So you learn about them. And you learn about the first team they were in. How they were treated as a child between 0 and 3 years old actually defines on how you should give them the safety for growth and experimentation later in life. Psychologists call this attachment systems. Maybe you've heard about it. If not, ask ChatGPT. But attachment systems define whether or not you want to work independently or collaboratively, and if you're self-confident or self-critical. And that means that there's 4 different versions of talent that you need to activate in 4 different strategies. You have optimists, you have helpers, you have achievers, and you have go-getters. And if you don't understand the attachment mechanism in your people, you won't be able to give them the safety to grow and experiment into new people, into new versions of themselves. And that would be the final tip. To become the launchpad leader, you have to make those people feel safe, feel seen, feel soothed when things go wrong, feel special, this is why you are here, and feel supported in their growth journey. And with that, I leave you with 3 practical tips on how to activate your future A players, and I invite every one of you to join the movement, embrace the future, and think talent first. Thanks a lot for your time today.
Thanks, Walter, for some awesome tips here. I think if I asked myself the question, what person do I want to be? What person do I want to become? I would like to become the person who founded Whitebit. You know what Whitebit is? Any crypto guys here? Crypto fans? Yeah? Yeah. I can't believe only 2 people here. There must be more crypto investors here. Anyway, so if I could choose, I think I would love to be him, because blockchain technology is the future, and we're going to be talking a little bit about tomorrow's economy and how blockchain is the foundation of the new digital economy. Now, for those of you who don't know what Whitebit is actually Europe's largest exchange by traffic with over 35 million users worldwide. It was founded in 2018, and they've really been on a mission to accelerate blockchain adoption with partnerships like with Visa, with the FC Barcelona, Juventus, etc., and really turning crypto into real-world utility. So, let us put our hands together for the wonderful Vladimir Nosov.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much that you are coming. Thank you very much for the organizer that invite me to speak with you about the crypto and about the blockchain. So today I will speak about the future of the economy. But the main thing that I have in my head, in my company, so we absolutely understand that future is now. And the finance economy totally transferred. So today we will speak about this. Maybe a few words about me. So my name is Vladimir Nosov. I'm a CEO and the founder of the Whitebit Group. Also, I'm a honorary consul of Ukraine in the Balearic Island. investor and chairman of the supervisory board of the football club Metalist in Ukraine. And also, I have a lot of things about the football. So we are a sponsor of the Barcelona, the Juventus, the national team of Ukraine. So I have some experience in the football also. I'm author and the host of the world's first YouTube show about the cryptocurrencies by High. This is a show where we are drinking a little bit beer or whiskey and speak about the crypto and the blockchain and the finance. So, but it's only in Ukrainian, so I'm so sorry about it, but you can watch it with the translator. So some few numbers about the Whitebit group and what we have now. So the last year we finished with the 2.7 trillion trading volume in our platforms. Estimated market cap of the total group is 39 billion. We have a 5,500 customers, B2B customers in our group, 35 million of the retail clients, 800 trading pairs in our own blockchain, in our own coin, the Whitebit coin, that rises 27 times for the last 2 years, with the total market cap for now is $9.5 billion. So, today we will speak about, I have a lot of things about the blockchain and the crypto industry in total. When I prepare it for this presentation, the first try was 1 hour. So we got it 3 times. So maybe a few words. My main idea with you to make you understand that this industry, this era already here. And first of all, you need to think about it. So I will not speak about to buy something or sell something or invest something. This is first of all about thinking that the industry is coming, that the big players already implement a lot of different solutions, and other things that I tell you after. So today, what is the crypto industry in total and the blockchain industry in total? This is 600 million of global crypto users in total. 4.4 plus trillion market cap. 130 plus countries exploring CBDCs, exploring the regulation, exploring a lot of the things to implement different part of the blockchain solutions into the government and etc. So. And one of the things that I want to speak more today about the tokenization, because this is a greatest part and greatest possibility for every businesses and also for you in personal. So you need to think about it. You need to hear about it. So the revolution of finance. What is this? So for the last 30 years. The world totally changed. Yes. So if we compare our global life and our world 30 years ago and now, we understand that our lives is totally changed because now we are coming into the internet era. So a whole things that we have is absolutely different because now. If you wanna trip somewhere, you need some hours, not a days, not a weeks. If you wanna call your friend in the United States, you need seconds. If you wanna build something, if you wanna have a meeting, I don't know, with your international offices, you can do it absolutely easy, because all of these things come in with the internet. So, and whole parts of our life is changed, but only one is not, and this part is a financial part. So this is an old call that are still alive, and you know that for the calls, for some communications, for everything, we need the seconds. But for our basic operations, but our finance operations, we need sometimes SWIFT can go 5 days. Or 7 days, sometimes 10 days, I don't know. And it's not possible to check it, because some banks speak with some banks, with some banks, with some banks, and after your customers say, I'm so sorry, but I don't receive your payment, so we can't deliver for you something. So the blockchain and the crypto is first of all, solve this problem. So, of course, this is about payment speed, but this is not only payment speed. This is a speed of processes in the finance that we have. So another part is a cost saving. Of course, with the crypto, you can absolutely easily change your prices that you now pay with your basic financial institution. But this is only one part. If we speak about the business, also important thing that if you have a business, you all time, if you have an online business also, you all time thinking about the implementation of some payment methods that you can use in your business, in your service, or you sell some goods, it doesn't matter. And implementation of the providers that help you with the payment solutions is really hard, and it's all time about the time and about a lot of things. With the crypto, you can do it absolutely easy. So if you open some service and you have a site, I don't know, or you have only, I don't know, Instagram, it's absolutely easy to implement the crypto payment. Implement the crypto payment providers. You need for this not more than 30 minutes. And you can, after this, you can receive the payments from the whole world without any barriers. So this is about the speed. So if we compare the basic start of the business with the basic fiat payment providers and the crypto providers, is like we compare the weeks, months, and 1 day. So this is help you, of course, to react on the different ideas very fast. And that I say about the global accessibility. So with the crypto, you without any problem open for your business a lot of opportunities to work with the people from around the world. So you don't need to make a lot of proof of your client, a proof of some different bank account and other things. You can make the contract with him, the public contract, the smart contract in a cloud, and after receive the payment in seconds. That's all. So here you are close the circle of the operation, and this is really important for you. So another part that I tell you previously is about the tokenization. I don't know truly how it's directly work in Spain. I think the same problem as we have in Ukraine. So when I start my business, the first and the main pain that I have to raise the capital. So this is the first thing, and another thing to open the business internationally for the customers all around the globe. So what the tokenization can give you? Tokenization is like maybe you hear about the ICO in crypto, but it's pretty similar to, I don't know, to the IPO process. So you can give your shares internationally without any problem for the investors all around the world to work with your business. As example, we can take the real estate tokenization, and I have a lot of friends and partners and colleagues that works globally, and about the numbers. So tokenized real estate transaction projected 35 billion in 2025, and it's only because this is a start of this market. Why the start? Because now the regulation only now is coming. First of all, if we speak about the Europe Union, so now the part of Europe have a regulation, direct regulation with the absolutely clear rules for everyone in the industry. It's named MiCA. Some countries implemented up to June of 26. But this regulation and this law help for the businesses, as we say, Web 2, the businesses that we already know now, can make a bridge with the Web 3. So this is a decentralized systems, decentralized contracts, decentralized payments, decentralized banks, and other things. But in total, this market grows year to year, 35%. But I think in 5 years, this market will grow, I don't know, in 1,000% from till now. Because a lot of goods, a lot of businesses, for now don't have access for the international investors in the international capital. So imagine that one of my friends built a commercial real estate and start the process like the most companies in the market doing. So he started this process, and after make the tokenization of each square inch of the commercial that he want to do. And for 3 months, he raised more than $1.1 billion internationally. And it's absolutely easy because everyone from us can invest on it. So you can buy 1 square meters, half square meters, 25 centimeters of the new real estate in Dubai. So, and it's work not only with the real estate, it's work with any cases that you have, with your services, with your small business, I don't know, only in Spain, it doesn't matter. So you can open your business, all of your things for the international investors, for the retail investors, and it's also work, because we all times try to speak with someone big, with some big names, with the foundations, with the family offices, I don't know. But absolutely easy to speak with the guys that are really invest for you, I don't know, 50 euro. But if you work with the 8 billion people around the world, so you can easily, if you have a real idea, you can easily find the capital for your business, for your growth. So the economy effect. Blockchain jobs up 40% year to year in Europe, 24-25. Here we have a problem. So in total, in the whole world, for now we have not more than 7,000 developers, blockchain developers. From these 7,000, 5,000 working in-house. From these 5,000, 1,500 works in the US. 3,000 work in Asia. And only around the 500-600 works in the Europe. From these 600, 250 works in our company. But you need to understand the main thing here. Now in June of 26, the Europe totally implement the regulation. And after a lot of businesses start to think about implementation of blockchain, crypto, payment gateway, and other things. But you can't, because the hands that can do this is really limited. And that's why I have a lot of conversation with the big guys, with the big banks, with the big names. And I have one colleague. This is a big bank with the, I don't know, 11,000 people that works in it. I asked him 2 years ago, my friend, how many blockchain developers do you have in your? They have a blockchain development team in the bank. I asked him, how many people do you have on board in your bank? 2 years ago, he said 3 people: director, marketing, and someone plus. After the 2 years, we speak few weeks ago. I asked, how many people do you have in your blockchain development team? He said 6 persons in total. So, ooh, this is a lot. So now the big names, the JP Morgan, the BlackRock, and other guys invest $1 billion to hire the teams that can do something, because they absolutely understand that in 6 months, in 1 year, this will start like a crazy hype. Because in 1 year or 2 years, you wake up in the morning and understand, if you don't have the blockchain in your business inside, you are asshole. 100%, I tell you. Remember my words about it. So yes, so this is something new. Some years ago, I watched the interview into the YouTube and in the US, and the ladies journalist asked the big guy, the big economy guy. I think PhD in economy, and they ask him. They tell that, what do you think about the future of the internet? And they speak blah 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 blah, and after he say, listen me, I tell you, 110%, never people will buy shoes in the internet. This is a 1994. 1994. What's happened after, we know. So this is the same situation. This is the same situation with the I think the main and important part of all our personal life and about our businesses. So I am here to tell you that you need to wake up and understand. You know, when the big names, when the big guys like BlackRock do something behind the scenes, we're sleeping. When we are wake up, we can't do anything because they take all of the things behind. So now I'm here to tell you that wake up and think about the perspective, your personal perspective, and the perspective for your business. And also one thing I forget. My presentation is all time is with something. With some improvisation, because I'm not preparing for it. The one thing that you need to know, that you need never speak about with some guys that tell you that they can teach you, that can give you the ideas and etc. Because on the market now, because this is absolutely new market, 95% of the people in the market is info businessmen. You need to understand it. And a lot of the companies in the industry is a company of one person. This is a director, CEO, marketing, and other things. But they say that they are too big. For now, not so many companies in the world have a real power to do something, to build something, to set up something. And so that's why you need to do, all time, you need to do your own research. First of all, you don't need to think about the crypto, about the rising money and something like this, because the crypto is the only second part. First of all, the main thing here, the blockchain is a technology, so you need to understand how this technology works. And another thing, everyone tell me that the crypto is coming for some anarchy, because it's so secure. You don't work with the government. You can work like in a personal banker for yourself. But you need to understand the crypto coming to trace your transaction faster that you're doing, that you have now in the fiat. Because if we have some AML risk in the fiat transaction, we can find this AML risk in 6 months or in 1 year. If we have the AML risk in the crypto, we can find it in seconds. So that's why That's why the crypto implements in the government and implements in a different ways to control your pockets, not to bring you freedom. Forget about this idea. This is to control. And if you know how it's work, you can be accurate in the new era. If you don't, sorry, not sorry. So thank you very much. Building the future together, building the future today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Volodymyr. Okay, so before Volodymyr came onto the stage, I asked who here invests in crypto, and only 2 people raised their hand. Now, after hearing Volodymyr talk about the potential of blockchain, how many more of you are thinking of maybe investing in crypto and taking this a little bit more seriously? Raise your hand. Anyone? Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting world. It is obviously an uncertain world, but, you know, no risk, no fun. Okay, so we're going to be setting up our next session here, and I know a lot of you are very excited about it. We're going to be talking about some interesting stuff here, not so much maybe about business, maybe a little bit about football, who knows. Before we start with that, though, I just want to remind you guys, there's going to be the Startup Competition Final Award Ceremony. Any of you were here yesterday? Was anyone here witnessing the pitches, the startup pitches? Anyone here? Yeah? Do you like them? Yeah. There's some pretty good companies there, right? And so out of those 10 finalists that we had yesterday, we're going to have 2 winners. And they're going to be announced this afternoon at 5:45 approximately, if we're not running late. So make sure you come here. Make sure you come because you want to support these guys, right? They work really hard, and yeah. Anyway, what we're going to do next is we're going to talk about football, but we're going to go beyond football, right? It's going to be about stories of courage, of resilience, of perseverance, of success, and of determination, what all of that means for being an entrepreneur. I have a question for you. Do you have any football fans in here? Football fans? Come on, you need to be a bit louder, guys. Yay, football fans. Anyone from England here? Yay, any England fans? Okay, so you know what's coming. Okay, they're ready for you guys. So please put your hands together for the first person, because there's going to be 2, but we're going to want to start with 1. I'd like to welcome to the stage Sam Esrati.
Right. Welcome to the second day of VDS. Very excited to have you here. So there's a change in the format a little bit. So you're going to see Saul on the stage, but on the screen first. He's going to present what he's working on, and then we're going to come back up for a quick Q&A. He's here to inspire. He's here to share something you may not have heard before, and also to coach us how to kick ass. Please give a warm welcome to Saul Campbell.
Where you start doesn't define you. Hard work matters, but the right guidance changes everything. This is the future. Human spirit meets AI coaching. Global 360 will take you from the streets and the fields to the stadium.
Afternoon, everybody. Hi. It's a pleasure being here. I'm going to make this 5-10 minutes of me talking and showing what we are working on. So, democratizing elite sports through deep learning is a big thing for me. Every child has the chance to train like a pro, unlocking their future where no one gets left behind. Global 360. There we are. Just a little bit of me. If you don't know me, if you're not into football or into sport or athletes or whatever, there's a little bit of my history, what I've been doing for 20 years in football, the World Cups and European Cups I've played, the clubs I've played for, and then from that onwards, I've studied at Harvard as well, which is a pleasure being there as well. So just a little snapshot of what I've been up to and what I'm getting into tech and to sport. So what it takes to become an elite athlete. I mean, there's lots of things: cognitive, mental, behavior, teamwork, physical, ball control, the raising of your frequency, community. You need a community as well. So these are the lots of things that you need to kind of get you to the top, or even if you want to get better at sports and football. So odds, obviously they're stacked against you. 5 out of 10,000 players actually make it. There's 150,000 men and women who play registered in football in a proper club environment. But then you got 260 million men and women registered footballers around the world. So there's a big, big market, and it's obviously against you if you're trying to make us a footballer or even a sports person, really. So 260 million, but coaches-wise, you've got one coach for 20 players. 5% of households can't afford private coaching, and roughly it's about $50, 45 minutes. So the chances are really scarce. It's a tough gig to kind of get there, but what we are building is something that we can kind of reduce and solve that challenge and help the probability of actually making it or just becoming really good at your sport. So you've got 1.6 billion children, 5 to 16. So there's a lot of people there, but 70% are in underserved areas, and 40% of those engage in grassroots football. So there's a lot of people wanting to play football out there around the world. So for me, one of the things I believe in is, when I truly know the language, I start dreaming in it, then it's a part of me. That's a big thing for me. I think a lot of people are missing the deep learning when it comes to coaching, and that is what I'm tapping into, that deep learning, harness that deep learning, drive, that consciousness, rewire actions, the habits to unlock innate talent within. So this is what it's all about. I think coaching needs to move on to the next level. And this is what we try to build, which we are building. So you've got this here. You've got 40%. I need to bring the coaches in. I don't want to alienate them. I want to bring them into this business, this platform. So when you look at it, 40% of the time for coaches are spent just analyzing. That's 40%. Imagine if you reduce that and you have that kind of reduced kind of time, and you gain the time to help the players. We want to remove all the noises and free every coach capacity to focus on their talent. This is what AI can do. So here, be seen, get scouted, learn from the legends 24/7, build your playbook, which is going to be a big thing. Stay connected with that community. All these sports need that big community feel about it. You need to be a part of something, not just on your own. Even though you've got a video, even though you've got this kind of platform helping you out, you still need that part of that community. And this is what we're building now. Different kind of pay structures to fit anybody, pay constraints and things like that. These are just the 3 kind of popular avenues that we're going to go down. Message encryption, that's a massive thing for me, because be able to kind of communicate on a safe platform is what really you want. And you can share with other players, other managers, other coaches, other scouts, part of your playbook, so they can understand you a bit better. So, market-wise, potential-wise, at the moment, you got 23 billion in sport tech. That rises up to about 117 billion just under 10 years. Part of that, obviously, you've got the football, soccer, depending where you are around the world, whatever you're calling it. You've got 35 billion there, and you've got 500 million potential users, which is great. Then you drop down into who's using these kind of Androids and who's going to be using the technology to help. You've got 36%, Europe 27% in North America, Asia Pacific, you've got 18%, but that jumps up to 36%. So that's a big, big jump. The market's gigantic. Global 360 is going to be a part of it, and you can be a part of it as well. Just across kind of looking at the team at the moment, it's a global team. We're building, we're looking to kind of add more experts in the right positions. That's what we're looking for. We're obviously looking for funding. We'll be closing the funding pretty soon. This is it. We want to reach out to 300,000 players. We've got 18 months finance. I think by 18 months, 2 years, should be able to get the 12 million back again. By the investment around $10 million, roughly about 10% of the business. And just finishing up, this is the kind of places I've been talking about. This amazing platform which is being built now. If anyone else wants to have a question or Q&A, I think it's going to be after, but that's it for me. Thank you. Was I on time?
Can you hear me okay?
Was I on time?
You need some of this. It's hot up here.
It's hot in there, yeah.
Please join us for more in-depth Q&A. It was fantastic and very impactful. I hope you all enjoyed it. So let's get to it.
Oh, nearly slid off the stage there.
So we're going to have a very quick Q&A to start with 10 questions. And you're going to answer, you have a second to answer. Are we ready? Let's get this in.
That's hard for me.
Luck or hard work?
What?
Luck or hard work?
Knock or what?
Hard work. Luck, be lucky or hard work?
Hard work.
To inspire or to be inspired?
To be inspired.
Create impact or happiness?
Happiness.
Football or soccer?
Football for sure.
Real Madrid or FC Barcelona?
Who?
Real Madrid or FC Barcelona?
Neither.
Defense or offense?
Defense.
AI coach or human coach?
Both.
Well done. London or Valencia? Be careful.
Valencia, of course, there were beautiful weather and beautiful people, for sure.
Yes, Valencia. We go with that. Grit or grace? Grit or grace?
Grace.
Sol Campbell or The Rock?
Or the what?
The Rock.
The Rock.
There it is. You have it. Well done. Right. So Sol, you are a startup founder now. It's very challenging and it's very inspiring. But why starting something where you could be an investor and chilling at home?
You know what? I think for me, I had this idea several years ago. Well, not several, about 2-3 years ago. And I felt there has to be more to coaching. I've been in football for a very, very long time. I've seen how scouting, how coaching, how players rise and fall. Some of them start off, not really pulling many trees up, but then in the end, they have a wonderful career and vice versa. But one thing I feel that coaching mixed with AI, mixed with some type of analyst, that's the future. Because there's so many players that fall by the wayside because many coaches out there have the ability for 11, 12, 13 players. They're concentrating on that squad. Even and they might have 20, 22, 25 players. 3 keepers go up, but then you've got 8, 9, 10 players just falling by the wayside, try to push into the first 11. But really not being concentrated on, and no one's really helping them. And that's how some players drift off, slip away, and never get seen again, and they drop down or they come out of football completely. or they're forever just not making the grade and making that jump. And I've seen that because I've been together with players on my side. They're being left alone, but I said, hey, they've got something about them, but the manager's not really concentrating on them. And then they drop and drop and drop, and then they come out of the game, or just drop down and just forget about football and move on. For me, this is all about capturing those players, capture those players around the world who don't have that coach.
Well, you know it's going to be a very rocky road, right? Entrepreneurship is not going to be easy.
What's up?
Entrepreneurship is not going to be easy.
It's not easy.
Right?
I've not had an easy life, raised in East London, rough part of London. I had to kind of fight for everything I have. I had to be clever, I had to be smart. But also I have to be balanced as well. You have to understand, sometimes you've got to disagree to agree. I understand that. Being a captain of my country, of clubs, I understand how to manage things. I understand things go wrong and like that. So you've got to kind of have all those kind of things and you can transfer all those things I've learned into, entrepreneurship and being a founder. Yeah, it's not easy. Nothing's easy in life.
Nothing is easy.
Yeah.
So where do you see the crossover between entrepreneurship and football? There's team playing, there's running fast, there's a competition, and a lot of pressure. What do they have in common, entrepreneurship and football?
Pressure for sure, because sometimes, if you get funding or you're looking for funding and you want to get started, there's pressure there, because you need to get started. You don't want to miss your kind of slot. Running fast is good, but sometimes running too fast before you've got everything in place is no good because you haven't got a foundation. So there is different areas that cross over that you have to be mindful, you have to be understanding, and I think for me, you have to also have that ambition. I've always had that ambition. I've always wanted to think outside the box, and I think sometimes as an entrepreneur, you need to do that. You need to dream big as well. You can't always have your amazing ideas. Yeah, I understand. Sometimes it's horses for courses. Sometimes the environment doesn't allow you to think big. But if you can, keep on stretching yourself. That's what it's all about. Or you get people around you, surrounding you, can push you as well in a positive way.
Right? So in a sport, you face losses and wins, right? A lot of startups actually don't go the way they're supposed to, and the founders face failures. How do you actually face failures and setback, in your opinion?
I think for me, I've had some amazing highs, and I've had some kind of lows that most players probably wouldn't recover from. So, I've had a lot of stuff thrown at me. I've had to dig myself out of holes. I had to, almost not reinvent yourself, just go back to basics. And that's what sometimes you have to do as an entrepreneur, as a founder. If you do get a situation that you hit the wall and it's crumbling around you, sometimes you have to go back to basics. I think that's a cool thing to do. And sometimes you've got to let your ego go and say, do you know what, I have to start again. And maybe I can kind of start again and not miss the things I missed, as I, climbed the steps or up the ladder, and I won't miss them next time. And you should learn. Every time you make a mistake, I think you learn, If you don't learn, that's a big problem. But every time you make a mistake, I think you've got to learn as individual and as a team.
So what you're normalizing here actually is starting all over again. There's no problem to fail, but the culture should be starting all over again.
Yeah, I think you have to start. Sometimes it's not going to work out. I think you've got to have that in your back of your mind, to always be careful that, if it's going well, it's going great. But you always got to be conscious and not be arrogant and understand it's going to be okay. That's why some companies, the meteoric, they grow into unbelievable, but they forget their roots. And sometimes that's how they fail, 4, 5 years, 10 years down the line, because they forget, what got them there. And I think for me, I've understood that, and you should understand that as an individual, as a team, as a company, that what got you there sometimes are the best things that keep you there as long as possible.
Beautiful. You may have seen a transformation in personal experiences, from queuing up behind the stadium doors to a digital phantom. Do you think the new generation, Gen Z generation, are they thriving for a physical experience as they used to? Or VR, XR will give them the same buzz?
I think in the end, what people will want now is the real experience now. I think, don't get me wrong, technology has moved us as human beings on incredible, right? You know, I've spent some time in Silicon Valley and I've seen a lot what is going on there, and it's incredible at various companies, gigantic companies, and you can see where it's going. But I think for me, no, I think the realness is there. I think the human being craves it. I think you look at, say the lockdown and look at Zoom. Everyone thought, okay, we're all going to be Zoom and things like that. Then in the end, you feel that, oh, I actually want to meet out. I want to go for a drink. I want to eat and I want to talk to my friends and things like that outside. I want to meet people outside. I don't want to be locked up and kind of away on a screen. I think the human beings, that's how we've evolved.
Human interaction will remain.
That's a natural DNA. We love to kind of be together. We love to kind of communicate. And that's collaboration. That's where most of the problems are going to be solved, with collaboration. Not just by yourself and your own little team. You've got to step out and collaborate. And that's the best way.
So you believe, human interaction would remain despite what's happening with AI and all the things around us?
I think some things will go, for sure, but then other things will, you still need that human connection, that human attraction. I think you need that. I think you need that as just to stay sane. For humanity.
Right? You did have a title, a nickname called D-Rock, right? You've also been very vocal about inequality in sport. Do you really think this will change the inequality in sport and give access to underprivileged kids?
I think this is going to be
I'm sure you believe in your product, but do you actually see this will face, what's out there?
This will be the new way. Eventually, this will be the new way of coaching mass on mass. And it will help coaches to help them to, if they're under pressure with members or other coaches, you'll be able to have 2 people coaching and you'll be able to coach, say, 40, 50 kids, and they have a system helping out the rest of the players, and they'll be able to come across, talk, evaluate, go back, and that's what it's all about. Or you could be in India and you could be taking a video of a player and you can be saying, okay, what's happening here, and you can track and web, say, someone in Calcutta, Delhi, Mumbai, Goa in the south, and then you can collect them in the web and see if they are training properly because they haven't got proper coaches. But if you've got somewhere who can actually control them on a kind of a video AI predicting their movements and making sure they hit all the targets, and then I think put in a web, I think you can easily do that. That's where it really helps, it really stretches, really moves the coaches, and at the same time the coaches are learning as well. The players are learning, the up-and-coming players are learning, the coaches are learning. It's great. It might flip to differently when it goes to America. They might use it in a different way. But the main thing is a tool that you can use in different ways and build a community at the ssame time. Everyone wants to be a part of a community. And this Global 360 will help. There will be, in 10 years' time, there'll be other companies doing this for sure. Because this is the way it's going. The numbers are astronomical. And the first of football is second to none. This will drop into other sports as well, so there's flexibility. Right. But this is all about getting football right for the men's game and the women's game, and then we can move on.
Seriously, that deserves a round of applause. Who else actually do you believe can join the race? Is this working? No. Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's do it again. Who do you think can join the race in this impactful mission with you? I think there's probably gaming companies, because they have a lot of access already. With that question, I'm trying to spark some ideas in the startups. So let's go with that. You want gaming or you want... Both, whatever, who can join the race? Gaming companies for sure. Okay. Because they've got a lot of data with the football and movements and things like that and the imagery. They would definitely be, easy because they've got, years and years of data and data points. So that can easily be, morphed in or transferred into predictive movements and things like that. So yeah, for sure. Digital companies as well. Entrepreneur, analysts who's studying football and got their data, they can kind of, join the race as well. It's just really
getting the team and everything in the right position, because this is big, but once you get to a certain level, you've got to make sure your foundation is solid. But entrepreneur in somewhere in Lisbon, somewhere in Taiwan or whatever, or somewhere in LA can definitely help for sure. But I think there is the big market.
Valencia, right?
And Valencia, I know Valencia is amazing and it's got a great startup going on here, so it's magnificent. But I think one of probably the ones that might have a head start is definitely the gaming companies.
Right. And how about clubs? Do you think they will have a role in this? Okay, hold on. Can you hear me? All right. Well, how about clubs? You know, the Premier Leagues. Do you think they actually can change? Thank you. Right. Okay. So let's start again. How about clubs? Do you think they play a role into this?
I think with clubs, I think they will see. Some will jump on it. Others will see how it goes. Depending how and which club and which country, depends what the government or that particular owner or people around that club. I think it's going to be see how it goes and jump in earlier on. I think for me, parents are a big thing. I think coaches are a big thing as well. And I think really individual players who are in the professional game who want to have some extra training and low-key training and nobody knows they're using it. I think that's probably something for them, for sure. But I think clubs will come on board later on down the line.
Perfect. Who inspired you the most when you started your journey?
For this project?
No, before your football game.
I think for me, I was playing. I'm from the streets, streets of East London, playing football every day, kicking a can up and down the road to, my mum and dad is just moaning because I'm, trashing my trainers within 2 weeks. I just loved it. I think for me, I love watching England. I love watching, some of the great games, Brazil and, Spain. I love international football. I love international football because it just gave me that romance of like playing another country. I don't know anything about that country, but I'm watching these players, the best players of that country play our best players of our country. And I love that clash. I love that kind of ability to kind of, move around the world and play for a European Cup or the World Cup. Or, I really enjoyed that whole process. So I think those kind of, international games really inspired me because it made me so proud to kind of watch, not only for me eventually to play for England, but how proud the other players felt to play for the country as well. And I love that kind of competition and also competing.
We're going to put a picture up.
Oh my God, what's this?
We kindly asked a tech team to help us with putting a picture up. I actually did that yesterday.
This one?
It's going to come up now. Right, we need a few seconds. But what I'm trying to, there's a tagline to this. The game have changed your life, the games. And this is the picture. So, what does this picture remind you of? And winning a game or celebrating a peak of your career?
This picture is, for me, it's like almost.
Sorry, he's just slowing down. He's going deep in his memories.
Yeah,
and
maybe
having fun.
go a bit too deep. There's emotion here because it's a deep thing for me because for me to access and win this Premier League, I had to sacrifice a hell of a lot. I left a rival football club to access this club, Arsenal, and it caused a massive stir in London, in England, in North London, and I had to take a lot of criticism, a lot of hatred, but then there was joy at the same time and passion, and to win this in I think it's my first year under severe pressure. I think time has softened people's memories, but for me to access that, to win that, it took a monumental, tremendous amount of courage on my part and to sacrifice myself for football to win that. And that's what it reminds me of.
Take time back to this picture. Would you have continued playing in the field or start what you started now?
What, continue playing football?
Yep, or starting what you started now?
What, end the career or beginning of my career?
Just starting your company.
I think I've had both. I think I've enjoyed myself and my ups and downs in football, and there's some great times. I mean, this where I am now is perfect. I used to study information technology when I was at school.
Oh, really?
And design and realization. So I was into computers way before. I had to stop for 20 years. I had another job to do, but I've got the passion for computers, designing. I could have gone to university with my degrees, so my passes and at school, but I'm back into it. This is where I want to be now, because I think with technology it's colorblind, and I think as long as you come up with a great idea and you make it work, and then the market and you push it into the market and it solves a problem, and you get the feedback and it works. Or it doesn't work and you go again. I think for me, that's where I am now. That's where I can put my effort in, and I want to move the needle. One of the things when I was studying at Harvard, is one of the professors said, move the needle. If you go into something, move the needle. And this Global 360 will definitely move the needle when it comes to coaching and just monetizing and bringing in video images of players around the world who try to get better. And also, it will go into other sports. So that, for me, is definitely moving the needle.
Great. Again, going back to diversifying a team, you have your co-founder here who traveled miles to be here. He's in the crowd. Do you believe actually diversifying the team and having different geographical presence would be also the future? Or no, you want everybody in the house and you want to work with everybody and you want to see them every day? Again, I'm talking about the future of work and the vision you have in the team expansion. I think sometimes you can't choose where the people who come into your business, who care about the business, who want the business to thrive, to succeed. Sometimes you can't. I'm not saying beggars can be choosy, but sometimes you can't pick and choose, where these people come from. And I think the main thing is having that consistency, that the same mentality. I think that's the key for me. And it might be 10 hours from London, I get it, but if yes, it'd be nice if everyone is in the same spot. And I think once you grow, you can have, not multiple, but a few places. But as long as everybody's on the same page, everybody's communicating, everybody wants the will to succeed, and you've got different people in different areas to kind of, balance the whole company. Sometimes you just can't get that all in London. That's the way it is. I have to, go to Kazakhstan. I have to go back into central kind of Europe. I don't mind. I think being an international footballer, I think is kind of, I'm relaxed in the sense that I've traveled around the world. I've played against different players in different countries around the world, and I'm quite comfortable with that. As long as communication you on the phone or the emails or Zoom calls, I think that's more than enough. But I think you have to meet up quite frequently and make time. I think that definitely helps to kind of face-to-face, have a dinner, talk about problems, and you can get a lot done, a lot of brainstorming. So I do that now, and I love traveling anyway, so I'm happy to move around. But you're very lucky if everyone is in the same spot. You're very lucky. But then you just have to be flexible. What does your family say? 20 years of traveling and you start again?
No, I travel a lot with.
Let's not stream this.
No, I think you gotta definitely manage that with the kids, and they play high-level tennis, and I've got to take them abroad as well. But as I said, there's a lot of avenues, a lot of platforms you can talk. But as long as you make time and you make 2-3 days, you meet together and you discuss things. I think as long as you keep that communication lines open, I think it's really key.
If you want any help from this crowd, there are fantastic entrepreneurs, startups, sports enthusiasts. How can they help you? How can they help the mission more than you as an individual?
Well, I think the main thing is I'm just looking for really good people and good positions. I think that's what it's all about. Obviously, there's a love of sports. That's one of the main things. I mean, you don't have to love football, but I think you've got to have some type of passion in sport and movements. There's other areas that we'll need down the line, but I think for me, I'm open for all ears. I'm here. We want to solve problems. We're building. We're looking to close in a couple of months with funding.
Investors?
Yeah, there's investors. So everyone can be a part of it. If you want to know more, you can come up and talk to me. We've got my co-founder here as well. So I think the main thing is this is Global 360 is the future of coaching. And the trouble is, I've seen the gaps. There's a few more gaps in sports and football, but this is one gap that is gaping and it needs to be filled. And in years to come, people will say, well, why did that take so long for that to come round? I mean, yeah, it does. You do need a technology, and you need people, the right people to execute. And I've got that here. But people will look back and say, why didn't we do this earlier?
We are nearing the end. And this is not reflecting any age or anything. It's more actually what you have experienced. A word of wisdom. As a defender, you are trained to expect the unexpected. How can a founder do the same? And how they can prepare for what they cannot predict?
I think I used to say to myself, I used to say some words before I went out to play football. And one of the things I would say, expect the unexpected. But then I knew that someone could do a deflection, hit someone's back of his head or back of his heel, flick somewhere else, and it goes in. And sometimes you got to take that. Sometimes there's things you cannot control, and you'll never control it. And you can only control how you are, how you approach, how you've looked after yourself, you trained that wig, you've got plenty of rest, and you're ready, you're focused, you've not done stupid things to kind of drain your mentality, your concentration level, and those are the things you can control. I think you've got to say to yourself, there's some things you'll never control, but try to be prepared, just in case. And if the S hits the fan, then you go again. I think that's the way to do it. You've got to fight, you've got to keep going, you've got to be clever, you've got to be nimble, you've got to be balanced, you've got to be tough, you've got to be ruthless, you've got to be all sorts of things as a founder. But the main thing is you've got to believe and love what you're doing.
Brilliant. You didn't say competition.
Compete. I love competing.
How much do you believe in competition? How much do you believe in competition?
Competition in football or competition in this world?
Look at the kind of entrepreneurship more.
I think the competition everywhere in life.
And does it come with elbowing each other, or no, healthy competition, it's the key?
No, I think collaboration.
More than competition?
No, I think you need a competition to spur you on. But I think you need to understand sometimes you can collaborate with people who are competing with you. I think that's normal. I think you can't have, unless it's Secret Service and you want some ideas and things like that, and you've got China and America, I understand that. You don't want to share ideas. But yeah, this is I'm giving this to kind of allow coaching from around the world. I think, yeah, sometimes you want to keep the evidence and keep all your knowledge to yourself and be the only ones in town. I get that, but in the end, someone else is going to work it out and be your competition partner. And I think it's good to have that. You're good to push each other. That's how for me, that's how in a football team, you have that friendly competition within the squad. You need that kind of competition to spur on players so people are on their toes or some of the players don't become too relaxed and too complacent. You need competition. If you haven't got competition, sometimes you forget where you are and you slip. You start slipping, you don't know you're slipping.
How do you acknowledge actually when you're sleeping? Like you're actually not doing it right? Probably
revenues are going down and people are leaving, I don't know. Probably the same thing, or you're not winning. And then I think sometimes you need that competition to show you, where you are. And then also you need someone else coming in to say, hey, you've done really well, but there's more to come. I think you've got to be ambitious. And I've always been an ambitious kind of guy, even from a little boy. I'm from East London, rough place. No one's in my family has kind of, done amazing things in their lives. And I have no playbook, so I had to make my own playbook. I had to fight for everything, be clever, be smart, work really extremely hard, and all these kind of things, all these traits will go will transfer into building this platform and making it a success.
20-second final statement to entrepreneurs and founders in the room.
In what way? I think keep on believing that your ideas are gonna make it. I think that's the best thing, really. And find the right people in the right positions, then collaborate. I think collaboration is definitely the way forward for solving majority of problems on this planet.
Collaboration is the key. Sol Campbell, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Sol Campbell, ladies and gentlemen, that was fun. Okay, let us talk about something that's really important to a lot of founders. Let's talk about money. And I have a question, a rhetorical question. What do you do if you're a founder and you have an investor and the investor says, yes, I'm going to give you money? You're going to say yes or no? You say yes? Well, we're going to be looking a little bit deeper here, right? We're going to look beyond just saying yes to money. We're going to be dissecting what it means to say yes to the right investor, the investor that is aligned with your strategic vision and with your values. So it's not about finding money, it's about finding the right partners. Our next session is going to be and explore in more depth how do we really evaluate whether an investor is truly adding value to us rather than the other way around? And how do we assess if the timing and the vision aligns with our vision and our timing? And also look at what are the right questions that we can ask before we get the money. So put your hands together for Hugo Arevalo, who is the executive chairman and co-founder of The Power, known also for the Power MBA, one of Spain's most active business angels, investors, and a portfolio of over 70 startups. Also joining us today will be Luis Garay, partner at Samaipata, which is a European VC, if you didn't know, that backs early-stage digital platforms with a strong network effect, typically investing between 0.5 and 1.5 million at seed stage. Please welcome them all by giving them a nice, round, warm applause.
Thank you. Thank you. So a lot of times these conversations are about what we're looking for in startups. But given that we live in the age of AI, pitches have become more and more polished. And a lot of founders know how to answer that question, what we're looking for. So I wanted to bring the conversation towards what founders should look for in investors and how they can ask the right questions to find out the information they require to identify the right partners.
Bueno, thank you everyone for having me here. So what I think, for example, I prioritize smart money over valuation, for example. Usually founders are obsessed for valuation, even now with the AI that the valuation are super high. But to be honest, when you have the right money and the smart money, they can add you so many value for your company. I give you examples. Connections at the beginning, for example, like are really hard to have it. Partnership with someone's trying to attract talent also to your company, to have a company like it's gonna be sexy. So for me, of course, dilution, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but I think like smart money, it could be the first thing. Like for me, I try to have at the beginning from the investors. And then having also the experience of what I'm doing. If they invested before in the same sector, if they invested before in something similar, if they're having context before doing that.
Yeah, I think you bring a good point, right? So value add and supportive investors that are going to really bring something more than just capital, no? I mean, I believe in that 100%. For us at Samaipata is one of our main goals to build the type of fund that we would have liked to have as founders and to have a real value proposition that we have a platform of founder success that we call it. And it's very based on that, and a lot of investment goes into it and in refining it to make it as meaningful to today's day and age as possible, right? But I wanted to ask you, so you said smart investors, but do you, between the valuation and the liquid dilution, do you also look at governance and see how that partnership can actually legally be structured?
It's a really good question. Actually, at the beginning, you don't, if you actually run your first company and you're building your first company, usually you don't look at the governance because actually it's the last problem, issue that you have. No, at the beginning, what you need to have is the idea, the execution, money, trying to do product market fit, attracting smart money to having product market fit as soon as possible, as fast as you can, is what I'm looking for if I build my first company. But governance, as you said, of course, is really important because your governance is going to be part of your journey in your entire life, as a partnership, as a, for example, what board members do you have in your company, what are your rights in the company, like actually you have in your shareholder agreement. But as always, no, you prioritize first the things like are most important when you are building a company in Proceed. And then after you are scaling the company, you look back, they say, oof, my governance could be better, and then you try to change it.
I guess that leads on to my next question. How is that evolution through the stages? Because I'm assuming there's founders here that are probably their companies are at different stages. So how does that evolve your priority based on stage?
Absolutely. When you're going to launch your product, prioritize product market fit. Doing product market fit as fast as you can, having mentors, having business angels around you, having smart money that they have done before, in people from the industry, like actually you can attract them to be on board because you have something innovative. For me, in Proceed is fundamental. And then in later stages, for me, is completely different stage, like is growth. So you need to attract people, mentor, partners, partnership, people like they can help you to grow exponentially. What does it mean? Growing in more verticals, growing international, attracting investors from other countries, like actually you want to be there and you want to actually, okay, if you're looking for going to South America in your company in the future, pues try to attract the most relevant VCs, like actually they know about South America and they actually can help you there.
So more in terms of market knowledge or in terms of the potential for doing commercial intros, talent intros, etc.?
It's difficult to say because you are not going to have like one investor like they can do 3-4 things for you, no? But having like different kind of investor, like make it that secret sauce, like make things happen faster. I give you, for example, an example. A friend of mine, very close friend of mine, that actually I invested in because I knew him from college. He started a company a year ago, like it's a consumer company. And suddenly he told me, like, you want to be involved? I said, for sure, you are my friend. He's super smart. And then I realized, like, in this kind of product like he had in the market, I had a big distributor, very big. Like, I had a really good connection with him. So I did the intro and I spent time with them. And he got a partnership. Like, he went from 0 to over 1.5 million in less than 6 months. It's an example, like, actually trying to get the pieces of the puzzle before you're doing something. It's important. Then, of course, asking to the client, to the customer, listening them, and then also thinking all the time. And when you have on board these smart people around you, and you talk to them, at least when they have 15 minutes time, 20 minutes, 30, 1 hour, they're going to inspire you, and they're going to give you back things like you actually didn't think about it. It's because about experience, it's because they did before.
No, I get it, but like at the end of the day, like, how do you find out whether they really are that type of partner, right? Like, I mean, all VCs, and I include myself in it, we try to show our best face forward when we talk to founders, and we all pitch the same thing: a value-added type of value proposition, support platform, introductions for fundraising, introductions, commercial introductions, talent introductions, access to our network. Everybody more or less offers the same thing. How do you find out? What questions do you ask to make sure that they are truly delivering on what they're promising?
First of all, Rome doesn't build in one day, so things takes time. I mean, finding out good investor, well-connected, mentoring, attracting them takes time, unfortunately. At the beginning, it's super tough. It's something like now, it's much better, and the world is more well-connected than 15 years ago. For me, it was a nightmare at the beginning, no? Actually, to attract the right investors, and I made so many mistakes. But the right questions, I mean, it's easy. Track record first, see the track record, see if you can do background check, like how is him in the companies, like they invested or they build it.
So talk to the portfolio, basically.
What?
Talk to their portfolio.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? And then also asking the right question, what you need. For example, if you're looking for a person like good in product, in concrete product, imagine cybersecurity, asking the right question about your product, like you're gonna build it, and asking when he was working before. I mean, I think like someone, when he's building something, he can ask the right questions to know if he's the right person, and then he can see the background check. But then, of course, things can go bad or well, and you need to take a risk. It's a fact.
So another aspect that I've noticed, like, from my experience as an investor, right, that founders don't usually ask enough is, where are we in our fund life? And it shocks me, because as an entrepreneur, when I was fundraising, that was my first question. I wanted to understand if the investors that were backing me in this round had the capacity to do follow-on investments, if they were at the end of their portfolio construction phase or at the beginning, which means, well, do I have a ton of competition for the capital that they have in reserves? Or whether I'm actually one of the front runners and I've got an advantage over the rest of the portfolio. Would you say there are other aspects or other questions along these lines that you ask investors for?
What's the real question on this?
So how do you identify an investor or a partner, or do you value an investor or a partner that is going to be able to back you more than once, and how do you identify that partner?
That's super difficult question, because at the beginning, when they love your company and you are attracting them, and actually they believe like you have something like it could be scalable and it could be worth value in the future. Sometimes, to be honest, investors say everything yes, 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 yes. No Samaipata, by the way. Samaipata, what I like is because I invested with them for more than 10 years.
And many shared investments.
And many shared investment, and they follow on. But that's true, like, I give you an example, like it's really difficult. First of all, you need to know what kind of company you want to build. If you want to build a company, like you want to do the fundraise every single day, proceeds, seeds, you can build a company only with proceed, and then as a bootstrap company. Or you can build a company like having clients, and then you have a profitable company since the beginning. First of all, what kind of company do you want to build? If you want to build like innovative and you need a lot of money actually because of product, go to market, go internationally, etc., of course then you need to know what kind of investor you are going to have in your cap table. I give you an example. In my last round that I did in the Power Education, the Power MBA, I asked to the investor, like, you're going to be here in the long term or in the medium term or in the short term? Because they have LPs. And they asked me, and they answer me, no, we are in the long term. Even if you want to do in the future IPOs, like in Spain is really difficult, not until today, to be honest. So basically, I think like you need to build a strong relationship with your investor, even business angel VCs. Then they need to trust you. If they trust you, they are going to follow you on sometimes when times are hard. Others, when times are hard, they are not going to follow you. And you need to understand, like, they're investing and they need to actually be profitable in their businesses too, like it's a VC. Even though my experience in general in the ecosystem of VC is super friendly. And this is a fact. I mean, you don't hear so many things, and life is really tough. So many things like VCs try to push like founders to exit them, whatever. I think like investor in general, all of them, the majority are super friendly in general.
Yeah, but
they want returns.
Yeah, we want returns, and we want to be able to provide those returns to our LPs within the time frame that we've committed to, right? So I think it's important as a founder to understand what that timeline is, no? How much capital that fund might be able to allocate to your startup. Not saying that they will, because obviously no one commits to investing in the future without seeing the development, without seeing how the company progresses, right? But ultimately, understanding that there is this capability and that they have the right dry powder amount, the right time frame for them to exit, where your company can reach a certain stage, if successful, to provide them with an exit without it being detrimental to your company, right?
But the thing over there is if you build a good company and that grows over year, then you can do secondaries. Your company, even because it's a private company and it's technology companies, is illiquid, but if you build a nice company, you can have secondaries. We have so many examples, like Factorial, for example, today, like investor can do secondaries today, no? So basically, I think as an entrepreneur, you need to build something great, a company, a real company, and then for investors, they are going to be happy too. I think it's difficult. Sometimes, actually, the 80% of your times, you need to pivot and change your business model and listening to your clients, but it's what it is.
I think you bring some good points. Conscious of time, to kind of recap what you've said or what we've discussed here. So first and foremost, very important to build that relationship of trust between the founders and the investors, right? Second, understand the value proposition that investor has, that it's smart money and not just plainly capital. Third, check the economical capabilities of those investors, understand the life cycle, the thesis of the fund, understand where they're at in their investment phase. And fourth, build a very successful company so that there are no problems.
And fourth, like people super well connected, depend on the industry, or depends what do you want in this time or in the future in your company also. Because actually good intros, good introductions, goes from point 1 to point B much faster than without it.
Well, thanks so much, Hugo. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Luis.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, okay, so let us find out the secret of living longer. Wouldn't we want to know? Wouldn't we want to all live to 100, 200? Not sure if I personally want to live that long, but who knows, in the future that might actually be possible, right? The art of living longer and healthier, it's not just about preventing disease, it is about reversing the signs of aging. And our next speaker, Dr. Aubrey de Grey, is actually one of the world's leading experts and voices on longevity research. And he's going to be talking about his research on longevity and what we can learn about how to live better, how to live healthier, and how to maybe potentially live to 1,000. Now, I'm going to share something with you that I thought was really unbelievable when I heard it. Aubrey said that the first person to live to 1,000 is already alive today. So please put your hands together for the President and Chief Science Officer at the Lev Foundation. They're based in Los Gatos, California. And he's going to tell us a little bit more about what this could all mean for the future of medicine and for the future of humanity. Welcome, Aubrey de Grey.
All right, good afternoon. It's great to be back in Valencia. It's a lovely place, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you to the organizers. So, in a way, it seems a little strange that I should be at a digital summit, because my work is not really very digital, but some of it is, so I will tell you about that in a moment. However, actually, I think the main reason it makes sense for me to be here is because the way that I look at the problem of aging and the way that I look at how to solve the problem of aging is very much the way that an engineer would think about it. My original training was actually in computer science. I worked in artificial intelligence research for several years before I became a biologist. And I think really, one way of describing my main claim to fame is that I found a way to describe the problem of aging in terms that engineers find easy to understand. So I hope you will see what I mean. I'm going to give you some background, but of course I'm also going to tell you some things about where we are right now in developing medicine that can truly bring aging under comprehensive medical control, the kind of control that we currently have over most infectious diseases. So in other words, pretty much what you would call curing it, though I do have a bit of a problem with that particular word. Okay, so I told you I was going to describe aging like an engineer. Here we go. I describe aging like this. It's the combination of two processes. The one on the left, this isn't going to work. The one on the left here, which is something that goes on throughout life, literally starting before we're born. And this is a process where metabolism creates damage. So metabolism is the word that biologists use to denote the entire network of processes that keep us alive from one day to the next. And damage is a bunch of changes that happen to the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body as a side effect of metabolism, as a consequence of metabolism. Now, why would I call those changes damage? Simply because of the right-hand process. The body is set up, is built to tolerate a certain amount of these changes that metabolism does. But the thing is, these changes are progressive. They accumulate throughout life. And eventually, there's more damage than what the body is set up to tolerate. And that's when the function of the body, both mental function and physical function, starts to go downhill. And that's the health problems of late life, pathologies. So that's a really simple definition. It kind of demystifies aging. And one thing that you will notice about it is that I could have used the exact same definition if I wanted to talk about aging of a simple man-made machine, like a car or an aeroplane. You know, a car accumulates rust as a consequence of its normal operation. And of course, other things, you know, contaminants in the oil and so on. And that's okay for quite a while. You need quite a lot of rust before the doors fall off. But eventually they do. So that's what aging is. Now, the reason it's so important to spell that out is because most people make a terrible mistake when you ask them to describe the various ways in which people can be sick. If you ask people, in what way can somebody be sick? They will say more or less this. They'll say, well, there's infections, that's column 1. There's genetic diseases that a small number of us inherit, that's number 2. Then there's the big one, the chronic, age-related, progressive diseases of late life, like Alzheimer's, almost all cancers, and so on. And then most people would say that way out in the stratosphere, there's this 4th category called aging itself, which is not a disease, and which in fact is so different from diseases that it's wrong to even think about the idea of doing anything about it, that it's kind of off limits to medicine in some kind of, you know, fundamental way. That's completely wrong. And I'm showing you that it's wrong by that big, thick black line that I have drawn between columns 2 and 3. What I'm saying there is, first of all, there's a huge difference between the things in column 3 and the things in column 1. You should not expect that the same kind of medicine that has worked so well over the past 200 years in almost eliminating the things in column 1 will also work against column 3. Because column 3, these things are side effects of being alive. And the other thing that I've done here with that black line is I'm trying to communicate that there is no meaningful difference between column 3 and column 4. That really the only difference is semantic. That the things in column 3 are the aspects of aging that we have chosen to give disease-like names to. And that's all. So why is that it's so important to understand the mistake there? This is why. If we now think about what we might do about aging, and again, think like an engineer, then what we want to do, first of all, what does it mean to do something about aging? What it means is we want to separate metabolism from pathology. We want to allow people to carry on performing metabolism, in other words, being alive, without getting sick. And at the moment, almost all of the money and effort that society spends in trying to do that is spent on the right-hand side. in geriatric medicine, which tries to essentially ignore the left-hand process completely and let this damage accumulate, but then attack the pathologies that arise from the damage as if they were infections, as if you could cure them. It's obviously complete nonsense. There's no way in the world that this can work. The damage is continuing to accumulate. So any treatment that tries to address the consequences of the damage is certain to become progressively less effective as time goes on. And yet, we spend billions and billions of dollars in this stupid approach. Now, a few people started to realize that this was stupid more than a century ago. And that's where the whole field of gerontology came from. People said, well, all right, we can't separate metabolism from pathology by separating damage from pathology, so let us instead try to do it by separating metabolism from damage. Makes sense, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't work either, because the creation of damage is just too intrinsic in metabolism. It's too inextricably intertwined with the things that we need metabolism to do to keep us alive. So we've got absolutely nowhere with that approach either. So I came along and I said, well, hang on, we can separate metabolism from pathology without interfering in either of the two processes. What we can do instead is we can separate the processes from each other by periodically repairing some of the damage. Exactly the same thing that we would do with a non-living, man-made machine. Preventative maintenance, that's all it is. And, you know, when I started saying this 25 years ago, basically everybody who worked on the biology of aging thought I was crazy, and for several years it was quite acrimonious, but I won the argument in the end, just because, you know, look at this car. It's more than 100 years old, and it's working just as well as it was the day it was built. How come? Not because it was designed to last 100 years. It was probably designed to last 10 years. But preventative maintenance has completely transcended that. It has made all of the so-called warranty period of the car just go away completely. So what does this mean in practice? This is great that we are not interfering with either of the processes, because it means that we don't have to understand those processes particularly well. We can get away with just not understanding how metabolism creates damage, because we're not proposing to slow down the rate at which it does so. But what we are not sidestepping is our need to describe what the damage actually is. We need to say what changes happen to the body at the molecular and cellular level that are caused by metabolism and that eventually contribute to pathology. And so 25 years ago, I made this classification on the left-hand side of this table. There are many, many, many different types of damage, but I realized that they could be classified into this manageable number of categories. And the reason this classification is so important is because we can describe for each category a generic approach to actually fixing it, actually doing the maintenance approach. And all of these things have moved forward rather well. You know, you can read some of them there. Some of them were already in progress when I started thinking this way. Some of them were not, and it took a long time to move this forward. But now we are in a very good situation where all of these things have got far enough that they are being pursued in the private sector. Quite a lot of the important work has been done in Spain, actually. This is just a slide showing that this has become a mainstream concept now. In 2013, some of my colleagues published a kind of restatement of what I had said, and it became by far the most highly cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging this century, so that's very gratifying. But what do we do? Well, the thing about this kind of approach is it's a divide and conquer approach. And that means that you've got a lot of components you have to develop, and then you put them together. Now, in normal engineering, the putting together part is the easy part. You know, once the components are working, you can be pretty sure that the combined thing will do the job you wanted it to do. But in biology, it's not like that, because we are manipulating a system that we really, really, really don't understand. And so you can get a lot of surprises when you put things together. So as I say, since we've made good progress, and I say we here, this is not just people in my own research group, but also, of course, the whole community. Now that there's been a lot of progress, we can start doing this part, putting them together. And that's what my current organization, LEV Foundation, does. So 2.5 years ago, we started a very important experiment with 4 different interventions, 3 of which were very much damage repair. The other one was a sort of positive control. And we wanted to demonstrate that when you did several of these things together, you got more of a benefit to mouse lifespan. We all did this work all in mice, because mice don't live very long. More of an effect than you could with any of these interventions individually. And, well, that's basically what we got. These are the female mice. It was a huge experiment, 500 female mice, 500 male mice, but it basically worked. What we didn't get, unfortunately, was a sufficient magnitude to really blow our socks off. We are still at the point where the amount of benefit we can get is about the same as you can get with an intervention called calorie restriction. And in the male mice, it was more complicated, but basically the same story. So what we're going to do next is a bigger experiment. We're going to do something similar, and actually we're probably going to do it in Spain at a place in Santiago de Compostela, with 8 different interventions, fixing different aspects of damage, and we hope that we will get a much bigger result this time. But I'm going to end, because I've only got 2.5 minutes, with something that's a bit more digital. You need to look this up, Aubrey. This is 2 things, both somehow in my honor. One of them is a crypto token, which you can buy, and we get a fraction of the transaction fees, which is great because it's going to help to support the next study. These studies cost a lot of money, and in the past 6 weeks or so since this token was launched, we've already been able to bring in about 10% of what we're going to need for the next study, so that's really good news. So please buy this token. But the other thing is we have this AI agent, an actual chatbot that has been trained extensively on my work and the millions of interviews I've done and so on. And yeah, please look it up. You can interface with it on X. See the URL there. It's also got an audio interface, so it actually sounds like me. And it's got fantastic graphics. The people who did this are big fans of our work, and one of them has the most extraordinary artistic ability. We've already hired him to redo the front end of our website. I was told not to go over time, so I won't. So I would just like to end by thanking all of the people who have supported my work over the past 25 years, without which it definitely could not have happened. Any biologists in the audience who want to know more than I had time to discuss today about the details of our experiments and why they're so important, I refer you to this review that we wrote last year, talking about the first study and the rationale for this study series. And of course, I would be delighted if any of you were interested in supporting this work financially. So that's the QR code on the right. So I will stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Aubrey. That was fascinating. All the best. I hope you get a lot of donations. Okay, so the secret of living longer and healthier. Let's move to AI. Let's move to next generation consumer technologies. For those of you who are just joining us, there's some empty seats here at the front, so make yourselves comfortable, because we're going to be diving into the future of education, right? How can AI enable learning better? How does it help us with, learning a language in a way that motivates us to keep going, and so forth, right? How AI is transforming education and making learning more personalized. How is it making it more inclusive and scalable is the question that these guys are going to be answering. And we've got the Vice President of Data and Applied AI here at Preply. Now, Preply does 3 things. They've got a mission to help people do 3 things. Find the right tutor, first of all, very important one. Learn in a way that suits them, right? We all have different learning styles. And thirdly, to keep people motivated to keep going. I don't know about you, but when I learned Arabic, right, one of the things that stopped me from learning the language was that I just lost motivation to keep going. And so this sounds like an exciting new technology that's going to help people learn in better and more efficient ways. And I'd like you to help me welcome Ana Peleteiro from Preply and our wonderful moderator, David Sendon Garcia. Welcome.
Okay, Anna. Thank you for joining me. Yes, thank you for coming. Before we get into the meat of the questions, I kind of want to touch on your background a little bit because I find it very interesting. So, as I understand it, you've got a degree in engineering, a master's in executive leadership, and a PhD in artificial intelligence. And right now, your role at Preply is finding ways to embed AI in sort of these human-centric operations. Now, personally, I find that fascinating because I think Preply as a company is uniquely positioned at that kind of a crossroad of balancing AI with the human element, much more than I think other ed techs in the sector. So with that in mind, I just kind of want to jump straight into it of how do you think AI is used today as a productive tool in learning by Preply? What tasks are automated and which tasks still necessitate the human element and input?
I mean, I think there's no question that AI is transforming the way that we learn, right? And we at Preply are definitely leveraging AI for many different things. At the end of the day, AI gives you a scale and a way to personalize that is not possible only with humans, right? But at the same time, we strongly believe that humans stay at the center of learning, and humans are bringing things that AI cannot bring, like trust, motivation, expertise, and empathy, and ways of teaching that we cannot really do with AI. So I think I can really help with the speed, because of course, as a human, I cannot process millions of classes that I have had with you, for example, but we can use AI to help the tutors to actually understand that. So for us, it's actually the combination of both. And I mean, if you think about it, it's about how do we use AI to help the learners? How do we use AI to enhance the work that the tutors are doing? And the third one is, how do we use AI to actually also improve the marketplace, right? So how do we match the best tutors with the best tutors or the right tutor for you, right? Because we're all different. How do we know when a learner is about to churn our platform? How can we help in that regard? So there's many different ways that I think AI is transforming the way that we learn. But at Preply, we are seeing how do we combine the strengths of AI with the strengths of the human.
And how do you make sure that AI supports and even strengthens the relationship between a student and a tutor instead of replacing it, which I'm sure can be a fear? You mentioned backstage that you yourself do take classes every now and then for Norwegian, is that right? So you might be able to give us kind of a first-hand look as to how that's supported.
Definitely, yeah. And I joined Preply 7 months ago, and I decided to start learning a new language because I already spoke a few others, or kind of spoke, as I said. And I have lessons every week with my tutor, and I think there are things that definitely, I mean, and you can guess I love AI, right, and I love data, but there are definitely things that I think I cannot learn without a tutor and the motivation and the way that she teaches. So we don't think, we don't think about AI replacing the tutors. We actually think it's a multiplier and something that can strengthen the relationship between the tutor and the learner. And there's a few different ways that we are thinking about that, right? So the first one is, we really want to help the tutors to be more efficient. As I was saying before, right, we can help the tutors with suggesting personalized exercises for the student. We can help the tutors by reminding them, hey, these were the topics that you were touching upon last week. These are a suggestion of topics that you can touch on next week, right? So how do we help this loop of, tutor, student, and the lesson? Then the other one is, of course, you can take as many lessons as you want, but we all have time limitations as well, right? And also budget. So we are also using AI to help learners keep on progressing in between lessons, right? So for example, I want a set of exercises for today, right? I want to practice my vocabulary. So you can do that in between the lessons. And then the tutor can also look at what you have done and use that as an input for your next lesson as well, right? So in Preply, for us, the important thing is, are we helping learners to make progress? And that's both through the tutors and the AI. And we believe it's a multiplier, definitely.
And that seems to have been a successful formula. You've scaled from what I have here in 50+ languages in 180 different countries. What are the challenges in that kind of global scale, in taking some things, which is so personal, really, a relationship between a tutor and a student, and so human, and how do you scale that on a global level?
We are definitely growing very fast, which makes it super fun, right? Because when you're thinking about building a platform, of course, you need to think about the scale and personalization. And at the end of the day, if you think about global learning, right, just thinking about different countries only, different accents, like my accent is not the same than someone from France, or even within Spain, right? I don't have the same accent as the other person. So one size doesn't fit all. And I think that's where we are really leveraging AI, right, for helping to personalize, plus also the tutors. At the end of the day, we try always to, we are all different learners, we all have different needs, and one of the ways that we try to help with that, the first one is, how do we use AI to match you with the right tutor? The needs that I have, and even the needs that I have throughout my life, right? Maybe now I just want to learn Norwegian because why not? I love Norway, I go there for holidays, so why not? But there have been times in my life where I was learning English and I needed it for, career progression, etc. So we really want to help you with the data that we have from you and from the tutors to find the best match and the one that we think is going to help you the most with your goals, right? But at the same time, we have a lot of focus on tutor quality. We really want to have the best tutors in our platform, right? And we have a lot of programs, and tools, including AI, but also not AI, to help tutors thrive in our platform and for them to want to join us, right? So I think that happens organically. And at the end of the day, for me, the combination of, having really good tutor quality, growth, like the access to, millions of students, and also understanding how they are learning, plus AI and technology in general, is something that, it helps to make global learning something that is personal at the end of the day. Because even if we're a global company, we need to make the students feel that, what they're getting is personal for them, right? So we cannot just think, okay, this worked for this person, it's going to work for this other one.
Hey, well, you've mentioned a lot of positives, a lot of things that you think puts Preply ahead, but for the sake of our audience, I want to ask, is there one thing that you could really point out that puts Preply above other people, above other companies in the edutech space? If you could signal one thing.
For me, it's the combination of human plus AI. At the end of the day, we have, I think learning, there's a conception now that, learning can be done just through apps or AI. And we strongly believe that the human element and, learning is, like traditional learning or human learning is not, people feel is not anymore helping, but we really believe that. And then we have, I think, very good AI features and components plus the data, right? At the end of the day, you need to have good data in order to train good algorithms. You cannot just think, I'm going to use this algorithm and it's going to work by itself. So we can really do that based on data that we know is helping humans to learn, right? And that is very powerful as well, something that we have at Preply.
Okay, well, we've talked about your challenges, the difficulties, what's good, but if we were to flip the lens and put it on the public, what would you say is something that the public gets wrong about AI, about working in AI, and specifically within the angle of learning?
That's a very good question. I think there's a few things, right? So the first one is right now, especially now with, I think in the last 2-3 years, AI has really been democratized. I've been working on AI for more than 15 years. I started my PhD when people didn't really know why people do a PhD in AI. Is it helpful? So I think one of the misconceptions today is that AI can just do everything and we don't need humans. And I think that's not the case. Even for me, right, when you think about my day-to-day work, of course I use AI. When you think about developers and scientists, they use AI for coding, for doing many tasks, but you still need, I mean, it cannot solve everything. You still need to have the expertise and to be able to correct what you're doing, to be able to really understand, right? Because sometimes I think we have all probably experienced that you get some answers that being an expert on the domain, you think, okay, this is totally wrong, let's reflect on this, right? So I think that's one. Another one is, I think that many people think AI is just one thing, right? One AI, and that we should use AI for everything. And I'm a scientist at heart. I love, innovation. I love every new thing that is coming out. I even have FOMO because it's like, you cannot really, keep up with everything that is coming up. But at the end of the day, what makes me really excited is how do we use this technology to make an impact, to change something, right? And I think we need to think about what kind of technology we need for which problem, because there are times that LLMs are the solution, but there are times that you need to use a, boosted tree or, I don't know, something else, right? So you really need to think about that, and that there's no one single solution that fits everything. And probably the final one would be, you need good data to train algorithms, right? So it's not just about the algorithm itself, it's not about the infrastructure that you have, but I would advise that everyone that wants to work in this domain needs to really care about data, looking at the data, understanding the data. Because if not, it's going to be very hard that you build something that really matters. And at the end of the day, I think that's what we are doing at Preply. We love AI. AI is embedded in everything that we do, as I said before, from the marketplace to how we help the learners, to how we help the tutors. But at the end of the day, it's a tool for us to achieve a goal, which is let's help people to make progress and to achieve their goals.
And not to put you on the spot, but I think a natural question of what you're talking about here about problems and solutions is where do you see AI going into the next year, into the next 5 years? How do you see it evolving? This can be as specific as Preply learning, but you can also expand it to a more general level if you have comments on that.
I think AI will keep on evolving and LLMs will keep on evolving, but I don't think they are the final solution to AGI, right? So I think what we are seeing is that the domain is evolving in different directions, like how do we use reinforcement learning as well? How do we make sure that we need less and less compute power to obtain the same results as well? Because at the end of the day, many of the technologies that we're building today are very data and compute heavy, right? So definitely I see it evolving towards better quality as well, right? So and solving more problems that it's solving today. And maybe something that AI is not doing that well today, but I think will keep on evolving is, in general, AI is very good at solving specific tasks, right? So you have a model that is really good at giving feedback for what you're talking about. You have a model that is very good at doing recommendations. But this concept that we humans do as, we understand the context and we can learn really quickly and understand different domains is something that, it has advanced because I think we all remember, maybe not all, but I remember many years ago it was not that good, and it will keep on evolving that way. And I think for us at Preply, what this means is, as I said before, we will keep on evaluating what is the best technology to achieve the goals that we want and how can we better help the students, right? Whether it is, and the tutors, whether it is providing them new tools, whether it is you want to practice your pronunciation, and then we think about the actual technology that helps. And that's super exciting for me. I love, as I was talking just before with David on backstage, that, I mean, in my PhD, it was fun. I was doing a lot of research, and you're really looking at how do I move the needle in this specific domain and publish results that are a little bit better or many times much better than others. But what I love from working in industry and doing research in industry is actually that you get to see the results, right? When we release a new model, I get to see how people are interacting with it and how it's helping them better, or when we have a new ranking model, etc. So it's actually super exciting. And I think the combination of AI and learning is something that I really enjoy because I love learning. I mean, I'm a person that I always need to be learning new things, and that's why I'm so excited about being at Preply as well.
That's good. Us at EU Startups, if we're just talking AI startups, we cover, maybe we can publish 8 to 10 stories a day. I'd say 60% of them have to do with AI. So it's very much in everything we're talking about and everything we're seeing at the moment. And with that in mind, with the growing number of AI-first ed techs in Europe, and we specifically focus on Europe, so I'll talk about Europe, where do you see the biggest opportunity or even risk? And you might have already tackled this, but I want to make sure you have an opportunity to really go for it. And just some, I think, interesting data on that. Based on our coverage, at least 6 edtech startups raised funding this year, with it ranging between 1.7 to 27 million euros. Average round was around 11.3, with Germany emerging as a key hub. Most of these rounds focused on expanding AI learning, but as well as scaling and hiring. So with that in mind, our audience understand those stats. Where do you see the big opportunity and the big risk?
I think the biggest opportunity, and I think I'm going to repeat myself, and the advantage that we have at Preply is the combination of the human plus AI, right? I think learning is still very human-based, and there are many things that we cannot replace with AI, as I said before. The confidence, the need to show up, right? When you have a tutor and you have your class, you have the need to show up. You have done your exercises. The expertise that they have, also the confidence that you build, right? And how you better understand not only the language, but the culture, right? I learned a lot of things about the culture as well. But then definitely combining it with AI for scale and personalization and making it a continuous journey, right? And I think we have a very big advantage on that. I don't think that you can really, progress as fast if you only base it on AI learning app. And at the end of the day, is what I said before. When you're learning with a human, you get, you're basically basing your AI as well on data. We have a rich data set that helps us to really personalize and get how human learns with humans as well. So that helps us a lot in how do we personalize and how do we always connect the lesson to what you're learning and make it really one-on-one, right? Because at the end of it, I said that before, we need to cater for each specific learner and not just for everyone. And I think the biggest risk that we have today in AI learning, but I think in any industry, is to forget that AI is a tool for a goal. It's not just the tool for itself. So I think that would be it.
Okay, thank you. We're being chewed off stage, but if any of you have any questions for Anna, please feel free to come afterwards and give her a talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Anna. Okay, let's continue the conversation about AI. How do we lead in the age of AI, right? Well, we're going to be diving into that matter right now, right? We're going to be exploring what is that leadership advantage that will set you apart in the age of AI. What if you could lead from what makes you exceptional rather than leading from performance? Our next guest is Ingrid Tappen. She was here yesterday. She's a wonderful woman from the Netherlands. She's the author of the soon-to-be-published book, Exceptionals, and the founder and CEO of Diverse Leaders in Tech. And she's going to be sharing with us why your identity is one of the most underestimated leadership advantages, and why what sets you apart is exactly what the future needs you to lead with. Please welcome Ingrid Tappen.
Thank you very much. Amazing. let me start off by asking you a question. Who here has ever stepped into a room full of white, straight men, looked around, and thought to themselves, wow, I'm the only one like me in the room? Okay, I see it. It's strange, right? Feeling like the exception, especially when you experience it on a day-to-day basis. I know how that feels. I can relate to that. I mean, look at me. I'm a black woman. I'm also queer, and I work in tech. I know what it feels like to be the exception. But let me check something here first. Are there any white, straight men in the room? Amazing, amazing, amazing. Wow, great. Thank you so much for being here and being so vulnerable and raising your hand like that. This talk is also for you. My name is Ingrid Tappin. I'm the founder of Diverse Leaders in Tech. And today I want to share something that might sound surprising to you. We are not exceptions. We are exceptional. Every person in this room, every one of you, holds a form of exceptional intelligence that could accelerate your career, your company, our entire industry. The only thing we need to do is to spot it, grow it, and scale it. And today, I'm going to tell you how. But let's take a step back first. Why is it that so many of us, when we walk into rooms of importance, we are surrounded by white, straight men? Well, let me start off by saying, white, straight men in the room, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that you are often the ones who hold power and positions at the top. And I know it's not your fault because someone did research on it. His name is Joris Luijendijk, a super difficult Dutch name. He's a successful researcher, anthropologist, journalist in the Netherlands, and he decided to do research on people at the top. What gets them there? What special talents do they have? What do they do differently from people who are not at the top? And this is what he discovered. It's not something that they do, it's something that they have. 7 some things to be specific. There are 7 hidden advantages people at the top have that tilt the system in their favor. It is being white, being male, being heterosexual, highly educated, having parents who are highly educated, parents who were born in the country where they had their education, and you too. The funny thing is, only 3% of people carry all of these advantages. But when we zoom in and look into who holds real power in politics, in business, in tech, suddenly all of them seem to have it. And that's why when we walk into a room, we feel like the exception. Again, it's not your fault, but it is a problem. Because not only do they look the same, they have the same background. They think the same, they behave the same, they hire the same. It's the reason that our industry is built on sameness. We talk a lot about culture fit, hire for culture fit. Somehow it's become sort of a religious mantra in our industry. But when we say hire for culture fit, what we're actually saying is, do the same thing as the guy before you did. We want predictability. That's why predictable founders, they get funded. Predictable resumes, they get hired. In leadership, predictable behavior is labeled as high performance and gets rewarded with power. And now, AI, we've been talking about it this whole conference, AI walked into the room. And predictability is what AI does best. It's trained on patterns, it copies predictability. So sameness runs the system, AI copies sameness, and the loop gets even tighter. We're not only designing for the expected, we're automating it. Now I hear you thinking, yes, I can hear you what's happening in your brains. You're thinking, hey, Ingrid, but what about the rest of us? The other 97%. We're here, we hold positions at the top, we're building funds, we're scaling companies, we're also inventing new tech. Somehow, we must have designed ourselves in a way to be successful in a system that's not designed for us. But how? How do we do that? Answering this question has become my obsession. I discovered that we, this 97%, without all those advantages, every day have a choice to make. We have 2 lanes to choose from. Lane 1 and lane 2. In lane 1, we copy the 3%. We behave the same. We make our CVs culture fit. We may even hide our hair, polish our accent. We become fluent at adapting to a mold of what success is supposed to look like. Or we step in lane 2, and we lead from what makes us different. Leaders who do this, they do not sand themselves down. They turn what others might call their weakness into their sharpest tool. They lead from their identity. These are the leaders who know who they are. They know how the world sees them. They understand deeply the tension between the two, the skills that they developed because of those tensions, and they use them on purpose. I call this identity intelligence. What happens when leaders lead from lane 2? Magic. They don't just join the 3% at the top. They outperform them. They're not just building companies, they're building movements. They're not the ones that are disrupting industries. They are inventing entirely new ones. Now, let's play this out for a moment. The very things that make us stand out, that make us uniquely who we are the very parts of us that can catapult us to a future we all want to create together. Let that sink in for a moment. What would your work, your company, what would the world look like? Fucking dope, right? So, the million-dollar question is, why aren't we all performing in lane 2? It's so amazing there. Well, it's because we do not know how to recognize difference as an asset, in ourselves or in others. We think that the exceptionals in lane 2, that they're the outliers, lucky shot that they made it there. So that's why we keep training people for culture fit instead of culture add. We keep designing for the expected instead of for the exceptional, the thing that our future is screaming us to add to what we are doing. So, I hear you thinking again, this is my superpower. Ingrid, if sameness is the trap and difference is the advantage, how then do we spot skill and grow it? Oh, sorry. Well, I dove really deep into the stories of all these exceptional leaders. And there's one thing that kept on surfacing over and over and over again. The world told them, this is who you are. And they said, believe what you want, but this is who I want to be. And it clicked. I found the pattern. We are not exceptions. We are exceptional by design. I found our design principles, and I turned them into something every leader, every team, every company can use. It's not another personality test. It's not a label or a box to fit you in. It's a map. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. See it in yourselves, and you'll see it in others. See it in others, and you will be able to build teams and cultures that don't treat difference as a problem to fix anymore, but as an advantage to scale. I created the Identity Intelligence Framework. It's a whole system of tools and strategies that will help us build a leadership capability AI will never be able to automate or replace: our identity. But before we unlock all this beautiful potential that lays in who we are and our lived experiences, we need to start at the beginning. Who were we when we began? What are the origin stories of our identities? Boiled down, there are 4. The first one is the outsider identity, formed by being excluded for who you are. Maybe you were the only black kid in the street. Maybe, like my daughter, you were the only autistic girl in class. Maybe you were the only gay boy in the soccer team. You were not part of the in-group, and they let you know. And this formed in you a drive for justice. Your gift is your moral compass, and you're able to spot and challenge, even if your voice is trembling, unfairness and correct it. The second one is the patchwork identity, belonging everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Maybe just like me, you grew up between different cultures and subcultures, code switching between work, school, home, often being seen for only one aspect of who you are and never fully for all of them. You developed in yourself a drive for belonging, for yourself and for others. And this gave you a gift of being able to translate and connect across difference. The third one, the underdog identity. And I know many of you, formed by being underestimated. Maybe it was your background, your accent, your brain wiring, your degree or lack of one. They told you you weren't it. And this formed in you a drive for worthiness. And you have a gift for spotting and unlocking value in others and delivering it in unexpected ways. And the last one, I did not forget you. The unseen identity, formed often by instability or invisibility. Maybe you had to once leave everything behind that was once familiar to you. New country, new rules, no box to fit you in. And you developed a drive for safety. And your gift is that you're able to take away threat and make people feel seen and heard instantly. 4 origin stories, 4 drives, 4 ways your lived experience has turned into your identity advantage. And this map is just the beginning. there's a whole growth journey across this map. You probably already developed more than one or two of these superpowers. And if you want to know more about that growth journey, you can read my book. So let's step into scale, because I think that's what we're all talking about here at this conference. How do we scale this? What would our world look like if we would be able to bring outsiders in and have them redesign the systems that are currently not designed for everyone? Think about scaling the patchworks, celebrating their complexity, and giving them the opportunity to connect what's not connected and create entirely new markets, new industries, new alliances because of their transcultural intelligence. What if we would empower the underdogs and trust their intuition and their ability to see possibilities and unlock value in people and places and processes that most of us overlook? What if we would create a platform for the unseen, make them visible, and tap into their intelligence of creating inclusion? The one thing we all know here working in tech is essential for innovation and solving the problems that seem unsolvable. I want to ask you to close your eyes for just a few seconds. And think of yourself standing in front of that room. The door is closed, you have your hand on the door, on the door thingy on the door. Now think to yourself, what's my origin story? What's my drive? What's my identity advantage? And am I going to step into that room and perform what's expected, or am I going to be exceptional? Open the door and open your eyes. And now look around. This is not about the 3%. This is about us, the 97%, rewriting the rules entirely. And the only thing we need to do is to make that move and be courageous and dare to say out loud, we are exceptionals. Thank you very much.
Ingrid Tappen, you have a lot of supporters here. I like that. Yes. Okay, so now that we've all learned about identity intelligence, how important that is with our leadership as we move forward into this crazy era of AI, I think it's time to digest all of this information, have a little lunch break, and then come back here at 3 p.m. for a wonderful discussion on cybersecurity. See you soon and enjoy. ¿Puedo? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break. And for those of you who just joined us, welcome to the main stage. My name is Munya, and I'm looking forward to a great afternoon session filled with exciting conversations around the future of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we're going to be diving into a really, really timely discussion, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is one of the most important topics to take into consideration if you are building a business, if you're scaling a business, because cyber risks are everywhere and they are increasing. And with AI on the horizon, a lot of these cyber risks are going to become more sophisticated, faster, and at greater volumes. And so in this age of AI, how do we safeguard our businesses? That's the question that we're going to be answering today. What are some of the emerging security threats, and what are some of the strategies, security posture that we can apply to prepare ourselves better for the future of cyber risks? I would like to welcome 3 people to the round who are going to be talking about this. I'd like to welcome the award-winning CEO of Redpoint, Laura Orcuisi. I think I probably mispronounced that. She just told me how to pronounce her name, but I think I must have forgotten. She actually leads Redpoint. Redpoint is a cybersecurity company based in Barcelona, and they are known for their solutions on how to fight fake online. So anything counterfeit, piracy, impersonation, that's what they do. Okay. Also joining us from Estonia is Martin Paas, head of the Security Operations Center at Telia, a leading telecommunications provider in the Baltics and Nordics. And moderating our discussion today from Spain will be Guillermo Tavez, who is the head of Spanish markets e-residency of the Republic of Estonia. Welcome, guys, and enjoy the session. Yes, you can clap. The microphone should be on, yes.
Should be on, yes. Yes, it is. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Just a very clear clarification. I am actually not Spanish. I'm Mexican. I think my mom would like me to say that. But anyway, thank you all for coming. Here we have an absolute fantastic panel with Laura and Martin coming from 2 very different angles to this, well, yes, cybersecurity and innovation, but also building resiliency and safety resiliency for companies and businesses from different perspectives. On the one side, we have, brand protection, digital marketing, just security.
Digital risk.
Digital resilience, exactly. And on the other hand, we have Martin from the head of the Security Operations Center at Telia, who comes from a more telecom, large infrastructure provider who deals with different kinds of challenges. So, we have a few questions for them today. We're going to start with a couple of ballpark questions for the both of you, and then you can elaborate, and then we can go into the more nitty-gritty of what you both do on your own side. Is that okay?
Fantastic. Thank
Great.
you.
Yes. All right. So, how is cybersecurity evolving? First of all, from just a technical safeguard or just like the technical part of having a business or infrastructure for your company, and more of a strategic enabler for business growth and business innovation. Thinking a little bit about the design, safety by design, basically. Maybe, Martin, you want to start with that one?
Yes, I will start. Good afternoon to everybody. And maybe I'll just take one step back and answer one question that everybody has in their minds. Why are Estonians speaking so much about digital and cyber and all that? So the saying goes that probably Estonians are very enthusiastic about that particular field because then we can directly avoid any contact with any other persons. I don't know whether it's true or not, but obviously wherever you have some digital services, you need to have also cyber as a domain as well. Going back like 20 years ago, we did have our DDoS attack. It was conducted by our lovely neighbors, Russia. And the reason why I'm bringing that topic up when it's like 20 years is very simple. The things that or the lessons learned that we got from that, they are still relevant today as well. And I remember this, I think it was also a Thursday afternoon. I went back from work. I went to the supermarket, or supermercado, as you say here in Spain, and tried to buy some groceries. My card didn't work. My payment card was not working. All right, sometimes happens. I will go to the ATM and try to get some money. What didn't work? Right, the ATM. I shrugged my shoulders, thought, okay, I still have some excellent pasta at my home, so I will go and just take some gas from the gas station. But obviously, if you don't have any card payments, you don't have any cash, then you're not going to take any gas either. So all in all, that was just one night. We survived. But you can guess what happens if you have the same situation for 48 hours, for 72 hours, etc., etc. So my point here being is that, was it a technical incident? Absolutely. Was it a technical, large-scale incident? Of course. But from our side, it was more or less related to being a national security question. How do you survive 72 hours without food, without electricity, without gas, without heating? As you might know, in Estonia, we are not blessed with that kind of weather as it is here in Valencia. So all in all, that brought us to this conclusion that the key to all the next steps is cooperation. Cooperation, communication, either it's on technical level, either it's on national level, international issues. And fast forward 1 year, and the NATO Cyber Security Defense Center was also established in Estonia. So to kind of sum up, it might sound a little bit kind of a long forgotten story, but my point being here is that unless you really work hard and you dedicate your time to cooperation and thinking how it might affect your business, you might be in the same situation that we were at that point in our previous times.
Very briefly, before we go with Laura, would you say that this incident in particular in Estonia in 2007 pushed you guys to innovate and to, be resilient?
Absolutely.
Great. So, Laura, how do you think the cybersecurity is getting us to this place of innovation and fostering growth for businesses as well?
Well, first, it's great to be here in VDA. It's a great place. And again, a little bit of context about what we do in Red Points, right? Because maybe all the people don't know. So at Red Points, what we do is we fight online fraud related to fake products, piracy, fake websites, fake profiles in social media. So what we do is we protect the companies that have those problems, and we detect and remove it. Over the time, what has happened is that this problem has been evolving and is going to places where before it wasn't, right? Like what we call impersonations is the fake websites or the fake ads in social media. What we are seeing today is that because of AI, everything is increasing very, very fast, exponentially. We've seen an increase of 70% of the fake websites this year, that they are, of course, produced by AI. And we've seen a peak of 170% of increase in fake ads in social media. This is why, more and more, every kind of company, not anymore only the manufacturers, but also the ones that provide services need to be aware of this kind of stuff. Let me tell you something about cyber, especially cybersecurity. We talk cyber like if it was one single thing. Cybersecurity is broadening so much, and now I will say that not only every company, but even every individual, has to be aware of the problems that you face in the digital space, and you have to protect yourself. So, because cyber is widening so much, now I would say that there is subcategories in cyber. We specifically work in what is called the digital risk. And is this a space of digital risks that is related to fraud. That is what we do.
Fantastic, thank you. So, for example, you have Redpoints, which is a very successful company in terms of digital safety, and Martin coming from Telia, again, a big telecom in the north of Europe. How can corporations, larger corporations at least, what I mean, is work with smaller businesses and entrepreneurs in order to generate these solutions together?
Well, this is a very interesting question because, as we are saying, cybersecurity is not only one sector, very specific. It's broadening. There are subcategories coming. So, a cyber company or even corporates, they can't produce themselves or they can develop themselves everything that is needed to be well protected. So, it's a very good idea to count with startups, with the small companies, that they work in a very specific niche and they have a very specific product that covers a very specific problem, right? And those startups collaborate with corporates, cybersecurity corporates, or other kind of segments or verticals, corporates that they have a broader offering or a broader protection. They need a broader protection. So what I mean is that startups can bring the solution of very specific problems to companies that work in a much larger scope. And I think that this is a very successful collaboration. In the beginning, this can be a partnership. The big companies can be a channel, and even in the future, that can become an exit for the startup and an acquisition for the corporate.
Martin, care to elaborate?
Yeah, I totally agree with Laura. I like metaphors, so I would say that cybersecurity or ciberseguridad, it's very closely similar to electricity. Why? Because you understand the value once you switch the lights on. So the same with cybersecurity. I would say that if startups and corporates could identify the problem, think about the solution and design the solution, switch the lights on, so to speak, that would be the model forward. But it takes time, it takes effort, and sometimes it's not that easy to start with.
So I want to circle back to the startups. This is VDS. This is, in essence, a conference very focused on startups, on entrepreneurs, on getting them connected to the rest of their ecosystems, right? So in the type of environment that we're living in right now, especially with AI creating all these different solutions, but also all these different new problems that we don't have 10 years ago, how can the new entrepreneurs, the smaller companies, the startups, the ones that are right now maybe in seed, pre-seed, getting there, how can they start preparing their own companies for these cyber threats that we can see very clearly right now? Because they don't have the resources that maybe Redpoints have or even Telia has. But yeah, how can they build safely in order to succeed in this very, in a way, hostile environment that the internet and technology is at the moment?
Well, that's a longer topic, but I will try to give my 3 points. Start with the fundamentals. Analyze your risks. Define your business process. And start with the fundamental cybersecurity foundations. Having done that, you have pretty much succeeded 80% of the necessary. And the 20%, which are maybe too sophisticated, as you say, it might be also a challenge for us. It really makes a sense to trust your service provider or buy this service in. But start with the basics. Try to identify what are your risks, what are your business processes that you need to focus on. And from there on, it should be enough of work for the next years or so.
I totally agree with Martin. Something to add here is because, we were a very small startup only 11 years ago, right? So when you start your company, you immediately think about the product and the go-to-market. And that takes all your time, the product and the go-to-market. And if you're successful or not that successful, but you need to start fundraising, right? Fundraising, product, and go-to-market. Well, you should put security in that cocktail, because the world is going to well, it's more and more, let's say, a more dangerous world out there in the digital space, right? And you need to protect your company. And as you grow, if you don't protect your company, you're going to lose it all. So it's very easy. It's much easier if you start from the very beginning to think about security and to put the measures in place, the measures that you were thinking. Just by thinking that you have to do it, to be conscious that out there is very dangerous and that you have to protect yourself, you have a lot done, and then start.
Absolutely. So I'm going to dig in a little bit on your both personal profiles now, if that's okay. So Laura, Redpoints basically protects brands globally. They protect it from cyber piracy, digital piracy, and counterfeiting, for example. From what I understand, it's a very AI-focused company in the solutions that you implement. But how has the use of AI for Redpoints has transformed your approach to online brand protection, or how brands should be acting digitally, basically?
Well, we created a total disruption, right? So when we started, the idea was to put technology into a space where there was no technology, and that was a total disruption. So, because as I was explaining before, the main processes are detection, monitorization, and removal. And to do that, AI was a big ally for us. So we started to produce AI and to develop AI since the very beginning, in 2015. Of course, the AI that we were putting in place at the moment was more about machine learning, image recognition, logo recognition, all of that. And when generative AI came to our lives 3 years ago, we also use it, but more, let's say, for predictability, for scorings, for internal processes. Why is that? Because in our case, as I was mentioning, it's very important that we do takedowns. We eliminate, we remove the fake. And to do that, it needs to be very clear how we took the decision. And when it is so clear, you have to explain so clear how you took the decision. The technology you use has to bring transparency, traceability, has to be explanatory AI, right? Self-explanatory. I mean, you need to show how you took the decisions. So for us, let's say that the traditional AI, if we can mention and if we can talk about that, machine learning and all the image recognition stuff, is more useful than even the generative AI. But yes, we were pioneers in the use of AI, and it definitely caused disruption. And something interesting is that some years ago, because we sell to some of the largest companies in the world, right? The ones that you can imagine. They didn't really care that much if we were doing it with AI or with people. They say, okay, listen, the only thing that I want is that I don't want to find fake products online. And how you do it, I don't care. And now they do. And now they do because AI has come into our houses. They understand much more the power of the AI developments, and for us now it's much easier to sell our value proposition.
It will make sense, given also all the hype about AI around, like when you actually find a good use for it, that's something that you can tangible measure.
Exactly.
That's kind of where the sweet spot is at the moment, I think. So, Martin, now going a little bit to you, Telia Cybersecurity Center. You guys basically defend a good chunk of the critical infrastructure in the Nordics, including my phone company and my home internet as well. So, given this context that we're talking about, what is the type of threats that you guys are facing on a daily basis, and how would you say all of these threats are actually evolving with all these new technologies?
No pressure. Well, again, I will start maybe from the pessimistic side. The attacker always has an advantage because the attacker only needs to find one hole while the defender has to fill in all the holes and expect that there are not any holes at all. An example that I usually give when I'm lecturing is the example of Rob Joyce. I don't know if anybody has heard the name. Rob Joyce was the former head of National Security Agency of United States of America. So probably knew some stuff that most of us will never know. But he did have this really nice statement, which is publicly available. He looked at the auditorium and said that you, watching the auditorium, you know what you are using, we know what you have. I repeat, you know what you are using, we know what you have. It's quite a powerful statement and humbling because, as I said, as a defender, you are always kind of on the chase, but it is what it is. As a service provider, and going to maybe some cliches, there are no borders in cyber domain. There are no borders, there's no time zones, so basically we are being attacked every single second that we are here on this stage as well. The things that we see are unsurprisingly quite similar to what we see also on the global level. As I said before, if we take away the simple stuff, we do use multifactorial authentication, we do patch our systems when time is due, we do have some kind of visibility of our assets, then 80% of the cases can be managed. 20% is the in-house knowledge, the competencies that we have, that is kind of difficult for a regular company to bring in or have inside in itself. So this is the kind of state-of-the-art knowledge that we can provide. But what really kind of makes me glad, and as I started with the negative stuff, I will end up with the finish up with the positive side. The things that we see, they are quite similar on the global scale. So again, please use MFA, please patch your systems. If there are some iOS updates, you don't have to be the first person in 24 hours. Just wait 24 hours and do then. If you are a system administrator, patch as soon as possible, because it's always a game between cat and mouse. So all that considered, I would say we feel the pressure, and we still don't know what we don't know, if we think in the future also the AI. But it's a constant process, and maybe that's the last part to emphasize, that cybersecurity is always a process. It's never an end state.
Okay. So we're coming to well, not close to the end, but like getting there. You were talking about the National Security Agency of the US, and they know, and sometimes we don't, but to be perfectly honest and transparent, Martin used to be the Chief Information Security Officer at the Estonian System Authority, which is already getting there. So probably a lot of NDAs in the middle, so a lot of things he cannot really tell us. But anyway, moving on. Laura, something that we were discussing previously is basically a call to action that you wanted to do on stage that has to do with getting more people into the cybersecurity industry, basically. How are you envisioning this, and what are the things that people in the audience here could take from this talk about this topic in particular?
Yeah, well, as we were saying, the cybersecurity industry is growing exponentially. We can also talk about traditional cybersecurity and now the adjacent markets, no? The adjacent verticals. So when you are creating or starting a startup, you gotta see also the opportunities, right? And I'd like to encourage here entrepreneurs that they're looking for their next adventure, maybe to go into the cyber industry. And this is a call of action, no? Because the cybersecurity industry in Spain is not that big. Like when you look at Estonia, no, how big it is. Here, we have very low number of cyber companies and cyber startups. And in the world today, we're going to a place that I didn't think that we were going to go, but here we are, right? Where the borders are real now. And every area has to provide for their own security. So we're going to need cyber companies. So I'd like to encourage entrepreneurs to start cyber companies here, not only for the Spanish market, of course, always global, for the European and for worldwide.
I think that's a very noble call to action and something that will be very needed in the days to come. So we have 5 more minutes. I have 2 more questions. One has a lot to do with more recent events, especially in terms of AI and how the industry is developing at the moment. We have a lot of hype around it. There's a lot of companies trying to implement new solutions on top of foundational models and critical infrastructure. I would say that probably a few founders here are actually building something on top of some LLM or some larger foundational model generally. How can companies, in a way, prepare for working on top of models that they don't really control? Because at the end of the day, we can see how these things can go, especially, for example, with Meta shutting down API access for a lot of third-party apps to WhatsApp recently for cybersecurity reasons, maybe. But yeah, so what can they do about it?
Well, before we were saying that startups, a good way to protect themselves is to be conscious that they have to protect themselves and to include security in the cocktail at the beginning, right? Well, this is the same. It's like you gotta be conscious that the LLMs are going to are increasing the kind of things they can do more and more. And for instance, we were talking before how in our case, now we gotta find out how we detect and remove all the fakes that are happening in the LLMs, because everybody probably knows that OpenAI recently closed an agreement with Shopify, and the most recent next one is Walmart, right? To start selling things in the LLM without leaving the LLM, in the own LLM. So they're going to start buying good things and also fake stuff, right? So now, ourselves knowing this, we have to prepare ourselves. We have to develop. We have to develop our technology, our product, to be able to find and remove the stuff the same that we do in marketplaces or social media. So I guess that every company has to analyze their own processes, their own products, and see how the LLMs or other algorithms or other models are impacting your own processes.
Martin?
Well, I have a really simple solution to that. As a former CISO, 2 terms, business continuity plan and conducting risk analysis. What do I do? Why do I do it? And if something happens, what's the plan B or plan C? Easy to say, I admit, but this is how we usually operate. That we always have risks. Some risks we can mitigate, some we cannot, but it's something to think through.
Okay. So 2 minutes, and then this is my last question for both of you, and you have basically a minute each. What keeps you up at night? In terms of cybersecurity, you don't have to share anything else if you don't want to.
Well, in my case, very briefly, we are in a world now very unstable. And, as a CEO, you always have plan A, plan B, plan C. We are in a world that you have a plan, which is what you do today, and you don't know what's going to happen in 3 months, in 6 months, in 1 year. So you really got to learn to work in that instability. And for me, that's the instability. There is also the geopolitical instability, the macroeconomic uncertainty. When there is this macroeconomic uncertainty like it is now, is difficult. And sometimes that wakes me up at night.
I don't really know what to say to that. I think the answer is no, nothing keeps me awake, because our processes have been built in a way that it it really doesn't depend on one person as such. We are being attacked all the time. As I said, we know what to do, and it's a work in progress all the time, so I sleep quite well.
I have to admit that having lived in Estonia for a few years by now, I think that is probably the most Estonian answer you could have given me in this panel today. So I guess it is what it is. So anyway, thank you both. This has been a really good conversation. I hope people in the audience will have something out of it at the end of it. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Sorry for getting your name wrong.
No worries.
I promised her I would say it right, but sometimes you just forget. Okay, so from cybersecurity, let's go back to AI. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the statement, software is eating the world, right? It was like back in 2011. And now, actually, nobody's talking about software eating the world that much anymore. Everybody's talking about AI is eating the world, right? And so that's exactly what the session is about. More specifically, we're going to be looking at the practical lessons that we can learn from building an AI-native startup capable of disrupting entire industries. What does it take? There's going to be two smart guys who will fill us in on what it actually takes to eat up the world and some of the lessons that they learned. Here with us today from the venture capital investor at GoHub Ventures is Guillermo Flor. And also with us joining from Throxy, which is a startup that basically helps you to book meetings, and they also run your whole outbound marketing so that you can focus on other things. He founded this company after he worked at JP Morgan as an AI engineer and realized that there's nothing like working in a bank with large learning models to see how slow corporate really is and to realize it's time to build your own thing. So also put your hands together for the co-founder of Throxy, Arnaud Ayerb, and Guillermo Flor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so I met Arnaud some months ago in San Francisco while he was doing Y Combinator. I guess most of you know what Y Combinator is. And I was super impressed by what you and your team were building and by the big ambition that you had. And it's great that you are here now in Valencia and we can all learn about, everything that you've done and also your experience doing Y Combinator and now back in Europe building AI. So just as a start, maybe introduce yourself and tell, everybody how you ended up here.
So first of all, thanks for having me. I think it's always great to give back to the ecosystem. We should have more Spanish founders, more Spanish companies. I think Spain is a great place to build. I think there's a lot of Spanish founders that built great companies, paved the way. And possibly one of the things I learned during my time in SF and in YC is Spain doesn't market itself enough. So any opportunity we as Spanish founders have of giving back, we should take it and we should amplify our reach. And part of that is our mission at Throxy, which is we help other companies book meetings with their perfect clients, and that's what we're building.
Awesome. And Y Combinator is one of the most successful incubators, accelerators in the world. And I think it's harder to get into Y Combinator than getting into Harvard. How was it your process to decide you want to build a company and then apply into YC?
So first of all, that is true. It's stupidly hard to get into YC. I just think that speaks for the caliber of the founders that's there. I think the acceptance rate in our batch was something like 0.1%. But our process of going into YC and starting a company, I think the greatest ideas start by solving pain points you personally have. So Pablo and I were both friends from school, and he was working at a startup, and he was doing a lot of repetitive process every day as a salesperson. And I was seeing firsthand at JP what AI agents were going to do. And I kind of like was building a hint of what the future was going to look. And I remember one day going to him and telling him, like, you're always complaining about doing the same thing over and over again every day in your work. So maybe there's an idea here. We can solve this problem together. And that's how it all started. And through that, you speak to customers. And one day, I was reading essays from PG, which is the founder of YC. And he has an essay which is about going to Silicon Valley. So we booked a one-way flight there to San Francisco one summer. And we just experienced what the valley looked like. And we're like, one day we have to come back here and build. And 3 months later, we applied to YC. We had an interview with our group partner there, and we got funded, which we're extremely grateful for.
And for people that don't know what Y Combinator is, what was the value for you in it? What did you end up, living and achieving thanks to them?
So first of all, I think it's important for context to tell everyone what YC is. YC is in itself a form of a BC, which essentially invests $500K as a standard deal to founders, and what they provide to founders goes much further than those $500,000. And it comes from like giving you an insider view into what Silicon Valley is. And for us specifically, I think one of our biggest lessons from YC was really deeply understanding what great looks like. YC's funded some of the greatest companies in the Valley and the world we use every day, like Airbnb, Stripe, OpenAI, to name a few. And just understanding what it takes to build unicorns and build decacorns from first-hand people that have actually like walked the walk was simply like something we couldn't get here in Europe easily.
Yeah. And by demo day, you were one of the companies that had higher revenues in the batch, and you ended up raising your seed round from Adeyemi, who, like, for people that don't know, Adeyemi was the founder, is a Spanish investor based in SF that was the founder of Spanish Startup 20. And it's amazing. Can you share about how you met Adeyemi and how he ended up leading your round?
Yeah, this is a story not many people know, but one of the great things about San Francisco and Silicon Valley is that it's a very small place, so everyone knows each other. And we were friends with the Happy Robo people, which is a great startup everyone should check out. And one day we went to their offices because we were helping them set up their sales side and asking some questions about go-to-market. And they asked us, what can we do for all this work you've done for us? And we're like, we're in the middle of raising our seed round, and we're like, we just want a few intros to some angels, if you have any. And they introduced us to Ade, and they said, this is a Spanish, he's the founder of 20. They're like, oh, a Spanish angel, right? And a day later, this was a Saturday, we went on a walk with Ade, a 30-minute walk, and he was like, how much left do you have to fill in your seed round? We're like, 2 million left. And he's like, can I get 3 million in space in the seed round? And we're like, sure, we'll take it. We had like a great gut feeling on that conversation. Also, Spanish connection always helps. And 25 minutes later, after getting back to our office on a Saturday, we had the term sheet in our inbox, which was, as founders, which had raised their pre-seed in Europe, unheard of.
What advice would you give founders here in Spain that want to fundraise?
I think the biggest advice I wish I'd known when I was trying to fundraise is like have very clear why you want to fundraise and like what's the single reason why you want to take money from someone, because once you have those reasons clear from first principles, everything gets much easier. And then number two is fundraising is all about creating FOMO. A lot of founders tell you this, and I believe it's right. You want to pack all investor meetings in the shortest periods of time you have, because then those investors have to take decisions quickly. And when you're a founder, the most important thing you have to do is close that round quickly and get back to work. Because during fundraise, nothing in the business is moving. And when you're an early stage company, what's really important is to get back to speaking to your customers and building a great product. So going back to the whole fundraise thing, you want to try and tap into your network, get introductions to partners of firms, because partners will be the ones taking decisions, and then just cram all the meetings. For instance, at Throxy, we had like 150 meetings with investors in the space of 10 days, which was super draining, but I think much worse is to have a fundraising process which takes over your next quarter, right? And part of that is just also, again, YC helping us a lot to leverage our position inside the batch and having demo day, which puts us in front of all the investors.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant advice. I think, like, as a founder, you need to create that FOMO and that sense of urgency, because if you don't have that sense of urgency, investors will not have it as well. And I know that you received an offer to join as one of the early employees of Coursera, but you decided to build your own startup. What is the grand vision that you have, like, for Throxy? What is it that you want to build?
I think at Throxy, we want to reimagine the sales operating system from the ground up. Most of the software we see nowadays was built for humans in the 80s and the 90s. So you say Salesforce putting out there stuff like Agentforce, but no one really is adopting Agentforce. And the reason why is because you essentially need to reimagine the workbench where agents exist and operate. And at Throxy, we're doing that. We're starting through cold outreach, and we want to expand deeper in the funnel through AI note-taking and follow-ups and proactive actions. And instead of having people fill in a CRM or take the next meeting follow-up action, just have an agent that does that for you. Because essentially what we want to do is bring salespeople to reconnect with other humans instead of doing the mundane, repetitive, boring work no salesperson wants to do.
And the way that you're managing the company is very different from many companies that I know. You have divided it into 3 main sections, no? And then each one of those sections work together. Can you share about that?
Yeah, absolutely. We think at Throxy that there's like 3 main pillars. Number 1, and the easiest to explain, is growth. And I think every startup lives by this. Revenue is oxygen for a startup, and that's what the growth team does. It's just in the search of bringing more revenue to the business. And then once we have clients, we have other 2 main functions. Number 1 are our product people, which essentially act like forward deployed people into those customers we have, making sure they're really happy with Throxy. We are extremely customer obsessed, meaning we want customers to love Throxy when they're using it. And then lastly, the engineering team, which is speaking constantly and embedded with the product people to make a product that scales, and essentially anything a customer wants, the engineering team can build and make sure it's productionized.
And now you're based in London, and you have your own team in London, going to the office, no remote. What's your take, like, for people here that are thinking, okay, where should I build my startup in Europe? What is the advantage of being in London?
Yeah, so first of all, there's people who build great remote companies. Our controversial take is that remote doesn't work for early stage companies. We think at early stage, the thing you want to optimize is for clock speed, is how quickly you can iterate and like how short your feedback loops are. And the longer the feedback loops are, the longer it's going to take for you to take to product market fit. And when you're at really early stage, it's just a race to get to product market fit. And then, so having that very clear, we knew we had to settle in a location. We were coming back from San Francisco. We couldn't stay in the US for much longer because visas were not an option and we had to hire. So we thought of London as our second best option after San Francisco because we knew we had a deep network there in London. London is a very international city which attracts great talent. And that brings me to my next point, I guess. Being a talent magnet is also an essential part of building a great company. We think a lot of like, is every person we hire as good as the first 10 employees Stripe had? And if they are, we're in a great path. If they're not as great, maybe we're doing something wrong because essentially that next person you're hiring is going to hire the next 10 employees, right? And if you're hiring a B player, there's this great saying, which is like, you're going to hire C players after that. And the problem is not having a few B players. The problem is that A players love working with other A players. And if you have B players, A players are going to leave because they're going to be tired of working with people that are not as great as them.
Yeah, but like I read this tweet today. It was like a quote of Ben Horowitz. Ben Horowitz is the founder of Andreessen Horowitz. And it was like him saying like, one advice that they gave me when I was building my company is hire 8, like best talent. And I was, No, like I was thinking hiring like the worst talent, no? Like everyone wants to hire the best talent. What are like practical things that you've done to actually be able to hire that talent?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it starts with like, where's your company located? Like if you want to pretend like great talent to go to like the middle of nowhere, that's going to be really tough. But if you're offering great talent to come to a great city and like experience what like living in London is, which is fantastic, that's going to open you a lot of doors and opportunities. That's I guess a practical point there. And then number two, one thing we spoke about privately before, which we did, which I think is a great story at Throxy, is when we were about 4 employees, we had open roles in every single position, and we had no idea how to fill them because we had never gone through like a huge hiring process or anything. So I remember going to like the 4 employees we had and telling them, you can't leave the office until you write on this post-it note 3 people in your network which you think would be great for working at Throxy. And the reality is like speaking to people in your network which would be great fits is fantastic because you already know how good they are, you already know they're going to work hard. And possibly that's one of the most important things when you're hiring early stage in a startup is does this person really want to work hard for the next 10 years of your life? I've never seen someone work hard that didn't want to work hard, no matter how hard you try convincing them, and that's really crucial.
Yeah, and so you're Spanish, you've lived in San Francisco, now living in London. Okay, for people that here maybe haven't been to SF, how would you describe the difference in terms of the culture of building companies there?
Yeah, I think one of the greatest things the Valley has, which I love, and I think we're getting better in Spain at it, but we're not fully there yet, it's a very positive sum ecosystem. They know that if you help someone, that help is going to come back at any given point without you expecting anything in return, right? And to put like a really simple analogy of what this means is like, I grew up here in Spain, like hearing a lot of like, oh, if someone was becoming wealthy, it was because they were taking wealth from someone else, and it was like zero-sum games. But the reality of the matter is like in tech, which is a great place to be, which everyone is in here, is you get like wealthy by creating value in the economy. And the Valley's seen these with like great companies like Apple, Intel, all of them like creating insane amount of value there. And hopefully in Spain with time this will come, but just being there and getting the energy of how great technology companies which change the world are is something that definitely every single founder should do, even if they're from Spain, UK, no matter their location, just grab a flight, be in San Francisco for 2 weeks, cold email people, and you'll like change your life forever.
100%, like the density of just people building things there is amazing. It feels like the whole city is just for startups and everyone's helping each other. So it's a great place to build anything.
100%. And another thing I think a lot about is like humans are very mimetic creatures. And in San Francisco, everyone's building a startup. Everyone's speaking about tech every day. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It doesn't matter if it's a Saturday or a Sunday. Just go to a barbecue and you'll meet founders which are having the same exact problems you are, or worse, they've had them in the past. And they just tell you to like keep going, or they just give you like a piece of advice that you would have spent the next 10 weeks like trying to solve this issue. And here in Spain, like sadly, there's not that many like tech jobs, or it's not like such like a tech-enabled like country, and we still like think of finance or consulting sometimes as like the high status play. And the reality of the matter is like no department is like better or worse. It's just like if you like surround yourself around people which love what you're doing and find your tribe, that will like bring you higher.
Yeah, I think it's also like everyone is talking about work-life balance, and the reality is that like if you don't work every day for a couple of years, it's not possible to compete with the people that are doing it. And it feels like there's so many young kids like they're just with the only focus of building something great, that unless you have that culture, it's going to be really hard. How do you manage that in Throxy?
Yeah, we think about this a lot too at Throxy. Is like we want to work really hard for the next 10 years of our life and build something that is generational and changes the way that sales work nowadays. And the only way to do that is by, again, hard work. I think I've never seen extraordinary results come from like ordinary inputs. And we filter by that a lot when we're hiring. We want to hire young people which are extremely determined and ambitious, because it's what you're saying. You're competing against other people out there that are going to be willing to put in the work. And the reality is that we're extremely lucky that we're young, and extremely lucky we're an opportunity of our lifetime building with AI, and that all of the value we create now we can compound and then leverage in the future.
That's brilliant. And so now talking back to the future in terms of AI, we all know AI is hitting the world. 2 years ago it was impossible to create videos with AI, and now like you're doing like super realistic stuff. What do you see like it's the next big thing in AI, or the next big opportunity, or what should people be thinking or looking for if building a new company right now?
So first of all, I wish I knew all the answers to these questions, but obviously like no one knows. What I can say is like everyone should be using AI in their life and their work, and even if tinkering, right? Like maybe it doesn't solve all your problems, but you just play around with it. Do you like it? Do you not? And then lastly, if you're in a job or like a place where like AI is like not encouraged to be used, maybe you should like reconsider whether this place is the right place to be learning about, because same way like the internet changed the world, AI is going to change it for sure.
Do you think a lot of people are going to, get behind because AI takes over their jobs?
I think hopefully AI will create more jobs than the ones it takes. And the reality of how we think about it is like AI will relocate the jobs we do and will remove jobs which are really boring and can be automated. Like 50 years ago, it was to like manually calculate invoices by hand, and now we just like have awesome invoicing software. And the same will happen with AI, right? Like sales things we don't like, we won't do, and sales stuff we do enjoy, like speaking with people and forging those relationships and connections will keep existing.
Love that. Thank you so much, Arnau. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo and Arnaud. Let's continue the conversation with AI, right? So when we talk about working with AI, we have to think about how do we do that? How do we do that here in Europe, right? What does it actually mean to build AI for Europe? I think I recently heard somebody talk about this, and this was really interesting because we talked about different innovation ecosystems, and they were comparing the US with Europe, and they said, well, Silicon Valley, everybody knows Silicon Valley, we know how to innovate in Silicon Valley, but Europe, they're the Silicon Valley of regulation, right? And so that made me laugh, because here in Europe, if we want to innovate, especially when it comes to AI, we have to do it in a way that works both from a regulatory perspective, but of course also from a perspective that allows us to integrate innovation and to keep pace with what everybody else is doing. Let us hear from one of the people who is in this world. He is the CEO and Managing Director of Burda Principal Investments. This is a later stage venture capital company from Germany focused on digital marketplaces and platforms, and they've invested in very, very highly successful companies, including Vinted. Anybody use Vinted here? Vinted? I'm obsessed with Vinted. I love Vinted. I always wanted to meet the people behind it. So Vinted, Nord Security, they have a lot of great companies in that portfolio, and we're going to be hearing from him on what it means to build AI for Europe. Please put your hands together for Christian Teichmann.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. When I spoke with the organizers about giving a keynote, obviously, we have heard a lot about AI and what AI is and is not, etc., the challenges. But I thought I want to focus my keynote on building AI for Europe. I think here, we have obviously a big crowd of entrepreneurs, investors, students, and I think I want to encourage everyone here to think about how can we build AI for Europe? How can we make sure we are less dependent on other sort of countries, in particular the US and China. But I want to start actually with not so good news. So when OpenAI was training their ChatGPT model back in 2022, they had access to 14 times more compute power than we have in Europe combined. So just one company training a large language model in the US, 14 times more compute power than we have in Europe together. And then obviously you see all these other sort of data, a couple of snapshots here, how much money is invested into OpenAI. NVIDIA plans to invest up to 100 billion in OpenAI as part of a data center build-out. Then OpenAI, just says, expects business to burn 115 billion through 2029. And you look at it and think, how can we as Europeans compete with that? And I think there's also one thing. This is also something I'm getting a little bit towards what we can learn actually from that. So when you look at a burn of 115 billion for OpenAI, that's a huge number. But I think the way you have to look, and then people obviously also argue, we are running into a big bubble here. But I think when you look at the idea, and I think that's something we can learn as Europeans from the Silicon Valley, you have to basically look at the network. And the Americans have always been very good in building networks, networked products, and networked ecosystems. And when you look at this triangle, and I have not even included Oracle, which also plays a big role here, they have basically increased, the three together, their revenue by 185 billion over the last 3 years. So this is when you look at this ecosystem and at this network, and the net revenue increase is 185 billion at a very high margin, then I think it's not a surprise that you can invest hundreds of billions into OpenAI, which is basically feeding the development of NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Oracle. So the question is, what can we actually learn from the Americans? And why, when you look at this, you could say, okay, that's actually, game over for us here in Europe. It's a very discouraging sort of ecosystem. But I will show you a couple of points why I am optimistic as a European that we can actually still build great AI for Europe, and also make sure we have a tech sovereignty in this country. And I'll show you a couple of reasons why I'm so convinced that we have a good future here in Europe. The first is, it is not the first mover advantage. So we are clearly going here through the first wave, right? So the first wave was the internet. Then we went through the second wave, which was the cloud, and now we are in the third big wave, which is the artificial intelligence. But when you look at the past, and when you look at sort of what happened with personal computers, what happened with smartphones, who in this room remembers that the very first personal computer that was built by Olivetti? I think hardly anyone, right? Then we had obviously HP, we had Commodore. I think you need gray hair like I have, that you remember the Commodore Amiga 500 and stuff, right? So those were companies that actually were in the first wave and the second wave, but now it's basically all about Apple and IBM. The same with smartphones. We had Siemens, we had Nokia, we had BlackBerry in the business space, dominating years ago, and now it's Samsung and Apple, right? So this is not, history has shown, this is not a first mover advantage. Quite the contrary, late movers have shown that they can win the race. The second thing which is very encouraging is, and I want to start with the slide with the right-hand side of this slide. This shows how much time you need to get to 100 million users. So you had Spotify, it took them 11 years. You had Airbnb, 8.5 years. You had Twitter, 5 years. You had WhatsApp, 3.5 years. And now, look at sort of Instagram, it was already 2.5, and now OpenAI was 2 months. And then on the right-hand side, you have a couple of sort of examples here. Black Forest Labs on it's this green line, which was in the press raising money just now. They shot up within basically 10 months to 100 million euros of revenue. You have also the AI index, obviously outperforming the SaaS index, right? So you can build businesses much faster. And Black Forest Labs, that's why I included them here, is a very good example. It's a company based in Europe. What does that mean for us as investors? And I think that's also something we need to talk about, because that's also part of the truth and also part of the challenge. So when you look on the left-hand side of the graph, you see how much time companies basically have between raising from seed to Series A and then from a Series A to Series B. So in the past, we were talking about, take 2019, it took basically almost 3 years to get from the seed to a Series A. That was, when you raised the seed, it was enough money to get to the Series A within 3 years. Now we talk about less than a year, right? In both cases. So you raise from seed to A on average within a year, and then you have to raise another round from A to B within a year again. Because obviously clearly that the technology we are talking about, be it AI, be it other deep tech ventures, takes a lot of capital to recruit a team and in all these other investments that are needed, right? So I think this is something to bear in mind. Things have accelerated tremendously. And then the other thing we need to think about is, also as investors, and I think this is changing the way we are operating. In the past, the tech risk was quite low. And the question was always, is there a market for it? Is there enough sort of marketing payback, etc. So the usual commercial terms, right? It was more about the demand risk, right? So in our portfolio we had the example of Vinted, Etsy, Bloom & Wild, typical marketplaces, B2C businesses, tech risk fairly low, demand risk very high. But as investors, we got comfortable with it. Now it's the other way around. Most of these businesses in AI, in deep tech, have a very high tech risk, be it nuclear fusion energy, AI, quantum computing. All of them have a very high tech risk. The moment they have the tech breakthrough, the demand risk is super low because it's so obvious, right? If you have a fusion energy that works, everyone will take it from you. The same with quantum computing. If you have managed to have a quantum computer that is running in a stable way, the demand risk is super low because the demand is obvious. When it comes to AI, and I spoke about this on the panel this morning, it's so important. I think that's something we need to focus on here, in particular in Europe, building AI companies in an environment where we might have less capital available than in the US. And the way we look at our sort of investments at BPI, we look at it like a cube. And I think there are two dimensions that are very important. The first is, although you are maybe a company that is focusing on a certain application, you need a certain depth when it comes to the tech stack and the tech stack integration. And the other dimension is network. You have to build a business with a product that has a network effect, because that is very hard to replicate and very hard to substitute. So I make an example. I met a company in Paris. I don't want to make promotion for it, but it's, I think I was quite impressed what they built. It's a company called Radium. And what they basically do is they build a small language model. They have created a network within French universities that share basically radiology images with them, scans, and the diagnosis on an anonymous basis. So what that means is this company is basically training a small language model with images from radiology and diagnosis from scans, to basically, with the goal to basically democratize the access to first-class and world-class diagnosis. And what I mean by that is basically the application is clear, the use case is clear. Every one of us could then basically use it. If we have a scan and we want to have a second opinion, then you can basically upload your scan, and the system will tell you what actually is wrong, what is broken, what the treatment should be, etc. But what this company has basically achieved is, they have this application layer, but obviously they have integrated deeply into the value chain with the small language model, and have created that network with the French universities, which is hard to replicate, right? And they keep building. They want to expand to Germany now and to the UK. So that is basically a network effect and a differentiation that matters. And this is sort of a slide to remember why I think these network effects are so important. In the past, many of the most valuable companies worldwide have been built on network effects. On the one hand side, you must have a product with a world-class user experience. That is a given. But then these network effects are so important, right? So the network basically refers to all active users at a given point in time who are connecting with and through the product. And I think this is important. It's not just connecting with the product, but also connecting with each other through the product. And then obviously the effect is, and this is where the scaling comes from, is the usage, right? So increased usage by any user increases the value of the product and ultimately of the company. And I think this is important when we think about building AI for Europe, building AI companies, all of us, that we have these network effects in mind, and they have, the history has shown, take YouTube, take Uber, Airbnb, LinkedIn, Vinted, all of them are based on network effects. And I want to leave you with one slide, and this is also why I think we have a great future in Europe. We have a great future in Europe when we, I think, join forces, and I think this is also my message to all of you today, and this is why I was 2 weeks ago, I was in Tallinn, this week I'm here in Valencia. I think I want to encourage everyone not just to focus on your own country, but basically think about Europe and how you can cooperate. And I have brought you an example why I think it's so important. And I call this the Airbus initiative, right? We need more Airbus ideas, more Airbus initiatives. When you look back at the time, Germany, the UK, France, Spain joined forces, created Airbus, and they are now by far the largest commercial aircraft manufacturer worldwide. They have sold twice the number of aircrafts than Boeing, and I think this is what we can do here in Europe if we join forces. And I can only encourage you to think about what we can do, not just in your country, but across Europe. And maybe there are also consolidation opportunities. We need to build bigger companies much faster. Thank you so much.
All righty, thanks so much for telling us about how we can build AI in Europe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us talk about another important conversation about AI-enabled workflows. More jobs, smarter work, AI surprising economic upside, right? When we talk about AI at work, a lot of the time, I think people get a little bit apprehensive. They think, oh, well, is AI going to take over my job? What is it actually going to be doing to us? Are we going to lose our jobs? But what if the story is actually maybe the opposite? What if it's not about AI replacing people, but about reconfiguring the workforce? Now, founders are building tools that enhance human potential, and companies are adopting AI-enabled workflows, and investors are backing these startups that are expanding to access this opportunity to use AI to enable workflows rather than to restrict us and to take away our jobs, let's say it that way. So in this fireside chat, we're going to be talking about the surprising upsides of AI and how technology can make work faster, smarter, and also maybe even more human, who knows. Please put your hands together for the co-founder and COO of Shakers, which just raised a 14 million Series A to redefine the work of freelance work. Nico de Luis, his name is. And also joining us from Bright Eye Ventures, we have David Guérin, who is a partner at one of Europe's leading funds focused on the future of learning and work. Enjoy the session and welcome to you both.
So hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be discussing this fascinating topic on how AI is impacting the job market. The current narrative is, as probably everybody knows, that AI is killing jobs and taking jobs away from humans. But today with Nico, we're going to try to explore another perspective, which is actually perhaps AI is bringing good things, creating new jobs and augmenting people, right? So I'm David, I'm a partner with Bright Eye. They just made the intro, but just as a friendly reminder, I'm delighted to be joined by Nico today, the COO and COO and co-founders of Shakers, one of our portfolio companies. And let's kick things off. Perhaps if you want to tell us more about yourself in 30 seconds, who you are and what Shakers does, and then we can jump right into it.
Definitely. Thanks, David. Thanks, everyone, for coming here after lunch. I'm Nico. I'm one of the 4 co-founders at Shakers, which is a Spanish scale-up that we launched back in 2021. And what we do is that we have created a platform, an orchestration system that is connecting a community of tech freelancers with projects at companies. And we're doing this powered by AI, and we're going to be discussing about how this model that we are proposing to companies is connected to the trends that we're seeing in the market. So excited to be here, and with David that we have a really close connection because he's been our investor for over 2 years now. So it's going to be quite familiar, and if we get to personal stuff, please forgive us.
Please stop us. But no, okay, thanks, Nico. So look, as I said, there is much talking about how AI is taking jobs, right, from humans. But from where you sit at Shakers, so really at the forefront of the labor market, really, just really, you're getting this insight that not everybody has, right, access to. So are you actually seeing more jobs created? Are you seeing new jobs being created at the moment? What are you seeing from the ground?
So I would say that the short answer is yes. The reality is that we work with every type of company, right? Like we have some clients that would be SMEs, and we also work with small startups that are just starting and are coming to us in order to develop like their MVPs. But we also have a lot of clients who are mid-market companies that have been going on for 10, 15, 20 years, and also with big corporates, right? So the good thing, I guess, is that we have good visibility on everything that is happening. First in Spain, but a couple of months ago, we also launched in Italy and Portugal. So we're starting to have a European vision as well. I think that it really depends on the size of the company, the sector in which they're at, and also the stage that these companies are in, right? Like if you're looking at startups or companies which are being launched in the past 2 years, everybody's talking about AI and they're implementing this into their daily lives. When you're talking about big corporates, IBEX 35 companies, they're still in a preview stage, I would say, and it's not real that like everything that they're doing is around AI yet, I would say.
That's interesting because look, at the moment it feels that the market is a bit like frozen, right, in terms of hiring, because of course things are moving really fast, and the truth is that nobody can predict where this is going, the skills that are needed tomorrow, and so on. So it's an interesting moment, really. I believe that there is this redesign happening at these levels, really, in terms of workforce optimization, in terms of organizational design, and so on. Now there is this concept that is really interesting. You guys probably know this amazing analyst. It's called Josh Bersin. If you don't know him, please double check him. Really an HR expert. And he brought that concept of this super worker, right? Essentially humans amplified by AI. So just to link that to Shakers and the free workers, right? How you guys call the freelancers. How do they actually use AI in their day-to-day? Is it only a question of productivity or something else? I'm just curious to tell the audience how AI is being used by your free workers.
Yeah, I think that something that we're seeing that it's common to everyone that we're talking to is that people are a little bit in like self-assessment mode from organizations to individual workers, right? So if you are a freelance, that internally we call free worker, and you have been working on a project-based approach and like you need to, in a way, build your hours or build the work that you're doing, of course you're gonna try to get more productive by using technology. But it's the same as a few years ago, like when internet started to become mainstream, like if it's available and you can use it, like it's not as if like you're gonna go back to the library if you need to do research, like it's something that you need to use. But for other things more related to expanding a little bit their skills or they're exploring other areas, and I think that they're becoming a little bit more like a Renaissance type of workers, that they try to be able to cover more areas than they did in the past, but we're also seeing a lot of specialization of people who are understanding that with certain type of tools, they can just focus on a niche and then like get on like full mode on that.
That's interesting. And what are the most in-demand skills today? Because it's linked to like, okay, this ultra personalization, like, hey, I'm going really deep into whatever tool that is, right? But from the market, your clients, what are you seeing in terms of like these really high in-demand skills?
So I think that one of the things that we keep on talking to clients about is AI architects. It's something that everybody wants to have in their organizations. And I think that part of it is because most of the people don't have a clue and they don't know how to implement this in their organizations. And first, what they need is an expert that is going to do a little bit of consulting to them, and it's going to help them to map the organization and understand where AI can be deployed, right? So I think that this is something that for sure we're seeing. When we're looking at companies that are a little bit more developed in this, prompt engineers, for example, is something that 5 years ago no one would be talking about, and now we have people who are specializing on this, right? Like having the right way to ask for the things that you need to provide back to the organization.
Okay, that's okay. AI architects.
Definitely.
Are you placing a lot of these architects? Are you placing them a lot?
Yeah. I mean, it's like crazy.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's just. I mean, everybody's trying to figure out what's happening, of course, right? So it's okay. That's interesting. And this. look, the skill sets that we are seeing across our portfolio that is being really at the moment in really high demand by the founders are really the following. I wrote that down because it's something that is interesting, that is happening. That is, the new skill set is really about adaptability. It's not about technical stuff. Like, nobody cares about technical stuff anymore. Don't quote me on that, but this is what the impression I get, I guess. So adaptability, experimentation, like crazy, okay to fail, go fast, experiment, and prompt design. It's really, these three things are like big corporates, startups. It feels really that they outrank the technical credentials at the moment. And the interesting thing about AI is that since nobody knows what they're doing, right, is that it's all about experimenting. It's learning by doing, right? Sure, you can, of course, learn by doing a boot camp or whatever, but it's really about like building and doing. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I think that one of the key things that we're seeing at the moment, which is kind of driving change in the organizations, is the debate between, like, around who should be the champion internally driving this in organizations, right? So we have been having like a bunch of conversations recently between, should it be the tech part of the company who's driving this, or should it be HR or people, right? And I think that we have a lot of people convinced that it really needs to go down to the people or the HR function for it to really transpire and to become something which is a competitive advantage of the company. So we have a lot of HR directors that are actually starting to understand the implications on this, and one of the things that we're seeing quite often is that they're doing a skill mapping. So they're starting by understanding what sort of skills do their current employees have in order to understand whether more jobs need to be created or if some people need to be moved to other functions. So this is why I was mentioning at the beginning, right? This self-assessment mode, I think that this is where we currently see that most of the companies are at.
Okay. And take us, please, inside Shakers now. We know that of course, these amazing companies like Amazon, L'Oreal, and so on, they thrive through constant redesign, right? And they're always like really redesigning and, of course, redeploying their workforce and so on. So I know that you guys, of course, are embracing AI in a very, look, it's not because we're investors, but in a very structured and smart way. It's not because in some companies, like everybody's just running around experimenting with AI, 500 different tools, not everything is integrated anyway. So it's great, it's a first step, but the following step is really trying really to structure everything and connect everything, right? And I know that you guys do that in an interesting way. So the key question here is that how has AI changed the way that you guys operate? I know it's a general question, but perhaps there are some interesting insights for the audience here.
I think that when we start doing these initiatives, like, we always try to connect it with the fact that our mission is to reinvent the way that work takes place at the moment, right? And how we're connecting talent and projects. And if we're talking about the future of work and we're having these conversations with our clients, we really need to feel what they're feeling. And I think that one of the biggest struggles that they have, particularly when you're talking about corporate clients, is that compliance and security, it's super important to them, right? Because you cannot just like give these tools to anyone within the organization and then see what happens, because obviously you're dealing with a lot of internal documents and confidential information. So I think that what we're trying to do internally is to create something that would be similar to what our clients would need. And we have been calling this internally like Shaker's Mind. And what we're trying to do is to connect all the knowledge that is currently happening within the organization and to have everything in the same place and to make it available to the right people. But also trying to segment a little bit the information that we make available to every different function, because you don't really need for example, I don't know, like the finance department to have access to all the information that is being exchanged in emails between clients and salespeople, right? Because why would that be relevant? But of course, you need to understand what are the internal margins of the company, or like where things can be made more efficient. So I think that this has been the priority, to create this common place where all the information is connected, and then try to channel that back to every person in the organization and understand which bits can be improved. And then we're getting a lot of feedback, obviously, from our own employees. The average takers, it's like 27 years old, so like everyone is super young, and like this is something that they're really close to, and they don't have a lot of friction when you ask them to adopt new tools, which is making it easier, I guess, for us, compared to an organization that has people that has been working the same way for the past 25 years, and then you obviously have like much more things that you need to change, right? So.
Okay, yeah, so you're a bit ahead of what's happening currently in startups. I know we're not here to talk about that, but most startups is just like the previous phase, experimenting, throwing tools at everything, which is fine. But it's, but yeah, you guys are a bit ahead of that. So I was pretty impressed by what Adri, the CTO, how is he handling this. Now let's just one very out of curiosity. Let's go back to the skills question. For you freelancers, so the free workers, how do you ensure that do you force them? I don't like the word force, but like, do you kind of like force them to train, to upskill, to reskill? Do you encourage them? What do you do to make sure that they update their skills just to stay relevant, and that you guys can actually staff them?
So, I mean, obviously we don't force them to do anything. But I guess that the way that we're doing it is first curating a lot of information internally and making it accessible for them. Because if we already know that for that particular role or for those skills, there is something that we know that can help them, we just let them know. And for us, it's really easy because everyone is connected through the community. And then what we're trying to do is to make it a little bit vertical, right? So when we're dealing with backend developers and we know that there is something that can help them, in particular, we try to create a conversation around it, and then all the new tools that they're discovering, they share them among each other, right? So I think that that's one way.
And so then peer-to-peer learning, kind of peer-to-peer learning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that that's one of the levers that we have. That the fact that it's a super closed community where we only give access to less than 5% of the people that actually try to enter Shakers. We can afford to have a really close relationship with them and keep this conversation going.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the key strengths that we're not here to market Shakers, but it's one of your clearly your forte and your strengths, the community and the relationship that you guys have, and how you are able to staff them to find opportunities. Great. It's more now. Let's go back to a more generic stuff. But it's, as investors, we are seeing so many tools that are using AI to actually expand human potential, right? Not replace it. It's a fine line. Let's face it, but to expand, right? In your case, where do you think are the biggest opportunities for founders building in our space, in the future of workspace, in terms of, or in the job market space, in terms of expanding human potential?
I mean, I don't know if it's about like expanding the human potential, but I think that there is a topic that we have recently been talking about a lot, that I think that we will see a lot of changes and a lot of innovation happening, which is this idea that when you start thinking about introducing agents in organizations and you end up having hybrid teams, which is not what we used to talk about like a couple of years ago, which for us a hybrid team was a mix of freelancers and in-house employees. Right now, hybrid for Shakers is agents plus human beings, right? And one of the things that we're seeing, and we're actually talking to Microsoft quite a lot about this, which is one of our biggest clients, is the fact that suddenly we're going to come to organizations that managers would need to manage employees and the people in their teams, but also a bunch of agents, right? So this idea of having like a shepherd with like agents that you need to work with and to be able to understand like how to work with them and like how to include them in your teams and eventually to evaluate them, right? So I think that there's a lot of innovation that needs to happen in this space because suddenly we're like going to start managing robots, and I don't think that people actually have the skills to do that yet, right? Because we're not used to it. So I think that that's a fascinating thing that some things will happen around.
So this is the rise of the AI managers, essentially. So yeah, that's true that we didn't mention this, but Shakers has this amazing hybrid approach, mixing humans and AI, right? Not replacing them, again, expanding and augmenting them, expanding human potential. But yeah, the rise of AI managers. Okay, so let's look, we have 1 more minute, so looking ahead. So let's say that it's 2030, so in 5 years. How do you see the job market evolving, and how do you think we should prepare for that?
So, I mean, the way we see it is that we're going to have maybe not less jobs, but like smaller organizations. I think that everything is going to become a little bit more liquid and more flexible and more agile, and the teams are probably going to decrease their sizes, but that should be complemented with the fact that you would have more hyper-specialized teams working in new projects and bringing more value altogether, right? So I think that that's going to be the shift a little bit. Like instead of having organizations which are hundreds of thousands of employees, like having more organizations, but with less people in each.
Okay, so leaner teams, essentially. Because, yeah, of course, today it feels chaotic, right? Before it becomes a bit more productive, since we are doing this transition. But that's interesting. Just an FYI, I really believe that the adaptability and the continuous redesign will be key. Lifelong learning, for lack of a better word, will be the default, with many different exciting solutions embedded into workflows to mixing productivity and learning and so on. And yeah, so just, I think we're at time, but closing thoughts is that AI isn't taking our jobs yet. AI is just taking tasks. This is a very important nuance. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really good point, actually. I was told that there's an echo in the room. Can you hear us okay? Is there an echo that's very strong? Okay, there's a little bit of an echo, so maybe the tech guys can see what they can do about that. Again, we're going to talk about AI. We're going to continue the conversation with AI, as we just heard. Maybe AI is not here to take our jobs. Maybe it's just here to take tasks. And so we're going to shift the conversation to something that is also being talked about a lot, which is agentic AI, AI agents. And when I first heard that, I thought, what the hell is that? What have they come up with now, right? Always new terms that we have to learn about in tech. So agentic AI, for those of you who might not know, are systems, AI systems that act autonomously on behalf of human users. Sounds like something pretty cool. And this session here is going to focus on practical insights, practical agentic AI, agents that are driving real impact in business. Our speaker for the session is the co-founder and the CEO of Mesa AI. And what they do at Mesa, he will tell us, I'm sure, in a minute. What they do there, they actually help enterprises automate their most critical processes with accountable digital workers. So what more can you ask for? Let us welcome David Valencian to fill us in about what he has to say about practical agentic AI. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think that during the last 2 days, you have been hearing a lot about AI, but probably no one is telling you why it's not really working on scaling. As it said, I'm David, the co-founder and CEO at Misa, and today I'm going to tell you what it really means to scale in production in highly regulated industries. I work with highly regulated industries. We are talking banking, energy, infrastructure sectors, and we help them to transform these heavy manual processes into digital workers, like software entities capable of running them end-to-end. And I'm sure that you have heard about how amazing AI is, how much it's going to change the world, but then we see how the market is really doing, and we see that 95% of people are failing. That from the things that are successful, only 5% of those create value. Everyone is using ChatGPT, Copilot, now Codex and Cursor tools, but no one is really getting those into production. And the reality is that these 3 boxes that we have on the right side are the main reasons. The first reason, obviously, it's hallucinations and contextual errors. And it's not just about that you cannot trust it, it's also that you don't know when is it going to fail. And current architectures using LLMs with tools can patch it, but do not solve this problem. The second issue that you can find when you try to do practical AI is that it's completely unfaithful. And that means that you cannot trust the process that the AI is doing to arrive to an answer. So you always have to put the human to review it, and you lose any return of the investment. And last but not least, something that not too many people speak about, and that we see a lot when working with this industry, is that all of their infrastructure, it's a mess. It's very fragmented, each country has different environments, and it's extremely hard to connect it in a way that it's safe. So I want to go one step back to understand what impacts means. And to do that, I want to ask ourselves, why are we doing this? Literally, what do businesses need AI for? Because what everyone is going to tell you is efficiency, productivity, cost savings, and what? Like, yes, that's like buzzwords today. The reality is that at the end, companies want to stay competitive. And what they are not aware, some of them are starting to be aware, is that saving costs is not going to be enough for the business to successfully grow into the future that we are entering. The reality of where the value lies in AI is that it brings the opportunity for companies that are very slow to accelerate their delivery of value to clients. And this is extremely important because as we are transitioning to an economy of instant gratification, of I want it now, it's the difference of why you choose Revolut over another bank because you have it now versus having to wait 1 week for getting a loan, for example, for a car. But once you have that value, it, at the same time, needs to keep or reduce the costs that I have, so I have to still have the same margins or bigger. It cannot bring risks into the table, and it has to be end-to-end to really provide this value. And that's what, at the end, it's the core of the problem. Why? Because in today's world, the human, it's the one that it's executing the tasks. It's the one that it's doing these end-to-end processes that are delivering services to the clients, products to the clients. Past automations were able to automate the handwork. That's RPA, that's UiPath, that's N8N, right? Things that are able to interact with external systems. Then we have the new wave of AI, which is automating the head work. I'm trying to simplify a lot. So that's ChatGPT, that's Claude, Gemini, are tools, Copilot, that help you with the head work, with contextualizing the data. But the problem is that if you transition from having this handwork and only head work, the main problem that you will have is that now the role of the human, it's going to be an orchestrator. So you still have to have the human in the loop, in the center of the processes, and you won't be able to compete and to deliver instant value. Because there is one thing that it's called human latency tax. That is that we expect humans to do the task straightforward when they receive it, but in the real world, that doesn't happen. I have to go to it, I have 3 tasks pending, I'm lazy, and I don't want to do it. So we solved this, and we made a solution that, in order to provide value, was doing the end-to-end, the handwork and the head work. And to do that, we had to solve two big problems. The first one has to do with AI, which is making the system hallucination resistant, a system that you can trust, a system that autonomously can be evaluated over the performance of a task. And the second thing has nothing to do with AI. If you want to automate any process, and think about, and we will see an example now of the impact, but think about typical even N10. You have to translate the business language into the process language. And the people that are doing these tasks do not know how to explain it. They can explain it to juniors entering into the business, but they don't know how to translate what they are thinking into a process. And that's why whenever you wanted to do automations, you had to hire process engineers, a $500,000 project with Capgemini, and it created a lot of noise in order to automate the task. We did this with a platform that it's called Mesa Studio that enables the systems to, it's an agentic process automation platform that offers full explainability, traceability of the results, natural language-based onboarding. I really hate arrows with boxes to make a process, so everything is natural language. We capture knowledge. So before the selling, how does impact look like? What is real practical AI? I'm going to show you the results of a use case we have in production that it's running every 3 seconds, which is trade finance. This is one of the biggest banking use cases because they are spending in very, very simplified. I'm in Spain and I have a company and I want to buy something from the US. So the banks intermediate, like doing escrow, and there is a full process to manage this on a scale when we are doing hundreds of millions of transactions. And it was absolutely impossible to be automated. It was impossible because all of the documents that you had to read were changing. Sometimes you receive documents like this where you had to check the color of the stamp to verify that it was coming from the right vendor. Other times you had to understand pictures. So the problem is that the data is absolutely unstructured. You need to connect to hundreds of external systems to conciliate the data. The regulation is changing weekly. And at the same time, more than 300 people are involved in the bank we are working with just doing this task. If you wanted to automate this process end-to-end, you will have to do something like this to start with. And this is just the absolutely beginning of doing the document understanding. I'm sure that you are familiar with this kind of flows. And once you finish implementing this, the regulators have changed, and it's not anymore useful. That's why this was impossible to be done before. So what we did is we helped them to onboard, just using natural language, a digital worker that was able to do all the document review, conciliation, audit, report, uploading to the system, and informing the manager end-to-end, absolutely end-to-end. So the first thing that it did, it was the head work. It went to the system and get the correct files. It read the documentation. Then it cross-validates the information, not just with the documents and with the Swift 700, which is about the use case, but also with the internal system information. It classifies and cross-checks the information. It generates a report based on their templates. And then it comes the handwork. This has to be uploaded for the auditors to be reviewed, and the manager that before was receiving messages from its colleagues and employees needs to receive a message with the finished report in an email plus the document attached. This is how a real end-to-end digital worker looks like. And what is the impact? So the impact is huge. The impact of this case of a study, this is the results of a Swiss firm that has implemented it with 250 FTEs, around 15 to 20 million. It's what they are spending on this. The first thing, remember the 3 boxes we had? Risks. We had the risk of thoughtful, of having to do the end-to-end, and of margins. The first thing is the direct value that they got. They used to spend 2 hours per document review, and they win when the faster it is. And now it was able to be done in 93% of the time to value reduction. It means that in 9 minutes, it's when now they respond the request. Prior, it was 2 hours. So this is already a huge win for them. The second thing, it's on the margins. it's not just that it's an 80% cheaper than having a human doing this task. It's that at the same time, now they have unlocked 32% of their capacity. That means that now this team has transitioned to another business unit, and it's being used without having to increase the headcount. So they have unlocked 32% of capacity while saving 80% of costs. And last but not least, they could trust it. Because we run autonomous execution evaluations, we could tell them where the 92% were successful, and we could ping the manager with the ones that did not work, or we thought that did not work, or went out of the scope of the task, and reduce the 72% time of review versus when a human had a problem to be reviewed. So these are real data of how you really literally change a business and deliver the value. And next, what happens next? So then they want more. You have one working, now I want more. I want one for finance, I want one for auto loans, I want one for credit scoring. And you enter in what I think it's going to be one of the hottest topics of 2026, which is governance, which is scalability and observability. Once you are able to get one to work, they want 10,000. And once they want 10,000, it's an absolute, not AI-related problem to scale these systems. You need to manage access and permissions, and that's not simple, because you cannot simply use the typical connections. You have to create new service accounts, you have to create new flows to manage the access and permissions. They have different environments, and in one environment they have one infrastructure, on development, on pre they have another infrastructure, so you have to orchestrate all of the accuracy through the different environments. You have to be able to notify the human of what went wrong and why, so the human can spend almost no time reviewing it and self-correcting the system. And last but not least, you have to make sure that it works and that the performance it's there, and that at the same time, even if the system, and this is another learning that we have, and if the system is unstable, which is very common in these regulated industries that has a lot of volume of transactions, the system can be resilient, and the worker can wait, can notify other workers. So this governance, observability, management of a lot of workers, it's still unknown by the market because they are not seeing this problem. But whenever you want to work in your agents, in your companies, startups, or you are a company, this is going to be a huge problem to solve. I am just telling you what is coming, and I think this is positive. And now I'm going to give you a bit more of granularity. What does this mean in the real world? So tactics. It means that you need to manage the governance, access to the data, control to the capabilities, users with the right authorization. You need to manage the risk. It's not just about it doing the task. It's about it not lying to your customers. It's about one employee not creating one thing that can expose your external data outside. It's about the compliance, especially in the market that I work at, which is very regulated, about the AI Act, about the where the data is, and obviously about cybersecurity. I'm sure you have seen new agents like Atlas, Perplexity, Comet, these AI browsers that you can very easily hack. So the same can happen to digital workers. So you need to create control around it. So that's it. I wanted to be brief, straightforward to the point, and I always like to end up, when I speak about this, saying that it's extremely early. The 95% of the market, it's failing. That means that there is a huge opportunity for startups, companies, question what the market is telling you that works, because if all of them are failing, maybe it's not working. So I think that this is great, and I really like this opportunity to encourage everyone to try to go for these opportunities, because there are no winners, there are no leaders yet, and there's a lot of space to create generational defining companies. And that's it. A pleasure. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, David. Thank you for filling us in on AI agents and where we are headed with that. Now, we've talked a lot about AI. Everybody is fascinated about AI. There's a lot of potential with AI. But let's talk about something a little bit different, right? When we think about innovation, everybody thinks about, AI and other technologies. But actually, some of the most exciting innovations are happening right here with our natural resources. For example, water, right? We live in Spain, well, at least I do, and there's often a water shortage in summer, right? So the way that we use our water is something that is a problem in many countries, right? Especially when there's a drought. And so technology can come in here handily because it can help us to manage our water resources better and more efficiently. How? How, you might ask? Well, with something called smart leak detection, intelligent monitoring, and systems that make water use more efficient and sustainable for the future. So, our panel is going to focus on how innovation and electronics are driving a water revolution and what happens when engineering meets environmental responsibility. Please put your hands together for 3 wonderful guests from my home country, Germany. We have Alexander Gerfer, who's the CTO of Würth Electronic, one of Europe's leading electronics manufacturers. Also joining us will be Katrin Kreidel, the CEO of Hydrop Systems, a pioneering company that is using real-time data and smart sensors to prevent water waste. And moderating our discussion is the wonderful Florian Reiter. Florian is the editorial lead at Focus Online Earth, a leading German magazine. I would say enjoy, and the stage is all yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to our short little panel here. I will be your host for the next 20 minutes. My name is Florian Reiter. I am the editorial lead for Focus Online Earth, which is the climate brand of Focus Online, which in turn is one of the biggest news outlets in Germany. So that's a lot of corporate gibberish in one sentence, but the important thing is I'm a climate journalist, and as such I love talking to people and hearing from people who are constantly working and innovating to contribute their part of the solution to the climate problem. And when I heard the story of our guests Katrin Kreidel and Alexander Gerfer, I immediately became intrigued. You see, Katrin is a startup founder from Germany. Together with her co-founders, she built a company called Hydrop Systems, which in turn produces this cool tool, the Hydrop meter. The Hydrop meter is a small appliance that you can attach to basically any conventional water meter, and then it delivers you real-time information about not only your water usage, but also about potential leaks and other damages in your water pipe, thus potentially saving you loads of water, which helps the planet as well as your wallet. Sounds pretty cool, right? But as all of you know, probably in this room, simply having a good idea is not enough in order to build a successful company, because sometimes startups actually fail. It's true. We don't like talking about it, but it's true. And they can fail for all kinds of reasons. Sometimes you run out of funding and the runway gets too short. Sometimes economic or regulatory circumstances like leave you hanging. Sometimes the competition just executes better. And sometimes startups can also fail for pretty dumb reasons, to be honest. Like, say, maybe there's like one little component that is vital for your prototype, but you can't get it anywhere. Or maybe tests have shown one single problem with your product that you alone can't solve. And those were also the problems that Katrin and her team encountered when they were developing the Hydrop meter. And as Katrin tells it, those problems were threatening to kill the entire company. But Katrin and her team got help. Corporate help, in fact, from Alexander and his German company Würth Electronic, which is a part of German industry giant Würth Group, which you may have heard before. And with the help of Würth Electronic, Katrin and her team were actually able to produce the Hydrop meter, make it market ready, and now together Hydrop Systems and Würth Electronic are trying to forever change the way we as private consumers think about water. And the solution that they found for their problem was actually has its origins actually in this city right here in Valencia. So all in all, a pretty fascinating story, but let's hear it from the people who were actually involved in all of this. So please welcome with a warm applause our guests Katrin Kleidl, founder of Hydrop Systems, and Alexander Gerfer, CTO of Wirt Electronic. Katrin, Alexander, so great to have you both here. And maybe, Katrin, starting with you, because this is a really fascinating case, I think, of like a cooperation between the startup space and the corporate space, I would say. In your own words, Katrin, I've tried to explain a little bit about this product is all about. I don't know if I really succeeded at it. So maybe can you tell us a little bit about your product and the problem that it's trying to solve?
Yeah, of course. So the Hydrop meter basically is the smoke detector for the water meter. So you just put it on the water meter that's already installed in the house. You plug in some energy, connect it to your Wi-Fi, and that's it. You will see your water consumption in our app. And this makes it possible to optimize the consumption and also get alerts in case of leakages. This can be small leaks, where maybe constantly the water is dripping out and you will never see it, like it happened in my own flat, where water was running over weeks in the floor. I could never see it in my apartment. And then, suddenly it starts to dripping out in the ceiling of the basement. And then the damage is already huge, and it would be a lot less sanitation if you knew it before.
Is that own little personal mishap you had, is that how you stumbled upon the idea? Because in my imagination, it's not the most obvious idea to come upon. But was this like what gave you the idea to do this?
We actually discovered this on the way. So originally it was coming from the energy sector. So I studied renewable energy and always found it a bit difficult that a lot of problems are easy to see, but will only be solved very late. And the water crisis is already here, but especially in countries like Germany's, it's not very well known. People say like, oh, I open a tap, water comes out, perfect. I don't have to think about that it has to be pumped and treated before. And we want to make it that visible, and that's why we developed the Hydrop meter.
So is it that maybe Alexander, you can contribute to this as well. So is it that we simply don't know about the scale of the problem, or do we actually not care about it? I have to ask as a climate journalist, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it hits you sometimes really fast, such a problem. Even hit my parents very fast, and they had to pay later on €1,000 because of not knowing and seeing the water leakage. And that's what triggered us as Wirt Electronic to say when we found them in a startup center, developing the hardware, because we, as a Wirt Electronic, we build electronic components, we manufacture them, design them in with our technical sales worldwide, and of course support hardware startups to bring the ideas to real life and to work. And as you will also explain later, we were a bit, or you were a bit blocked sometimes, right? And that's really what I find from my experience. I had also a startup when I was young. I'm a bit old now. And we had a good idea. And the idea was good for the market, had a need in the market. But at least we could not get the second run running because we didn't get from our distributor, when I was a young engineer, these samples. So we were, because of a single, very cheap component, our development couldn't go to live because we had a startup session running in 6 weeks, but they told us buy 50,000 pieces and eventually we can get some pieces for you, but it will take 12 weeks, so you're out of business immediately. That is one problem that we say in Wirt Electronic ISOs, my group, where we say we do more than you expect for our clients or our customers, even if a startup is not an existing customer, where we say we give you the same support if you would be a big entity, a big company already, because we won't get these hardware to life.
So, Alexander, let's talk about you a little bit. So, you're the Chief Technology Officer for Wirt Electronic, which is a billion-dollar company, a large family-owned enterprise, headquartered in the Swabian region of Germany, which is the southwestern region of Germany. If you're not aware of this, it's very important to Swabian people. So can you briefly describe what is your company's purpose? What are you trying to do for the world and for your business?
As mentioned, we are really doing and manufacturing electronic components, and we started in a field of where engineers don't like the components so much. It's really it's not a microprocessor, let's say it this way, it's all around the microprocessor. So we produce these components, but we give also the technical advice, how to use, how to choose, how to design in. Even here in Spain with many sales offices and also offices here and design offices here in Valencia. So it's really where we go a bit further as a normal manufacturer would do and bring electronics to life. And sometimes it's some small things in the electronics design blocking you. So our purpose is really partnering up with any kind of customers, make your idea, however it's a big or small, a big market, a smaller market, coming to market by having the best design running in the shortest time possible, because time to market is important for me to come into the market.
So let's talk about those problems that you mentioned. Now, Katin, I understand that there was a very specific problem that you guys faced and that proved very, very tough to solve for you guys, and that basically threatened the existence of your entire startup because, as Alexander mentioned, there is a short time span where you need to get the product live, right? So there is a runway that you need to hit off. And so can you tell us a little bit about the problems that you guys faced and how this problem looked like? And maybe, Alexander, you can chime in afterwards and tell about what the role of Wirt was in this whole project, in this whole process, and actually also what the city of Valencia and your Valencia lab has to do with it.
So it was our third attempt to bring the hydrop meter on the market, actually. The first failed due to the chip crisis, the second because the compute board wasn't strong enough for our AI models, and then it's the third time we want to bring it on the market. And we are already really short in the schedule. So we are like, okay, we have our own board and we have the off-the-shelf compute board. Both of them are CE, good for CE at the moment. Then we clicked them together, went to the lab of Wirt Electronic and tested it, do the EMV testing, and we had a peak. And we were like, okay, the boards are already in production. We don't have the time to do a new development and also not the money. So if we have to do it now again, then we can close the company. And then Wirt stepped in and they said, okay, you have the problem on the compute board that's off the shelf, but we can solve it. And we have this tiny shielding tape that's developed in the lab in Valencia, and you just put it on the parts where the peak is, and it gets cut off. And this really allowed us to bring this product on the market.
So one small piece, that's all it took, basically.
Really, yeah.
In my case, it was a missing piece, and here is a thing which, when you do electronics design and you think you have encountered everything can happen. You switch it together, you switch it on, and then it doesn't work. And going to market means you have all the market regulation fulfilled. It's a so-called CE mark. You have it on the toys, on every electronic device you bring into the market. And we do the pre-testing with our customers or hardware startups before you go in the normal lab, not to fall in this trap. And the old rule is, the better your first design approach is, the cheaper it is for the mass production. That's also the aim. We have to think as a startup, not only in my minimal viable product, we have to think about scalability, mass production already in the beginning. That's our aim, to help here with our own knowledge or knowledge in our network, which we offer to the hardware startups as well, that when you have to go the next step, you are ready for the next step and not go in design cycles over and over, because also here money and time is money, and to go fast for the market. Absolutely. And EMI is a problem. Again, lots of mystery. Now such a shielding tape makes it working, yes. But that's what the team here in Valencia is describing in application notes and handouts, how to make it working, and even can then design special solutions for it. And then you can go for market. It's a quick solution, and you can go for market.
So it's basically an innovation hub that helps startups to get their ideas ready for market, right? Is there any specific quality you're looking for in a startup when you're deciding to help them?
Also by heart, we look into all the electronics having a positive impact on the environment, the saving of energy resources. because we want to go a bit different in these approaches. But anyhow, if you are not in this cluster, so to say, you get also the support. But especially for these kind of solutions, we want to give a bigger stage and make it more in the awareness. Because even also in Spain, when we look into the agriculture, there's a lot of fields watered, but sometimes you don't even know that your water pipe is leaking. So this device can tell you in the whole field what you kind of see all the time. There is something happening, and you save the resources, water. Even here in Spain, it's much more important eventually. But even Germany had a water drought, so it's really sweet water is a limited resource. We have to think about it. That's why we say and said, okay, fits totally, and we want to give this a bigger stage and more support than a normal support for our customers.
So basically, any kind of electronic solution that has tried to display a positive impact, right?
In general, yes. But if it has a positive impact, energy resources, saving, how to feed the world, we do it also with LED supporting things, or solving how to harvest with robots, and so on. We find everywhere some small problem, and then we say, don't worry. We try to help you as best as we can, or with the networking behind.
So, Katrin, what's next for you guys? I know that you're primarily marketing the hydrometer right now to private households, but are there any markets or avenues that you'd like to explore in the future with this product?
Yeah, we want to scale in two fields, basically. So first is, especially in Germany, people are not so much aware of their water consumption, but there are a lot of studies showing that just from knowing about your consumption, you will be more cautious with your water consumption. So basically, when we can early detect leakages, this will help the insurance companies because they have to pay for the damage. And for example, in my flat, I had to pay an energy bill for the drying machines that was higher than my energy bill for 1 year.
Oh, wow.
So it's really a lot of energy also that is lost. And that's what we can prevent. And yeah, so it's a win-win situation for us to scale the product in more conservative countries like Germany. But also, of course, we want to scale more internationally, especially in countries where water is already scarce and people are more aware of their consumption and also want to optimize their consumption. And like Alexander said, also farmers and everywhere where water is used, there are a lot of pipes that you can't see because they are in the ground or in walls. And you will only see it very late, and the earlier you know, the better.
So I think it's interesting that your home or our home country is in a lot of regards actually the hardest market for you, right? Because we in Germany, we don't really know in a lot of aspects how good we have it in that regard. And we don't really have to think about our water usage, at least not yet. That's a topic that's slowly arriving over the last few years. But that's a luxury that countries like Spain and Greece, for example, can't really afford, right? So that's a potential space for you guys with the help of Wirt Electronic probably to get into. Are there any other product innovations in the pipeline for you guys? Is there something where you can talk about it?
Yeah, of course, we also want to make it visible that you can also see for what exactly you used your water. And this we also want to scale into industries so that you will also see, okay, which machinery is using water right now and maybe what is off about this. But it's more on the software side, but it's something we definitely want to explore.
So I understand that your product has, as I said, marketed to private households. Has there been any feedback from private households so far? I know you've told me before that some part of that your project already made the way to South Africa for some reason. So it's already going worldwide in some aspects, right?
Yes, there are different ideas where you can use it. For example, in South Africa, it's used for a house that's rented. But also we have feedback from people that discovered a leak with our solution because they were on holiday and saw a small loss of water or water losses in toilets already have been discovered. Yeah, that's really good feedback and helps us pushing.
Right. So, Katrin, Alexander, thank you so much for your time. I think this, as I said, is a fascinating case of cross-collaboration between startups and the corporate space where both parties can bring in their respective strengths and maybe at the end of it make a product that really helps a little bit to change the world. Alexander, maybe as a last point, what do you think, what is the most pressing problem right now that a company like Würth Electronic might be able to, work on over the next few years?
Yeah, what keeps us awake day and night, so to say, is really the energy demand of AI increasing and of data centers. So it's 10% counting very soon, and even AI-powered data centers will increase even faster. So what we try and what we are working on actually right now is to really counteract against this increase with more power-efficient solutions. So we have here already teams working on more efficient power supply solutions on our components, which we are really working on. So that's our target. And as said, it's keeping us really awake day and night. And in a multinational team, that's what I can say. So it's not only a German team, it's a very multinational team, even supported here again in Valencia and the University of Valencian Cathedra, where we also look into how to cool the electronics.
Yeah.
So that's a very important topic which we have to encounter.
Okay, so I can already see that both of you guys are not going to get bored anytime soon. So that's all the time we have. So thank you very much for being a great audience, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank. Thank you. Okay, so I'm personally really excited about this next session because this is something that I think maybe affects all of us. Maybe we don't want to talk about it too much, but I'm talking about hair care, right? About hair loss and hair thinning, which doesn't just happen with age. It can happen at any point in our lives, but particularly with age, right? And so we won't be diving into the actual science of hair loss today, but we are going to be diving into the story of a startup that is doing things differently when it comes to leveraging technology and leveraging science to really make waves in how beauty, wellness, and science come together. They call it the holistic phenomenon, right? Breaking growth limits. That is what we're going to be discussing today. They're going to be talking about how holistic has actually been able to scale profitably and sustainably without actually doing one important thing, which is they haven't lost focus on innovation. They haven't lost focus on their customer experience and their channels. Please put your hands together for this wonderful round. We have the co-founder and CEO of Holistic here, Pablo Nueno. And moderating our discussion today will be the B Startup Director at Banco Sabadell. B Startup is Banco Sabadell's program that supports innovative and tech-driven company. Put your hands together for Pablo Nueno and Yolanda Perez.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, welcome everybody. Let me introduce myself, please. I'm Yolanda Perez. I'm the director of B Startup. This is the financial partner for startups and scale-ups of Banco Sabadell. And what we offer is very specialized banking services as well as venture capital investment. We are part of the Spanish ecosystem, proud part of this ecosystem. And of course, we support Valencia startups since its beginning, because, and also VDS since the very beginning. And well, that's why we are here today, and that's why we have invited Pablo Nueno, the CEO of Holistic, to explain us his history and how have they done in order to be one of the fastest growing scale-ups of Europe. So please welcome Pablo, CEO and co-founder of Holistic. Thank you very much for joining us here in Valencia today.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Thank you very much, the BDS and Bank Sabadell. And congratulations for the news of last week.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
and that, as you know, you were our first bank. The first bank account that we had was Bank Sabadell, so we are very happy of the news. Okay.
Thank you. But let's thank you. We are very happy. Let's say that that yes, we are in a good moment nowadays. But let's talk about holistic. That's why we are here. And well, we have only 20 minutes, so let's kick off. Just telling us what is holistic, the story, some milestones that you have achieved so far, some figures that you can share.
Perfect. Okay, Holistic is a hair wellness nutraceutical brand. It started like 6 years ago when I met the other co-founder, Pedro Luis González, who had the idea of create nutraceuticals or food supplements for hair loss and other specialties. And when I met him 6 years ago through another entrepreneur, that it's my cousin, Carlos Nueno of Teladoc, when I met him, he explained me, hey, he was working in Almirai, that it's a pharma focused in dermatology, and he had been working in the 3 previous years in the formulations, with clinical studies, bucket science, multifactorial approach, different things. So when I met him, he explained me the vision that he had at that point, and we say, okay, let's start with this project, and then start COVID, okay? And I start to develop all the part of the business, and we launch on January 21. We launch a DTC model on Amazon. We launch first digitally, and then we go to pharmacies after 2 years of the business. And since we launched, we can say the evolution of the business was incredible, because first of all, we had, in the case of DTC, direct to consumer, we have we can say, subscription model for the people that they can buy this product. They receive every 30 days at their homes or every quarter, and this is something that in Spain it's very difficult, because most of the subscription models are very focused on software as a service, HBO, Netflix, But to be subscribed to a physical product, it's very interesting for your model, because finally you have the clients each month, and each month they repeat. So for us, it was one of the challenges that we had when we launched, and since we launched, we see that the repetition of the people and the rate of the subscription was very high. So we start we say, okay, these figures are very good. If we can scale this, this is going to be a very good business. And we found the way to scale it. That was through influencer marketing and through other digital channels. Because finally, it's something that you drink for your hair, for your health, and it's something that the prescription works very well. So influencer marketing, KOLs, dermatologists, prescribing this in a digital way was the way that we scale it. At the first year, we finished with very good figures. The second year, we closed a Series A with Iris Ventures and other investors. And we finished, last year, our 4th year, with more than 40 million euros of sales, with more than 700,000 women that they have tried Holistic, and they repeat, and they really like the brand. And being leaders in the different channels that we are. We are in our own e-commerce, in Amazon, in El Corte Inglés, and in pharmacies. And we are also in Spain, Portugal, Germany, that we launched on January 24, and now this year that we have launched Italy.
Isn't it amazing? In 4 or 5 years, this is really incredible. So let's delve a little deeper on how did you reach all these figures and all these achievements. What would you say have been the key differentiating elements of your strategy? The strategies that really set you apart from the rest, that made the difference?
First of all, I would say 4 different things. The first one is it's luck. Okay, you have to find a blue ocean, no? That in our case was that women they used to treat their hair through topical products, no? And we saw that there was a company in the United States named Nutrafol that they were doing something similar and they were growing in an incredible way, no? So we thought, okay, all the products in Spain, no, because in Spain, of course, when we launched, there were food supplements for hair loss and also in Europe. But if we can do something that it's with if we have a product that it's very different, no, that will be the second thing, no, a product that is very different, that it's science-based, that has clinical studies, that has patented ingredients, that really works, no, that it's the most important thing. We can go to this niche of people, no. So we had this product. We create a branding, no, that was different in the market, no, because most of the products that were at that point when we launched, they came from pharma industry and they were a little bit, and I don't want to offend anyone, no, but a little bit more boring, no, and designed for men, most of them, no, 15, 20 years ago, something like this. So we said, okay, if we can do a brand, no, focus on women that talks with the community, it's something that can work, no. So a different product, no, very science-based and that really works. A new branding, no, or a different branding. A different go-to-market, no, because most of these products were sold in pharmacies or in Amazon, and we start to create this DTC model that they arrives every month, no, in subscription. And when we had the e-commerce, we went to the pharmacist and we opened more than 3,000 pharmacies. That this is very unique because previous to COVID, it was very difficult that a pharmacy in Spain takes a product that had a powerful e-commerce. And in our case, 60% of our sales are from e-commerce, close to 10% Amazon, and 30% B2B. We can say pharmacies and El Corte Inglés. So this is the third thing, no, the go-to-market strategy. And the fourth thing, I will say, a good finance strategy also, no? That it's very important when you start something, no? In our case, it's something that you need to produce products, no? And if you grow, you have to produce more products and have security stocks and these kind of things, no? So you need money to grow. And the working capital of our business is very interesting because the DTC business, the consumer pays, no, and you receive the money at the moment. But you have also pharmacies and El Corte Inglés that they pay with different timings, no. So it's very important. I will say these four things. No?
Fantastic. Well, as you have said, clearly beyond the quality of your product and the science that is behind it, one of the key points has been this multi-channel approach to the market. Can you explain a little more about how you have built and managed that multi-channel strategy?
Yes. When I started like 3 years ago, I said, digital first with omnichannel vision. This is impossible, okay? Because being omnichannel, if you don't have your own stores, it's impossible. And finally, what we have is a multi-channel strategy, no? First of all, when we designed the strategy, it was like it's now in Spain, no? That it's okay. We start digitally. We create the brand, the awareness of the brand, and the we can say that the consumers want the product, no, and go to the pharmacies and go to the dermatologist asking about holistic, no. So we create first the part of digital, no, with this subscription model with Amazon and with the influencer marketing. Then we start to go to dermatologists and to the pharmacies, and this is very synergistic because pharmacies and dermatologists gives the product trustability, and the digital part gives sell out to the pharmacies, no? Gives people going to the pharmacy asking about the product, no? And why we have opened, or how we can open 3,000 pharmacies in just 2 years with a very little team, no? And it's because there were many women going to the pharmacy asking about holistic. do you have holistic? So many pharmacies start to call us, and many dermatologists start to call us saying, hey, I want to work with you. So it's the opposite of what brands used to do, that it's go pharmacy by pharmacy asking if they want the product. And I think also the moment that we launched, that was during COVID, but during and after COVID, it was a very good moment for this, because COVID changed many things in the mind of pharmacists and dermatologists. So this was important.
For sure. Another issue, your funding journey. Can you explain us how Holistic has approached financing? I think it's a very, very interesting strategy also, because you have been very focused on profitability since the very beginning, and you have very well combined the banking, finance, and the venture capital.
Yeah, exactly. This is super important, and we are the startup number 13 in Shifted list. That it's a list of the highest growing startups in Europe. And when you look the list, most of the top 20 they have raised too much money, comparing with us. But the thing is that when we started, the other co-founder, he had a venture builder with some top investors in Spain, such as Carlos Gallardo, who is the president and CEO of Almiray, and other top investors. And when we started with the money of the other co-founder, well, close to 200,000 euros, something like this. We started with this, and after 1 year and a half, we did a seed round with these top investors that he had with this venture builder. Then after this, after 3 years of the project and 2 years of launching commercially, we did a Series A with Iris Ventures, that it's a VC, and 5 million of Iris Ventures and 1 million of these previous investors. And now, the last year, I think, is when we started with traditional credit, with different banks, such as Bank Sabadell, because it was the moment, we were in break-even at that point, and it was a good moment to do this, And this is our process, It has been like this, but finally it's super important, to be very well financed, because it's something that many startups die because cash, and probably most of the people here know that cash, it's king, for a startup, and it's very important to control it, but it's very important how you forecast all the things, and if you are growing a lot, sometimes it can be dangerous if you don't forecast what is going to happen, And in our case, our business it's seasonal, and now from end of August till December, it's the moment of the year when we do more sales, because it's when hair loss season starts, So it's important to have stocks, to not to do sold out nor break, because we just have four SKUs, So it's important to all these things,
No, that's why I think you have done so well, because you have been always combining this growth with this health in the financials of the company since the beginning. You are really a very young company with enormous achievements. But now, looking ahead, which are the plans of Holistic?
Yeah, I would say, okay, now in Spain, we are leaders in the last 2 years. I think it's when we became leaders in all the channels, So for us, it's to continue, growing, being leader, That it's always difficult, because now many brands are entering in the market. These pharma companies, they are relaunching products. They are entering many wellness new brands, Many copying Holistic, this vial or this liquid dose, Others with other formats. But continue growing in Spain, in Portugal. We launched also in Germany last year, no, and Italy this year. And for us, it's continue growing in those markets, no, and achieve also break even in the case of Germany. That it's a very complicated market, but a very interesting market, no, that it's huge, and the feedback of the clients it's better than in Spain. So it's a very interesting market for us. And also we will launch new product lines in the next year, no. So I will say these things, no?
You have said, as I have well understood, 45 million revenues last year. How many women, you said, are your clients? Or?
Yes, we have like more than 100,000 active clients per month. And since the beginning, more than 700,000 clients. So
it's amazing,
it's incredible. So one of the keys, no, when you ask me what has happened, no, to do this, no, you have to have this part of lucky, no, that you launch the product to the target, and the target really wants this product. No? And at one point, after the second year, there were many women talking with other women. The word of mouth was incredible. No, it was our main driver of growth. No, so it was incredible. And women that they used, if they took vitamins, they took at their home, no, because it was something like a taboo, no, to take vitamins for the hair. And then, if you see many clubs or many in offices, and there are holistics in the offices, no, in the clubs.
In my office, for instance, there's people of my team who have the holistic box. Yeah. On the box, yeah, and on the table. Sorry.
Yeah, many women are proud of taking holistic, no, and they have it in their bag, and when they take it, they leave it in the table, no. So for us, it's super proud, no, this, and yeah.
Of course. What would you say to some entrepreneurs who are just starting now? What would you like? What would you have liked to know when you started? Any advice?
No, the part of finance, it's very important. The part of that, you will have to work very, very hard, very, very hard. So it's like this. You are very alone in this path, but it's an incredible path. What I really like, I used to do consulting, no, and what I really like about the entrepreneur, there are many things that are stupid, no, that I'm not going to enter. But what I really like about entrepreneurship is that entrepreneurs, no, that the people that are in this business help other people. And I really believe in this, no, to help people and be helped, no. And it's a path, no, that you are very alone at the beginning, and you have to talk with many people, no, ask many doors about, hey, how you did this, or how can I do this, or what do you think about this, no? And it's important to not to be shy of doing this, no? Because finally, all of us, no, need help, no? In all steps of your life, no? But now, if I see, no, me 5 years ago, no, I didn't know anything. You know, and in 5 years you do a PhD in this, no? So I think it's the most interesting thing, no?
Very wise advice. Thank you very much, Pablo. We have run out of time. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to Pablo for sharing with us all these knowledges and experiences. And let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pablo and Yolanda. Okay, I know a lot of you are here for the award ceremony, and that's going to be an exciting part to look forward to this afternoon. But before we get there, let's dive into one more exciting conversation around building the future, AI, health, and Europe's role in global innovation. There is so much potential with healthcare, right? And I think if we think about it, everybody takes healthcare access for granted, I think, in Europe. But if you look at the world, a lot of people don't have access to quality healthcare or to healthcare at all. okay? And so there is so much potential to innovate with AI. For example, let me give you a really cool example. Imperial College London, a top university in the United Kingdom, and the University of Edinburgh, they actually developed an AI tool that can read brain scans of stroke patients, helping doctors determine when the stroke occurred and whether it can be treated effectively. Really exciting and really promising for us. I just want to ask everyone to please stop talking so that we can all listen. Thank you so much. I know it's exciting, but let's all try to be focused on what's happening here. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way? Yeah? Because there was an echo earlier, so. Okay, I would like to welcome a man who has been named by Forbes as the most global Spanish tech entrepreneur. He has, launched and invested and succeeded in different tech ventures, both in the US and in Europe, and he is now a serial entrepreneur and investor and managing partner at LifeX Ventures. Please put your hands together for Iñaki Berenguer. Iñaki, it's such a pleasure to have you here. This is our last session, so let's enjoy it. Iñaki, there's so many questions I have about you. I think when I was doing my research, I was so impressed by your background. I know you come from a small village near Alicante, right? So you're Spanish, but you've lived abroad, and you've done so many different things, which is why I guess the name serial entrepreneur. But we're here to talk about AI, right? And so one of the things that I know you said recently as well is that there is so much potential with AI, and there's also so much untapped value creation in the healthcare space leveraging AI. And so I'm personally interested, why do you say that? You also said that this field has the most potential for unicorn creation. So I want to hear more about what got you into this health and AI space and why you think this is such a potent field.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. As you know, I went to UPV, like Technical University of Valencia, to study my undergrad, and then I went abroad to do my PhD, and then I stayed in the US building technology companies, and now I'm an investor. And to your question, why I'm excited about AI applied to health, I think that I'm excited in general about AI. AI as a horizontal technology that can reinvent every single industry. And this revolution is going to be bigger than mobile, internet, crypto, cloud, you name it. It's going to change how we think, how we work, how we organize ourselves, and how we create. And especially in professions where there is a shortage, think about doctors, nurses, drivers, lawyers, teachers. So we are going to enter in an age of abundance because AI is going to create infinite capacity because the work of many of those professions are going to be enhanced by GPUs from NVIDIA. So I could be excited about any single industry, but why in particular healthcare? Many reasons. One is it is exciting when you are an entrepreneur to help save lives. So everyone would like to be a doctor, right? Like with their friends, or work in pharma. The second thing is that it's one of the largest industries in the economy. In the US, it's about 20% of the total economy, of the GDP. In Europe, it's a little bit more than 10% of the total economy. The second thing is that it is digitized already. If you think about healthcare, biology, chemistry, it is all about zeros and one, but the information is not structured, it is scattered, and this is the perfect application for AI. If you think about a good application for ChatGPT or OpenAI or Anthropic, is about aggregating information with different structures. If you think about healthcare, it could be genomics, blood tests, images like MRIs and CT scans, and AI is very good at aggregating that information and making sense out of that. And the thing that I'm very excited about during the last 2 or 3 years is that, what you were saying, that nobody would have predicted what is the industry that is going to be adopting AI faster. But if you look at 2024, the industry that spent more money on AI is healthcare, twice as much as banking or insurance. So yeah, like the revolution is coming to healthcare.
But I'm going to step in there, actually. This is a really interesting finding because there's also been, statistics around how healthcare is actually still a really underdeveloped field when it comes to AI adoption. So what do you have to say about that? So there is this potential, but adoption is still relatively low in healthcare in comparison to other industries.
Actually, that surprisingly, that is changing, right? Like if you think about the US, there are 2 applications of AI that are already deployed in more than 50% of the hospitals and the doctors. One is medical scribes. So until 2 years ago, if you were going to a doctor, either in Spain or in the US, the doctor would be talking to you, and at the end of that visit, would need to write down the notes of the visit. So that is now done in more than 50% of the hospitals by AI. So there is a microphone, records the conversation, transcribes that, and summarizes that in the EHRs, the medical records, exactly with the structure or the template of the medical record. That has many implications. First, the doctor can show more empathy, doesn't have to be typing down on the computer, can be looking at the eyes of the patient. The other thing is that you are going to be aggregating richer information because doctors in the end, they just take 1 line of notes or 2 lines of notes. And the third thing is that the doctor can spend more time talking to the patient. So that is number one. Another one is a company, for example, called Open Evidence, like OpenAI, but Open Evidence. Launched less than 2 years ago. Now it is used by more than 50% of all the doctors in the US. It is free for the doctors. It's like a ChatGPT trained with medical studies. So when the doctor has to decide what recommendation to give to a patient for something that is not that common, instead of going to ChatGPT, that I'm sure that we all go to ChatGPT, Open Evidence is very good at citing other studies from top journals in medicine, so they have the most recent information, and then you see the citations there, the references of what you are recommending. So actually it is being adopted very quickly, and actually there is, like, some people are underestimating how good AI is in healthcare. Like, I'm going to give you like a couple of examples. One is, like, there was a study 2 years ago done with the general population, either working in healthcare or general population, and people would say, like, well, AI would never be as good as doctors, and even if they are good at like doctors in terms of content, there are 2 things that doctors have that AI will never have. One is empathy. So in the end, like, people that study medicine is a very vocational profession. So showing empathy with patients, that AI will never have. And the second thing is explaining things in simple terms so the patient can understand what is going on with them. They did a study with voice conversations between doctors and patients. The patients didn't know that they were talking to an AI voice agent, because now you know that voices are hyper-realistic. And like 100 cases, they were like regular doctors. In another 100 cases, they were AI voice agents trained with medical data. And at the end of the visit or the telephone conversation, they were asking who showed more empathy and did you understand properly what they explained that is going on with you? And guess what, right? Like, AI voice agents were
I was
much
going
better.
to say,
Yeah.
it's funny because I've actually asked ChatGPT stuff about health.
Actually, like 10% of the consultations or the prompts on ChatGPT are about healthcare.
10%?
10%.
Okay, I was pretty interesting. I mean, this is really exciting, right? And there's so many things that come to mind when I hear that, but I'm looking at the time and I'm like, oh, where can we go with this? Because I think with AI, especially in healthcare, it's such a highly regulated field, especially in Europe, right? You gave some examples about the US and how doctors there, or 50% of clinics are already using open evidence, right?
Free
So that's,
for them, free for the doctors, and then there is advertising on the side, yeah.
So that's in the US, but what about in Europe, right? If you compare these ecosystems, what are we going to do with bringing these kinds of technologies to the healthcare space in Europe and balancing all these regulatory kind of barriers that I think are keeping a lot of people on, like on the fence about going there?
Let me talk about a couple of things. One is the fast adoption of new technologies in the US versus Europe. In Europe, healthcare is primarily public. So yes, of course, you have private health insurance, but that is just marginal compared to the overall healthcare industry. When you are trying to adopt solutions and you are the government, you cannot just pick someone because you think that is the best. You have to follow a process. You have to do a concurso, or I don't know how you call that, but basically many people have to apply with certain norms of how you are going to pick the winner. That takes time. The second thing is that many of the improvements that are happening in the US are operational. So don't forget that the high cost of healthcare is not high salaries of doctors or nurses or machines. If you enter in a hospital, more than 50% of the people working in a hospital are not doctors, are not nurses, are back office people. So if you adopt AI to be more efficient operationally, all those savings can be spent with additional doctors. So it's the indirect or the second derivative or second order effect of saving in operational costs, that is 50% of the cost of running a hospital. So those savings will go into better healthcare, but people in the US, they do that mainly because they want to save costs, because it's a private company and it is for profit. So that is number one. Number two is that in general, like everyone is going to benefit from healthcare. So you're saying, like, are we going to fall behind or not behind? From a consumer surplus, yeah, it may take 1 year, may take 2 years, or 3-year delays. Many technologies take a little bit longer in Europe than in the US. Self-driving cars, like now if you go to San Francisco, Austin, LA, you can use Waymo, but you cannot use that in any country in Europe. It's not about Spain, it's like including UK. So things arrive here a little bit later, but in the end, everyone is going to benefit. So ChatGPT, like the ChatGPT that people use in the UK or in Switzerland or in Spain or in Singapore, is the same one. So from a consumer surplus, everyone is going to benefit. The big difference is where wealth is being created, and that wealth is being created mainly in Silicon Valley, right? But the benefits are distributed across the world.
You know, earlier I was making a joke how I heard somebody say to me recently, yeah, you've got Silicon Valley, that's where innovation happens. But in Europe, we've got the Silicon Valley of regulation. And I thought that was really funny. One of the things I'd like to talk about a little bit more is, so you gave some examples in where AI can add value in healthcare. So if you think about the next 5 years, next 10 years or so, I know you are really, really good at anticipating trends. It's one of your strengths, and that's probably why you've become so successful. What do you think in terms of new trends when it comes to AI in healthcare? What's going to surprise us?
So I think that it follows the trajectory of AI becoming more powerful and trying to understand more complex situations. That is not only about healthcare, it's about every single industry. One is robotics. So what OpenAI has done for the digital world, who is going to be building that for the real world? 3D environments with more degrees of uncertainty, and it is much more complex work. But there are many companies building AI robots for many things. How do you apply that to healthcare? And how do you create abundance thanks to AI in robotics in healthcare? So one is surgical robotics. So today, if you want to have a breast surgery because you have cancer, like you can have a surgeon that is doing a minimally invasive surgery, but in the end, it's very subjective to the human of where they have to cut, for example. We have invested in a company that is doing this in the UK. So deciding where you see an organ or a tissue and decide whether you cut here or you cut a little bit more to the right or to the left is very subjective. Of course, there is like the lighting and you have the colors, but in the end, it's a little bit up to the best practices of the doctors and the experience of the doctor. Very soon, this is going to be like self-driving cars. Like with the cameras that you have, hyperspectral cameras, you are going to, like the robot is going to decide like in a car, like whether you accelerate, you brake, you turn left, you turn right, like a robot doing surgery is going to be exactly the same. And this is going to be a step by step. Now in many hospitals, you have the Da Vinci robots, probably you have heard of them, $3 or $4 million, but still, there is a human operating that with a joystick behind the room. So, but it's not fully autonomous. It's almost like cars that now when you buy a new car, it has a lot of sensors. So before you are going to push or like you're going to hit a wall, it brakes, but you are still in control. But very soon, like Tesla is going to allow everyone, you still have to be there, and very soon, like the robotaxis from Tesla, you don't need to be sitting there, right? So this is going to happen in robots for surgery. So everyone is going to have the best surgeon in the world helping them to do any type of surgery, no matter whether you are in the best clinic in the US or in the best clinic or in an average clinic in Rwanda, right?
Iñaki, you mentioned that you have invested in a UK business that leverages AI to help with the breast surgery, right? In the last few minutes, would you be able to tell us a little bit more about what you're investing in the AI and health space? Just a couple of examples. And also what you look for as an investor.
Yeah.
What are your green flags and what are the red flags?
Yeah. So maybe the second one is better, right? What we look for, like as you know, I'm a partner in a fund, LifeX, that we invest in the intersection of AI and healthcare. Maybe we have time, I also talk a little bit about something new that I'm starting in parallel to my role of an investor. But what we look for is like what VCs look for, is market, team, and product. A market has to be a very large market that is undergoing a paradigm shift, either because it is being created and will be very big soon, or it is already very big and is going to change who's controlling that market. The second thing is the team, and in the early stages, the team is the founding team mainly. And the third thing is the idea. But in AI, there is something that makes startups very special, that is if they can grow revenues very quickly. That is very different to what was happening in technology 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Now you're seeing AI companies that in 2 years or in 3 years, they have 10 million in revenues, 20 million in revenues, 30 million in revenues. And it's not only about the OpenAIs and Anthropic. Companies that raise very little, that they get to 10 million or 20 million in revenues very quickly, the main reason is that they don't go, when they sell to businesses, they don't go after the IT budget, so they go after the human resources budget. So they are trying to replace humans with AI, and that means that even if you have a small business buying your product and that company has 100 employees, that company can be paying like $1 million a year for your product because you are replacing many of those people. That, by the way, that is another problem that you have to fix in society, what you are going to do with all these people that are going to be losing their jobs. But if you go after the HR budget, where people were making 30,000 euros a year, 40,000 euros a year, you sell that solution for 10,000, but the quality is better, the productivity is better, the deployment is better, you can work 24/7, and that is happening in call centers, in driving, in operations, in back office and administrative jobs, and so on. So that is something that I look for, and in terms of healthcare, it could be front office and back office. Front office is anything that you can do with AI for better prevention, diagnostics before you even have symptoms, and better monitoring without using humans, so everything with AI. And the back office is all the inefficiencies that you have in the healthcare system, that like you have a lot of administrative work when it comes to healthcare.
So good market, good team, good idea, in that order.
Yeah, but the most important thing is that you go after the HR budget and not the IT budget.
Okay. Iñaki, we are really running out of time, so I'm going to have to give you the elevator pitch of 20, 30 seconds of what you wanted to say about what you're doing next, some future. You mentioned you wanted to share something, but we have to be really quick because these guys are waiting to come on stage.
Just speak, ride the next wave of innovation. Like if I was starting a company 3 years ago, it would be like models. Like 2 years ago, it would be AI voice agents and general agents. This year is more of agents, but next year could be video and content creation. So I probably have seen the videos from Sora that can have many applications in many industries. So try to catch the wave at the beginning of the inflection point.
I wish I could talk to you more. This is so interesting. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks, Iñaki Berenguer.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Thanks for listening. I can see there's a couple more people joining us. There are a few seats here and there, so if you can find an empty seat, do take a seat, because we're going to be diving into an exciting part, the last and final part of VDS, something that a lot of you have been looking forward to. Yesterday, we had the startup pitch finals, right? And so today we're going to be announcing the 2 winners. But before we do that, we have a couple more awards to give out. And I just want to summarize a little bit more about the VDS startup so that people understand. We had over 1,000. Thank you, guys. We had over 1,000 startups from over 84 countries apply, and only 10 made it to the final. So the people are going to be receiving awards. They really are at the forefront of their game. They're really at the top of their game. So we're really excited that they're here, and they've done a hard job at impressing our jury. To officially wrap up this year's session, I'd like to, actually to open this year's awards ceremony, I'd like to welcome to the stage the president of Startup Valencia, Juan Luis Hortelano. Oh, I think he needs a little bit of time, so we're going to be waiting for him to join us. I don't know where he is, but it's okay. Everybody take your seats. There's going to be a huge amount of people coming on the stage, leaving the stage. Is he ready? He's nearly ready. Juan Luis! Okay, now you can applaud for Juan Luis.
Thank you, Munia. Buenas tardes y gracias a todos por estar aquí. Excelentísima ministra de Ciencia, Innovación y Universidades, Diana Morant. Este año sí que me sé tu título. Pilar Bernabé, delegada de Gobierno. Paula Llobet, concejala de Turismo. Resto de autoridades, invitados y a toda la comunidad de BDS. Hemos llegado al final de 2 días intensos, inspiradores y, sobre todo, profundamente conectores, ¿no? La verdad es que es una pasada ver el auditorio lleno hasta el último día y hasta la última hora, ¿no? El telón de esta 8ª edición de BDS se cierra, pero la simbiosis, que es nuestro lema, y la simbiosis que hemos creado aquí, la energía de la colaboración bajo el lema que era Collaborate Today, Transform Tomorrow, perdurará mucho más allá de esta clausura, y eso espero. En el corazón de esta fantástica ciudad, y esta fantástica ciudad de las artes y las ciencias, hemos sido testigos de la fuerza imparable de la innovación. Hemos visto a gente de más de 120 países, un porcentaje muy alto de gente de fuera de España, converger aquí para debatir, invertir y soñar con un futuro digital, tecnológico, pero también sostenible. Hemos superado las expectativas, no solo en asistencia y participación, sino también en la calidad de las interacciones y en las alianzas forjadas. Las previsiones de que BDS generaría un impacto socioeconómico superior a los 20 millones de euros que tuvimos el año pasado para la economía valenciana y para la economía española, creo que se han visto reforzadas por la vitalidad de estos 2 días y por todo el feedback que hemos escuchado. Además de eso, la respuesta de nuestro ecosistema frente a la DANA, que sabéis que fue unos pocos días después de la edición anterior, con iniciativas como Dana Help y Adopta un Colegio, fueron la prueba de fuego que superamos con creces. El compromiso de cada startup, de cada corporación, de los miembros de nuestro equipo, que dedicaron semanas y hasta meses a la ayuda directa y que contribuyó además a movilizar más de 1 millón de euros en apoyo a los afectados. Yo creo que es uno de los legados más valiosos que deja este ecosistema, este hub. Y no solo somos líderes en tecnología e innovación, Somos líderes en solidaridad. Este evento y esta comunidad demuestran que la innovación y el compromiso social son posibles e inseparables. Por ello es una obligación para nosotros hoy dedicar parte de este último tramo, luego de la clausura, a la entrega de reconocimientos especiales a las personas y entidades que destacaron en este esfuerzo heroico y solidario. Su esfuerzo es el mejor ejemplo de lo que significa transformar mañana desde la colaboración hoy. Permítanme también agradecer a todo el equipo de Startup Valencia, a los voluntarios, a los servicios públicos, a los ponentes, a los moderadores y a todos los que estáis aquí, a todas las personas que habéis contribuido para que esta máquina funcione con precisión, casi suiza. Valencia y por extensión España se ha consolidado como una plataforma global de referencia. Lo que hacemos aquí no es solo crear riqueza, estamos diseñando el futuro, estamos impulsando una transformación social y económica y es poner la tecnología al servicio de un futuro mejor. Así que no me queda mucho más que agradecer la presencia de todos y estoy convencido de que el año que viene nos veremos aquí. Creo que puedo anunciar ya las fechas, 21 y 22 de octubre del 2026. Por favor, apuntadla en vuestras agendas y que sea un evento aún mejor que el de este año. Así que muchas gracias por estar aquí y nos vemos en BDS 2026.
I just want to say that there is going to be a simultaneous translation, so if you don't speak Spanish, there's going to be mixing of Spanish and English here this afternoon. So we will be showing a QR code, but first we want to watch a little tribute video to remember the victims of the Dana floods here in Valencia that happened last year. As the video said, this recovery was written by many hands, and we want to thank everybody for their support. It was only a year ago, but it almost seems like it was yesterday, and I know how painful this was for all of you here in Valencia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to welcome from the Generalidad Valenciana, the Regional Secretary for Innovation, Jerónimo Mora. ¿Qué? No va. Okay, I would like to welcome Simse from Marina Empresas. And you can clap again. Okay. Now, let us continue with the Dana Honorary, the Minister. Okay, sorry, we have a lot of people on our list here today, and I'd like to welcome our next Ministra. I don't know her name, but unfortunately, sorry, I have to check this. ¿Quién es?
Delegada del Gobierno en la Comunidad Valenciana, presidente de Startup Valencia, secretarios autonómicos, concejales y concejalas del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, startups participantes en esta edición del Valencia Digital Summit, ganadores y ganadoras, medios de comunicación, señoras y señores. Un saludo también a los que nos siguen a través de streaming. Muy buenas tardes. Es un honor volver a acompañaros como ministra de Ciencia, Innovación y Universidades, pero también como valenciana orgullosa de su tierra. Esta tierra sabe transformarse a través de su talento y lo hace progresando y avanzando para la ciudadanía. Este encuentro es una buena muestra de la fuerza del ecosistema emprendedor de la Comunidad Valenciana y del protagonismo y del liderazgo en innovación de toda España, de nuestro tejido empresarial, nuestras universidades, del impulso compartido que mantenemos en todos los territorios. Y quiero reconocer también otro motivo de orgullo, que es que en 2025 Valencia ha dado un salto cualitativo muy importante en el ranking europeo de región y ya forma parte de los territorios de las regiones altamente innovadoras de Europa. You are all welcome to Valencia, land of innovation. Here we can feel the power of talent, creativity, and science working together. In the last years, we have changed our economy. Now it is an economy of talent, science, and innovation. We have made the biggest investment in research and development in our history. It has grown more than 50% since 2018, reaching over 22 billion euros. And this is not by chance. It is a political decision of the government of Spain to make science and innovation a state priority. We support our talent, especially in the areas that have big impact on people's lives, in deep tech, in artificial intelligence, in health innovation, and in green energy. These are the engine of our new economy. We are proud of our talent. We do not lose it anymore. We attract it. Spain is now a country where talent stays, grows, and creates opportunities for everyone. Our public innovation agency, CEDETI, helps thousands of startups and deep tech companies. Every day, CEDETI supports science-based projects that bring research to the market. Last year, it invested more than 1.6 billion euros in tech companies. Our government believes in science, invests with ambition, and shares success with society. Innovation is no longer a dream. It is our national strategy, and it works. We are creating better jobs, more qualified, and more stable. According to the International Monetary Fund, Spain is the fastest growing large developed economy in the world. And last year we contributed to half of the economic growth of the euro area. You can see the new model of Spain here in Valencia. Quiero daros las gracias por estas jornadas a los organizadores del Valencia Digital Summit y a todos sus participantes. El Gobierno de España mira y apoya con orgullo este encuentro, que sin ninguna duda es ya uno de los principales polos de innovación y emprendimiento del sur de Europa. También quiero daros la enhorabuena de una manera especial a los premiados y a las premiadas. Compartís una misma ambición: construir desde la innovación y la cooperación un futuro más próspero, más sostenible y con más oportunidades para todos y todas. Porque aquí en Valencia nos reunimos quienes creemos y apostamos por la ciencia, la creatividad y el conocimiento como caminos hacia el bienestar. Sois un orgullo y una inspiración para el futuro que estamos construyendo juntos y juntas. Enhorabuena y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Now, let us move to the Startup Valencia Dana Help Honorary Awards. We're going to be awarding some awards to the Startup Valencia's Dana Relief Programs, which includes the Dana Help and the Adopta un Colegio, which means adopt a school. And these are recognitions to people who have helped with Startup Valencia's Dana program. I would like to welcome to the stage the people who are going to be handing over these awards. Please put your hands together for David Rosa, Nacho Mas, and Ángela Castelló. Come a little bit closer. Yes. And they have the wonderful prizes. You can stand here in the middle because they're going to be awarding the prizes to the wonderful winners. I would like to welcome to the stage Daniel Perello, Cristina Carrascosa, David Baratek, Pedro Trujillano, David Nieto and Juan Luis Hortelero. Congratulations. And guys, you need to move closer together because they're going to take a photo. No, don't leave the stage. I'm going to try hide, okay? Get a little bit more closer together. A little bit closer, un poco más cerca, ¿vale? Porque os van a sacar una foto, ¿vale? Ahora sonreír un poco. Smile at the camera. And a big applause, everyone. Juan Luis, would you like to say a couple of words? Yes? Okay.
Buenas tardes. Traigo chuleta porque después de un vídeo que hemos visto es difícil no emocionarse y trataré de ser breve. Yo he estado liderando la iniciativa Adopta un Colegio, que nació hace casi un año ya, de algo muy sencillo: ayudar a los más pequeños, que son los más olvidados en las grandes tragedias. Desde el principio tuvimos nuestra misión, que era conectar empresas, conectar particulares y fundaciones con las necesidades concretas de cada colegio, de cada asociación de padres y madres y de cada profesorado. El primer día, sin saber muy bien qué hacer, ya estuvimos mandando alumnado de magisterio a limpiar colegios y a intentar empujar y a intentar saber cuándo iban a poder reabrir. Pero luego todo esto, que eso fue solo la semilla, ha canalizado en más de 150.000 euros de ayuda directa, llegando a más de 50 centros educativos e impactando en más de 20.000 niños y niñas y sus familias y apoyando a más de 1.500 docentes. Gracias a muchos colaboradores, hemos llenado bibliotecas de aula completas, ofrecido formaciones con psicólogos especializados en tragedias y creado recursos educativos para trabajar lo vivido en el aula. También hemos repartido mobiliario escolar, más de 500 dispositivos tecnológicos e incluso gracias a constructoras comprometidas se han realizado obras reales en varios centros educativos. Hoy, casi un año después, seguimos recibiendo mensajes de apoyo y nuevas peticiones de ayuda. Pero nada de eso hubiera sido posible sin el apoyo de Startup Valencia. Gracias, Juan Luis, gracias, Nacho, por vuestra parte. Sin la confianza de ATH21 y Cris Carrascosa, que también está en este proyecto. Y sin el trabajo enorme de Admundi y Fernando, que fueron quienes canalizaron las ayudas económicas. Yo soy maestro de infantil desde hace 18 años y os aseguro que el colegio es el hogar, el refugio y la casa de muchos pequeños. Adopta un colegio ha ayudado a reparar, reconstruir y restaurar la educación en esas escuelas. Gracias a VDS por darnos voz y gracias a todos por creer que cuando la tecnología y la educación se unen, se pueden transformar vidas.
Muchas gracias, Dani. La verdad es que Dani fue una de las personas que lideró Adopta un Colegio y estamos súper orgullosos de todo lo que hicieron. Yo no me he escrito nada porque no podría leerlo seguramente y aún nos emocionamos un año después. Pero solo quiero dar las gracias a todos. Aquí sé que hay mucha gente que ayudó desde el primer día y sobre todo aquí, bueno, hay un ejemplo de la gente que estuvo desde Barcelona, Pedro y David viniendo con coches cargados. Buah, es que no, me emociono recordándolo. Y David, que estuvo repartiendo cientos de colchones, uno a uno, casa a casa, de colchones que comprábamos desde la asociación. Y no puedo seguir, solo quiero agradecer a todos de nuevo y agradecerles a ellos. Sin ellos nada habría sido posible y bueno, gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, guys. You can leave the stage, and then we're going to continue with our next award. See, this is what happens when people come together in a difficult situation and they pull together, they work as a team to collaborate, to help and to help other people to get out of difficult situations. So thank you for doing this really, really important work. Okay, let's move to the Challenge Awards. This is a competition that honors the best entrepreneurial talent. Okay, and I'd like to now welcome to the stage 3 people, or actually 4 people, who are going to be presenting these awards. I'd like to welcome Carolina Rodriguez. She is the Consejera Delegada de ENISA, from the company ENISA. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Victoria Valbuena, who is the Head of Business Promotion and Development at Infibe. Please come to the stage. Yes, yes. And David Gaston, Software Engineering Section Manager at HP. David is already here. And last but not least, Ana María Ortiz. She is the director of the Ciudad de las Artes y las Ciencias, so the actual location where we are hosted. Welcome. Okay, they're figuring out who's got which award. Let's take a little nice photo for the camera. I will get out of here. Smile. Súbelo un poquito, porfa, para que se vea mejor. Sí, muy bien. Okay. And we need a nice round of applause. Muchísimas gracias y enhorabuena.
Los ganadores de este
see, vale. Well, we need all of the winners. I do not have them on my list, but I would like to welcome the winners. Who will know the names of the winners? Do you know the names? You don't know the names. Nobody knows the names. I don't know them either. So, necesito el nombre de los... Okay, vente conmigo, va. This is my helper. She's gonna help me because I don't know who was the winner. It was such a big secret. Nobody knows. Okay. Vale, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, the first category, cybersecurity winner is Centra AI. Woo! Where are you guys? Centra. Come to the stage. I know it's a long way to the stage. Por aquí al lado. Come on, you need to run. Fast. And another round of applause, everybody. Oh, there's so many of you. Yes. Well done, guys. Enhorabuena. Okay. Oh, there's another one. Y otro. A ver, let's do a nice little photo, una foto bonita. Y ahora vamos a continuar con el segundo premio. Okay, guys, are you ready for the next prize on innovation? HP Bridge. Who are you? Come here to the stage. Woo! Applause for the guys at HP Bridge. Okay, let's go for the final prize in climate tech. Please welcome to the stage Alzar C. Quick. Rápido, vamos. Si no se va el premio. Oh. Enhorabuena a los ganadores. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you so much. Enhorabuena y muchísimas gracias. Ah, otra foto, vale, okay. You do another photo, come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3 y smile. Vale, otra foto con un thumbs up, ¿vale? ¿Ok? Thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, thumbs up. Muy bien. Ya estáis listos. Thank you. These guys are really, really excited. And I can understand why, because it's a pretty awesome prize to win. So, we're going to continue with the Aerospace Startup Award, right? That's correct. Hopefully that's correct. But we're flexible here, so no problem. I would like to invite, if he is here already, is Felipe here? Yes? Felipe Carrasco, and Felipe is the Secretary of Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs at the Generalitat Valenciana. Welcome. ¿Dónde está Jerónimo? Felipe? Ah, ahí estás, perdona, no te había visto. It takes a long time to get up to the stage, so, you know, people cannot run, I guess. And another applause, please, for Felipe. Okay. I think I know who the winner is.
Spy Aero.
The winner is Spy Aero. Congratulations, enhorabuena. Thank you guys. Muchas gracias y enhorabuena. Okay, this is going to be a really exciting part. Not that the other sections weren't exciting, but I know that this is exciting because it's been building up since yesterday, right? Yesterday we had the startup pitch finals with 10 startups that pitched their ideas to our international jury. And then our jury went and convened on the best and most promising ideas in the early stage and the growth stage. And so they've now come to a decision to award 2 winners, 1 per category. And we're going to start with our first category, the best startup in the early stage category. I would like to welcome Pilar Benerme to the stage, government delegate in the Valencian community, and Nat Thomas, CEO of Startup Valencia. Sí. Okay, so I would like to give the floor to all the finalists. All of the finalists, could you come here to the stage if you are here, of our startup competition? Where are you guys? The finalists? Sí. Vale, que subamos todos los finalistas, por favor, al escenario. They all speak English because yesterday they actually presented in English, so they should have heard this cue. We had 10 finalists, one of them was not able to join, so there was 9 left in the end. Maybe they're not all here, I don't know. Okay, number 1, number 2, number 3. Maybe we can have a little bit of music in the meantime. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Do we have any more of the finalists from the early stage startup competition? 1, 2, 3. Should be everybody. Okay, are we ready? Vale. So, who's going to be the winner? Who's going to be the winner? The winner is Space Backend. You won!
would like to thank everybody for this opportunity to pitch on this stage yesterday. My wife initially said me, you are going to be one of the winners. I said I hear no way. And it really was a surprise for me right now. Thank you so much.
You want to take one more photo together? Photo? Yeah? Smile for the camera. All right, let's take one more photo with a lucky winner. Congratulations, and well done to you guys as well. You did really, really well. Okay, so now for the next category, the growth stage, I would like to welcome to present the awards Paula Llobet, City Councillor for Tourism, Innovation and Investment Attraction, and Juan Luis Hortelano, President of Startup Valencia, to present the awards. And yes, now we need to clap. And I would also like to welcome all of our finalists, because it's going to take a while for you to come onto stage. All of our finalists of the growth stage pitch competition. It should be another 4 people. Please come to the stage right now. All the finalists, where are you? Can't see you. Are they here? Hello, guys. The finalists, los finalistas del growth stage, de la competición. ¿Dónde estáis? A ver, ya están todos. 1, 2. Ya están todos. Vale, everybody here? Everybody happy? Muy bien, genial. Okay, you ready? Okay. The winner is Zebra AI. A big congratulations, and again, I want to say a big thank you to all of you who participated. Let's hear some final words from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's such a great honor. I was super impressed by the quality of startups during this pitch competition, and I'm extremely honored to represent Ukraine as part of our startup ecosystem. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for this award.
Allow me to say that every single startup that entered the competition, even though they have been able to pitch here, I want to say a huge acknowledgement, a huge thank you to you for working hard to innovate with technology, for applying, and all of you who didn't win, you did such an amazing job. Even to come to the final is such a huge achievement. You should all be really proud of yourselves. So thanks so much. And yes, congratulations again to the winners. Now, we have... No, stay. I hope you need to stay on the stage. Come back. We need you. Because otherwise the stage is really empty, right? We want to have a lot of people on the stage. So, we have one more award today, and it's the VDS Honorary Award. And I would now like to invite the Minister of Science, Innovation and Universities, Diana Morant, to present the VDS Honorary Awards. Diana. Where is she? You need to clap, guys. Come on. Okay, you want me to announce the winner, yes? Okay.
Maybe Diana.
Diana, do you know who the winner will be? You know who the winner will be. Would you like to announce the winner, but you don't have a microphone? Yeah, let's go here. Diana, come with me. The winner of the VDS Honorary Award is...
Iñaki Belenguer.
Iñaki! Smile for the camera, Iñaki. Congratulations. You can take as many photos as you want. You stay here. Say, yes, yes, you guys take a nice little photo. Okay, now let's take one more group photo with everybody together. Ah, yeah, okay, let's hear. We want to hear what you have to say, Iñaki.
Well, first of all, thank you, and it is a great honor to receive this award here in Valencia, because as you know, I'm from a small town in Valencia, and this is like a good example that if you are ambitious, you can be a winner in the world. Like thanks to scholarships, public education here in Spain, I went to the Technical University of Valencia, and thanks to scholarships, I studied in the US, and then I started 3 technology companies, and it all started here. So I'm very glad that VDS is putting this like in front of everyone else, so everyone can dream together and to be more ambitious and to have a dream of one day to be the winner in a big category in technology. So thank you, VDS.
Congratulations, Iñaki. Now I want all of the winners that received prizes today to come back to the stage, please. Todos los premiados, por favor, que suban otra vez al escenario para sacarnos una foto muy bonita. Todos los premiados que suban, por favor, al escenario. All of the winners of all of the people who've won awards today, please come here. Try to be relatively fast. And let's take a nice little photo. Everybody else, stay in the room. We are not done yet. We still have a couple more things to communicate. Oh, I'm in the way. Espera, ¿cómo me salgo de yo de aquí?
Foto familiar. Ahora di, por favor, el 2026, la próxima edición, que hay una diapositiva que pone next year, tal. El tema de los juegos va a ser dentro de media hora por el tema de los tiempos, ¿vale?
Vale.
Va a retrasar a las 7, sí. Y a las
Pero ellos dos van a... Oh. Congratulations, everybody. It's okay. I don't mean you guys. I just mean these guys. We are nearly done. And one of the things I want to say is, first of all, thank you to all of you for joining us today. And of course, yesterday. We had such an amazing time. There was a little bit of hiccups here and there with the program, but you know, these things happen. And of course, for 2026, we already have plans, right? We want you guys to join us next year. We'll be here again, we'll be meeting here on October 21st and 22nd, 2026, so mark your calendars. And now I would like to hear some final words from you, Juan Luis.
Just a fast final words. Thank you, Munia, for being with us these 2 days. You have been fantastic. Big applause for Munia, please. And thank you. It's better with this. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Again, as I said before, it's been a great honor to have you here. It's been a great honor to have all the people supporting us the whole tough year that we have since last event. And just invite you to come next year, October 21, 22nd. and try to make the best event possible as well. So later we have now some drinks here and some fireworks if the wind allows us to do it. And I pass the mic to Nacho to say some final words. Thank you, everyone. Gracias a todos.
Hi. I want to give a special thanks to all the team, Startup Valencia team, all the collaborators, and please come here to take the last picture of VDS. Please come together.
And I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you for joining us. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you, BDS, for having me.
Roberto.
Do you want to? What are you doing? More people on stage? Okay, they want to bring the VDS team on the stage. So a big round of applause for the events team at VDS, because these people are not very visible, but they work really, really hard every single day so that you guys can have an amazing experience here at VDS. It takes an amount... It takes an enormous amount of energy, of time, of resources to an event like this. And so we're really, really grateful that they all work so hard to make this event what it is. And a big round of applause for the VDS team.